I stayed at home for a century, when I emerged I was invincible. Chapter 51, Crossing Realms to Accept a Disciple. Du Yuan's expression tensed up as he carefully asked, Senior, the southern region's ley lines have collapsed. The laws of heaven and earth there are incomplete and their inheritance is missing. There shouldn't even be an Emperor Realm cultivator there, right? If the southern region did not even have an Emperor Realm cultivator, how deep could such waters run? However, since Senior said there were dangers, there had to be a reason. Chu Xian said in an unfathomable manner, Little Du, what kind of battle has the scale to render the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region incomplete? One that at least involved heaven realm cultivators. Du Yuan thought for a moment and said. No matter how many supreme realm experts fought, they would not be able to make the ley lines collapse, nor damage the laws of heaven and earth. Only the legendary heaven realm experts could do such a thing. In the southern region, a group of heaven realm little guys are setting something up. You're just a tiny supreme realm expert, you can't afford to wade into such deep waters. Listen to Senior's advice, the opportunities there are not for you. Du Yuan's expression immediately changed. A trap set up by heaven realm experts? Moreover, it was even a group of them? If he, a puny supreme realm expert, waded in, there would not even be ashes left of his corpse. What made him even more shocked was that the heaven realm experts were just a group of little fellows according to Senior's words. It could be seen from this that Senior's strength was absolutely beyond imagination. Thank you, Senior. Du Yuan respectfully said. Oh, it's not easy to survive as an itinerant cultivator after all. There are numerous traps out there. It's better for you to be cautious. Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief after finally stopping Du Yuan from coming to the southern region. However, he did not completely relax either. Even if Du Yuan did not come, what about the other experts? Du Yuan was definitely not the only itinerant cultivator who knew about the War Devil ancient land. It was possible that there was an Emperor Realm expert or even a Supreme Realm expert hiding in some remote corner of the South Province. He had to stabilize himself and increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Apart from raising his cultivation, he also had to prepare some contingency plans. For example, Ren Changhe. If he could get the latter to accept the Soul Seal willingly, he would have a trump card that could rush to the southern region if there were any changes that he could not deal with himself. After cultivating the Yin-Yang combination Divine Seal, Ren Changhe would not have much of a problem getting out of the Fallen God Cave, and his strength would also have increased by a level. As a peak stage Heaven Realm expert, or perhaps even stronger by then, he would definitely be able to stabilize the situation in the southern region. Hence, it was absolutely imperative for Chu Xian to deceive Ren Changhe. He continued to put on an act in front of Du Yuan and rambled on about those heaven realm cultivators who were setting up some sort of trap to kill people. After scaring Du Yuan off from the southern region, he ended the connection with Du Yuan. The myriad heavenly mirror still had one more chance to connect. Chu Xian no longer hesitated and connected it to Ren Changhe's location. The lifeless fallen god cave was still the same. In the stone house, the aura of death on Ren Changhe's body was even denser. His entire body even seemed to have dried up a little. Looking at the situation, Ren Changhe had not managed to comprehend anything. On the contrary, the aura of death on his body was even more plentiful. If he had said previously that Ren Changhe could live for 1,000 years without a problem, then the current Ren Changhe could only live for 700 or 800 years. Chu Xian even suspected that if he did not come, the man would have been courting death ahead of time. This was a peerless heavens blessed who had cultivated to the heaven realm within 10,000 years? It was a little underwhelming. Bathed in divine light, Chu Xian sighed. Sigh, your innate talent is dull, truly dull. Ren Changhe's spirit was roused. He raised his head and saw Chu Xian bathed in divine light. He was extremely excited. Senior. He was almost about to cry. He had been comprehending the cycle of life and death, refining the aura of death as his life force. In the end, the aura of death eroded even more of his vitality, and his lifespan decreased by 200 years or so. He was so scared that he did not dare to continue comprehending. However, he was not willing to be trapped here and die either. Recently, he had been doubting himself. Was he really a top-notch heavens blessed? Why was he unable to comprehend it? Junior's talent is dull, so I am unable to comprehend it. Senior, please give me some pointers. Ren Changhe prostrated himself on the ground and said respectfully. He had reached the peak of the heaven realm and swept away all of his peers back then. He had been invincible in the same realm. However, at this moment, all of it had turned into shame. He no longer had a trace of pride. If he did not truly believe that his talent was insignificant, he would have kowtowed and begged Chu Xian to accept him as a disciple. Sigh. Chu Xian let out a long sigh. Stupid, stupid. He shook his head and sighed. He remained silent for a long time. Ren Changhe remained prostrated on the ground, feeling nervous. Did Senior disdain his talent? Would he refuse to give him some pointers? Well, there is some fate after all. After a long while, Chu Xian said, however, such things are not passed down lightly. You can be considered to have some fate in meeting me. I will temporarily take you in as an in-name disciple. Are you willing? Ren Changhe was overjoyed and said, I am willing. An in-name disciple was also a disciple. Chu Xian continued, although you are an in-name disciple, you still have to leave this realm and explore the myriad realms. However, your strength is still insufficient. Logically speaking, you do not have the qualifications. After pausing for a moment, he continued, this venerable self will bestow you with a seal. This will make you an exception and allow you to have the qualifications to travel to the myriad realms in the heavens. You can also incorporate the seal into your divine soul. After Chu Xian finished speaking, he condensed a soul seed seal and transmitted it over through the myriad heavenly mirror. As for whether Ren Changhe would incorporate it into his divine soul, that would depend on his choice. After he planted the soul seed seal, Ren Changhe was no longer able to have any thoughts of resisting Chu Xian himself. In fact, the man would even have to act according to his own will. Although it seemed like Ren Changhe had suffered a loss, it was actually a fortuitous encounter for him. If he had not met Chu Xian, he definitely would not have been able to escape this place, he would have definitely died after 1,000 years. After planting the soul seal, he would impart the yin-yang combination divine seal to Ren Changhe, which would allow him to refine the aura of death in the fallen god cave into life force. The cycle of life and death would allow him to break through his shackles and take another step forward in his cultivation. Ren Changhe looked at the mysterious and small seal before him. Without any hesitation, he immediately absorbed it into his divine soul. He was also a decisive person. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy or not, if he could not escape, how long would he be able to live anyway? He might as well take this gamble. Whether it was worth it or not, he would soon know. If the other party was able to impart the technique to cultivate the aura of death as life force, then he would have obtained a great opportunity. Ren Changhe felt that there was something wrong with the soul seal, but he could not pinpoint what it was. However, at this moment, he seemed to have more respect for that senior, and he could not think ill of the man. After carefully confirming that there was nothing wrong with the soul seal, Ren Changhe realized that he did not feel any discomfort either. He had always respected this senior anyway, so what was the big deal if he felt a little more respect? After Ren Changhe absorbed the soul seal into his soul, Chu Xian was overjoyed. He finally managed to obtain a peak stage heaven realm disciple. After he passed the yin-yang combination divine seal to him, his strength would rise to a higher level on the day he chose to leave this place. He was truly an expert that belonged at the top of the 9 zones and 50 regions. Chu Xian sensed that the soul seal in Ren Changhe's soul had already been implanted. Unless his divine soul collapsed, his body disintegrated and his Dao shattered, he would not be able to get rid of it. It was perfect. You stayed in seclusion and crossed realms to take in a disciple. You have been rewarded with 100 years worth of cultivation and the 100 tempering divine technique, middle section. Chu Xian's was filled with joy. The system's reward that was triggered this time had actually rewarded him with 100 years worth of cultivation. After a few more such rewards, he would break through to the supreme realm. He also obtained the follow-up section of the 100 tempering divine technique. Having cultivated this technique for such a long time, Chu Xian had a deep understanding of how powerful this divine soul cultivation technique was. Although his current cultivation base was at the second level of the Emperor realm, the strength of his divine soul was no weaker than that of an ordinary fifth-level Emperor realm cultivator. It was all thanks to the assistance of the 100 tempering divine technique and the spirit cultivating diagram. Chapter 52, Teaching Ren Changhe the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal. Chu Xian did not opt to receive the 100 years worth of cultivation base and the 100 divine tempering divine technique rewards immediately. Instead, he taught Ren Changhe the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal. After all, receiving the rewards would require a certain amount of time to digest and, since it would require him to cut off the spiritual power infusion to the myriad heavenly mirror, it would also end the connection with Ren Change. He did not want the other party to think that he was a swindler. Since you are my in-name disciple, I will teach you a great technique. This technique is called the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal. If you succeed in cultivating it, you can refine the aura of death into life force, and it will grant you a glimpse into the cycle of life and death and the great Dao of Yin and Yang. Ren Changhe bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Master." Okay, listen carefully. The divine light on Chu Xian's body became more and more dazzling, which made him look even more majestic, like an immortal descending into the mortal world. Every word and sentence was like the sound of the great Dao, transmitted through the myriad heavenly mirror to where Ren Changhe was. Chu Xian had already completely comprehended the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal. Although his strength was inferior to Ren Changhe's, in terms of comprehension of this technique, he was definitely miles ahead. Ren Changhe started comprehending the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal, his heart was surging with emotion. He had made the right choice. Indeed, an opportunity had come his way. This Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal was extremely profound and pointed one directly toward the great Dao of Yin and Yang. Even with his talent, he could not comprehend it within a short period of time. Chu Xian finished imparting the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal and asked, "How much have you comprehended?" Ren Changhe immediately said in embarrassment, "Master, I am lacking. I have only comprehended less than 10%. Chu Xian was speechless. Was Ren Changhe's comprehension too poor, or was the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal too profound? Although the system had directly instilled the technique into him, which allowed him to completely comprehend it, he himself did not feel that the technique itself was too difficult to comprehend. Even without the system's help, Chu Xian felt that he would not need too much time to comprehend it. Ren Changhe was at the peak stage heaven realm cultivator, yet he had only comprehended less than 10%. There was no way for an untalented person to cultivate to the heaven realm. Moreover, Ren Changhe had reached the heaven realm within 10,000 years. Back then, he had been very proud. His talent was regarded as exceptional and he was widely praised as a top-notch heavens blessed. This could only mean that the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal was more profound than he had expected. Ren Changhe saw that Chu Xian had remained silent for a long time and felt even more ashamed. His heart was even more uneasy. Could it be that Master regretted taking him in as a disciple? He vowed to work hard in his cultivation. He absolutely could not let Master down. Let me explain the mystery of refining the aura of death into life force first. After some time, Chu Xian opened his mouth to speak. One could not tell whether he was happy, angry, or dissatisfied. "Thank you, Master." Ren Changhe heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Next, Chu Xian explained to Ren Changhe how to refine the aura of death into life force. It took Ren Changhe a full half an hour to completely grasp it. "You should continue to cultivate and meditate. After finishing his explanation to Ren Changhe, Chu Xian cut off the spiritual energy input and deactivated the myriad heavenly mirror. "Farewell, Master." Ren Changhe bowed and said. After a long while, he raised his head with a determined look in his eyes. He was once the top-notch heavens blessed of the 9 zones and 50 regions, almost invincible among his peers. "I, Ren Changhe, am not inferior to anyone. I will not disappoint my master." Ren Changhe began to cultivate the yin-yang combination divine seal. As long as he successfully cultivated the aura of death into life force, he would not have to worry about the problem of dying here. Once his understanding of the cycle of life and death increased, he would have no problem escaping the fallen god cave, and his strength would also improve. He now had the hope of breaking through to the legendary divine realm. After Chu Xian deactivated the myriad heaven mirror, he immediately received the reward. 100 years' worth of cultivation was instilled into him. Bang! His cultivation started to increase. 3rd level Emperor Realm, 4th level Emperor Realm, 5th level Emperor Realm. In the end, his strength increased to the 5th level of the Emperor Realm. Chu Xian sighed. The higher his cultivation, the slower his cultivation speed would be. 100 years' worth of cultivation only allowed him to break through to 3 levels. After receiving the 100 Tempering Divine Technique, middle section, he realized that, compared to the first section, the middle section not only increased the cultivation of the Divine Soul, it also provided him with a number of Divine Soul defense and Divine Soul attack techniques. Chu Xian immediately condensed a Soul Spear. This spear would not harm the physical body of the enemy, but only their soul. It was impossible to defend against. At this point, Chu Xian's soul defense and attack techniques were complete. The enhanced version of the spirit cultivating diagram that the system had rewarded him with previously did not have much effect now. Chu Xian had to stare at it for a few hours before he even felt a slight dizziness. Its effects were now too lacking and slow to assist him in the cultivation of the soul. To other Emperor Realm experts, it was most likely still a supreme treasure for the cultivation of the soul. However, to Chu Xian, who pursued efficiency, it was of little value. He was different from the others. The concept of closed-door cultivation was alien to him. Staring at it for a few hours did not suit his lifestyle at home. After his cultivation level broke through, Chu Xian immediately contacted Wan Chong with his parent-child communication talisman. He told Wan Chong to collect information about the Azura ancient land and to find out whether there were any experts from the other regions coming to the southern region. At the same time, he asked Wan Chong to pay attention to whether there were any experts at the Emperor Realm or above from the Black Moon Tower coming to the southern region. Wan Chang's status in the Black Moon Tower was still a little low. Even if he became the elite Tower Lord, he would only control the operations of the Black Moon Tower in the Qin Kingdom. He would not be able to access higher-level information of the Black Moon Tower's operations. Chu Xian decided to further expand his control over the Black Moon Tower. After Wan Chong became an elite Tower Lord and controlled the operations in the state of Qin, he would think of a way to lure out his superior, the Bronze-level Tower Lord. There were many Bronze-level Tower Lords in the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian only needed to control Wan Chang's superior. After controlling the Bronze-level Tower Lord, he would then go after the Silver-level Tower Lord and, if the right conditions were met, he would try to control a Gold-level Tower Lord. A Gold-level Tower Lord was considered a junior high-level official in the Black Moon Tower. The intelligence and authority one wielded in the Black Moon Tower was not low. The Gold-level Tower Lord was definitely one of the highest-level officials in the southern region. According to the classification system of the Black Moon Tower, the lowest cultivation level of the Gold-level Tower Lord was at the 3rd level of the Truth Realm. Apart from controlling the Gold-level Tower Lord, he also had to control some of the guards. Chu Xian suspected that the Black Moon Tower had an Emperor Realm expert guarding the southern region. A day later, Wan Chong sent him a message. He did not know anything about the Azura ancient land. With his current authority, he could not find any relevant information about the matter in the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian was not surprised. Wan Chang's status in the Black Moon Tower was simply too low. He ordered him to do his best to be promoted to the position of elite Tower Lord as soon as possible. His 5th level Emperor Realm cultivation was insufficient. He had to break through to the Supreme Realm. Fortunately, there was still quite some time before the Azura Ancient Land opened. Moreover, there would not be any experts from the outer regions coming over for the time being. He still had some time to strengthen himself. Heaven Realm experts would not involve themselves in this matter, right? He had to wait until he obtained more information about the Azura Ancient Land before he could make an accurate judgment. In the next half a month, the time Chu Xian used to cultivate increased. Moreover, he secretly observed Du Yuan several times and found that he had not left the western region. Only then did he slightly heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he once again contacted Ren Changhe and taught him more about the Yin-Yang combination divine seal. Ren Changhe no longer looked lifeless. His body now exuded a strong life force, and his withered body seemed slightly fuller. It was still too soon before he could fully recover and escape from the fallen god cave. Wan Chong broke through to the Unity Realm and quickly advanced to the 2nd level of the Unity Realm as well. At the same time, he was successfully promoted to the position of Elite Tower Lord. After becoming an Elite Tower Lord and taking control of the state of Qin's business, Wan Chong also made contact with the Bronze Level Tower Lord who was in charge of him. Chapter 53, Gold Level Tower Lord, Bao Hanjian. Yao Xiang was Black Moon Tower's Bronze Level Tower Lord and Wan Chang's immediate superior. At this moment, this person was standing respectfully in front of Chu Xian. He was cursing Wan Chong in his heart. After Wan Chong had broken through, Chu Xian had asked Wan Chong to leave the small courtyard with a soul seed seal that was imbued with his emperor-level cultivation base. Chu Xian's emperor-level strength suppressed Yao Xiang and the soul seed seal was soon implanted into the latter's soul. Yao Xiang's mind was clear and he knew that he had been tricked. However, he could not resist. He cursed Wan Chang's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. However, they were now both Chu Xian's subordinates. No matter how angry he was, he could not take revenge on Wan Chang. After controlling Yao Xiang, Chu Xian asked the latter to come to the small courtyard. "Do you know about the Azura Ancient Land?" Chu Xian asked. "Master, I don't know." Yao Xiang lowered his head and replied. As expected, the intelligence classification grade of the Azura Ancient Land was not low. Even the Bronze Level Tower Lord did not have the right to come into contact with this information at all. After all, the Azura Ancient Land was still in a dormant state. Yao Xiang would likely only be informed about it when it appeared. At that point, the Black Moon Tower would sell the information to create a profit. Chu Xian raised his hand and sent out a wisp of emperor-level spiritual power that carried with it a soul imprint. He instructed Yao Xiang to bring it along to control his superior, the silver-level Tower Lord. As long as one was not an Emperor Realm powerhouse, they would not be able to resist the pressure of Chu Xian's spiritual power. Yao Xiang left with that wisp of Emperor-level energy. His heart was cold. It seemed that something big was going to happen to the Black Moon Tower. With this man's strange method, he managed to control 2 Tower Lords of the Black Moon Tower without anyone knowing. He was slowly eating away at the Black Moon Tower. In the end, he might even become the true master of the Black Moon Tower. Based on what he knew, the powerhouses of the Black Moon Tower might not be able to discover his strange method. Fan Chao was the silver-level Tower Lord of the Black Moon Tower and also Yao Xiang's superior. The resources controlled by a silver-level Tower Lord far surpassed that of a bronze-level Tower Lord. Even so, he still had not come into contact with any information regarding the Azura Ancient Land. Fan Chao stood in front of Chu Xian respectfully. In his heart, he had similarly already cursed Yao Xiang's 18 generations of ancestors. Yao Xiang had actually tricked him. Chu Xian gained a further understanding of the Black Moon Tower's composition and operations. The Black Moon Tower was divided into the main department, the logistics department, and the guards department. Among these, the main department was responsible for the operations of the Black Moon Tower. The logistics department was responsible for the provision of the various resources of the Black Moon Tower, such as alchemy, refining weapons, and so on. It was worth mentioning that the intelligence personnel belonged to the main department of the Black Moon Tower. The guard department's responsibility was to protect the safety of the Black Moon Tower. It was a military department specially trained by the Black Moon Tower. Above the three departments, the Tower Lord held the most power. Power and strength were inseparable. The higher the position of the Tower Lord, the higher the requirement of strength to achieve it. Otherwise, how could the Tower Lord control their subordinates? Fan Chao was a silver-level Tower Lord who managed 3 bronze-level Tower Lords, and Yao Xiang was only one of them. There were a total of 7 silver-level Tower Lords in the entire southern region. Each of them was a Truth Realm cultivator. Fan Chao was at the first level of the Truth Realm. Since he had not discovered any information about the Azura ancient land, Chu Xian could only continue down the warpath. The next step was to control the gold-level Tower Lord. Chu Xian also condensed a wisp of his Emperor-level power and instructed Fan Chao to carry it with him and look for his superior, the gold-level Tower Lord. Fan Chao's thoughts were identical to Yao Xiang's. Something big was going to happen to the Black Moon Pavilion. However, after receiving the Soul Seed Seal, even though he was clear-headed, he could not resist and could only do as he was told. Bao Hongjian was a 4th-level Truth Realm cultivator and a gold-level Tower Lord of the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian was quite surprised. Fan Chao's superior was actually a woman. Her figure was enchanting, her face was gorgeous, and she even looked somewhat familiar. How many gold-level Tower Lords are there in the southern region? Reporting to my lord, 3, Bao Hongjian respectfully replied. She was cursing Fan Chao inwardly and, at the same time, she was shocked by Chu Xian's capabilities. The Chu family had actually produced such a terrifying character. Moreover, he had already extended his hand toward the Black Moon Tower. What was even more terrifying was that, with this person's methods, the Black Moon Tower probably would not be able to notice any abnormalities until it was too late. Does the Black Moon Tower have an Emperor Realm expert guarding the southern region? This was something Chu Xian was very curious about. Even the evil Imperial Court, the major power behind the heretic cultivators, did not dare to offend the Black Moon Tower. If the Black Moon Tower did not have an expert guarding the southern region, they definitely would have attacked by now. One had to know that the Black Moon Tower sold countless resources and treasures. Those heretic cultivators all liked to kill people and steal treasures. If the Black Moon Tower was not strong enough, it would have long since been plundered by the evil Imperial Court. There's a 1-star Tower Lord guarding the southern region. It's rumored that he's only half a step away from the Emperor Realm. Generally speaking, the experts of the guard department are all stronger. There might be an Emperor Realm expert there, Bao Hongjian spoke with uncertainty. Chu Xian thought for a moment before giving up on the idea of controlling the 1-star Tower Lord. If the 1-star Tower Lord was only a step away from reaching the Emperor Realm, it was likely that he would not be able to control the person without anyone noticing. Once he was exposed, he would no longer be able to secretly slowly gain control of the Black Moon Tower. Do you know about the Azura ancient land? A little. Thanks to Bao Hongjian, the gold-level Tower Lord, Chu Xian finally received some information about the Azura ancient land. Speak. Yes, my lord. According to what Bao Hongjian said, the Azura ancient land was the site of a huge battle that broke out in the southern region when the demon race invaded the northern zone in ancient times. It was because of this huge battle that the southern region's ley lines collapsed and the laws of heaven and earth were incomplete. All the Emperor Realm experts and above that were left behind after the war also withdrew from the southern region. As for the Azura ancient land, after the collapse of the ley lines and the damage to the laws of heaven and earth, it disappeared into the space that had been torn apart. According to their calculations, when the ley lines and the laws of heaven and earth of the southern region recovered, the Azura ancient land would reappear. Back then, when they fought against the demons, countless experts had died. There had to be many treasures and inheritances within, which was why the various major powers would send people to explore the ruins. As it had been too long, those who knew of the Azura ancient land were all superpowers of one kind or another. Hence, these major powers were all fighting for spots to participate. Once it was confirmed, they would begin to take action. Of course, it would still be some time before the Azura ancient land reappeared. Within 20 to 30 years, there was a high probability that no major powers would set foot in the southern region. Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. If no major powers experts would set foot into the southern region in 20 to 30 years, then he still had enough time to become stronger. However, he could not let his guard down. What if an itinerant cultivator like Du Yuan sneaked into the southern region in advance? Although they would hide themselves and shy away from trouble to avoid arousing any attention, they were still an unstable factor. For Chu Xian, who was pursuing stability, all uncontrollable factors were potential sources of hidden danger. He immediately instructed Bao Hongjian to keep an eye out for any emperor-level or above powerhouses who appeared in the southern region. Once there was any information, she was to inform him immediately. He gave Bao Hongjian a communication talisman so that they could keep in touch at all times. Chu Xian did not plan to promote the parent-child communication talisman before he had enough strength to fully control the Black Moon Tower in the southern region. Moreover, Chu Xian felt that the parent-child communication talisman needed to be further upgraded. With a higher-level parent-child communication talisman, he could control many more child talismans. He needed manpower to refine the parent-child communication talisman. He did not plan to do it himself. Therefore, he had to find someone with outstanding talent and great luck to appear. Chapter 54, Grand Moon Mystic Body, Su Xianer. There were a total of 3 gold-level tower lords in the southern region. They controlled Bao Hongjian's faction, which meant that Chu Xian controlled 1/3 of the power of the Black Moon Tower in the southern region. With Bao Hongjian's status as a gold-level tower lord, she could access most of the Black Moon Tower's intelligence on the southern region. For example, she could immediately find out and inform Chu Xian about any experts who appeared in the southern region. Moreover, with the parent-child communication talisman, the information could be transmitted in real time. Chu Xian would have to read the reports from the Black Moon Tower every day. For example, what happened, what treasures appeared, and so on. The southern region was still very lively. Things like killing people and snatching treasures also happened from time to time. The extermination of a small clan would also occasionally happen once or twice. The great war between good and evil raged on every day. Chu Xian's days passed calmly. Every day, he would use the myriad heavenly mirror to connect to the various regions randomly. Although, most of the time, it connected to a desolate place or to a demonic beast lair, Chu Xian was still happy with it. Occasionally, he would chat with Du Yuan, primarily to get information about the Azura ancient land from him. At the same time, he paid attention to any inclinations from Du Yuan on whether or not he wanted to leave the western region and travel here. Ren Changhe continued to study the yin-yang combination divine seal. By this time, he had refined a lot of the aura of death into life force, and his body was no longer as dry and withered as a mummy. His body had recovered a bit of life force, though he was still a bit away from breaking free and comprehending the cycle of life and death. A month passed peacefully. Hu Chuan had obtained the topographic map of the Chu family's territory, but there had been no movements from his side. Chu Xian had learned this from the Black Moon Tower's intelligence. Apparently there were some changes going on in the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult. Someone was fighting with Hu Chuan for the position of sect leader. As such, Hu Chuan would not take any action against the Chu family in a short period of time. Chu Xian stared at the small hall of the Lucky Mystic Realm despondently. It had been such a long time, yet why had no one with great luck come to his doorstep? Why was it so difficult for him to take in a disciple or a maid? Could it be that there were no lucky persons in the southern region? Would such people only appear when the Azura ancient land was about to open? Chu Xian was depressed. He still wanted to take in a capable disciple or a maid who could assist, run errands, and manage the Black Moon Tower for him. After all, his plans for the Black Moon Tower had just begun. It was time for dinner. A family servant came over with a meal. Chu Xian was surprised. Why was there a new person? Moreover, it was a woman? Most importantly, the other party was actually disguising herself to conceal her identity as a woman. Chu Xian's interest was immediately piqued and immediately activated the Heavenly Secrets Origin probing technique. Su Xianer, 16 years old. Grand Moon Mystic Body. Possesses great luck. She is the daughter of a concubine from the Sui family of the Central Region. She fled from the Sui family because she was trying to escape the engagement. She accidentally entered an ancient incomplete teleportation array and arrived at the southern region. She then disguised herself and hid in the Chu family to avoid being tracked down. Finally, a person with great luck had arrived, and it was a woman. Chu Xian was secretly delighted. As expected, the lucky mystic realm could attract people with great luck. Su Xianer possessed a special constitution of the Grand Moon Mystic Body, and her level of innate talent was extraordinary. She was only 16 years old, yet she was already a second-level Void Realm expert. In the southern province, she was absolutely a top-notch heavens blessed. Su Xianer took out the food and placed it nearby. She retreated to the side, but her mind was constantly thinking about whether or not the Su clan would be able to track her to this place. The southern region was barren, and the Chu family was equivalent to a small family in the central region. It would not attract much attention. As long as she hid herself well, she would not be exposed. She had accidentally entered the ancient teleportation array and arrived in the southern region. She had managed to avoid many means of direction due to this fortuitous event. Now, as long as she avoided the Black Moon Tower in the southern province and was not discovered by their intelligence personnel, it would be almost impossible for the Sui family to find her. As long as she broke through to the Emperor realm, she would naturally have a way of resolving the issue of that damn engagement. In order to avoid exposing herself, she had deliberately chosen this mission of delivering food to this small courtyard. She had inquired about this matter clearly beforehand. The person who lived in the small courtyard was a direct descendant of the Chu family, a good-for-nothing. As his food delivery servant, she did not need to do anything else. She just needed to deliver food to him. This way, she would have more time to cultivate. With the aura concealing technique that she cultivated, as long as she was careful and did not expose herself, no one in the Chu family would be able to discover her cultivation level. Su Xianer secretly hated her sister. With the latter's status as a direct descendant, she had actually fobbed off the engagement to Su Xianer. If that B***starred was good-looking and had outstanding talent, she might have been able to endure it. However, he was too ugly and had a bad character, so there was no way she would accept such an engagement. And that detestable father of hers actually agreed to her sister's request. Su Xianer thought angrily in her heart. Suddenly, she was blinded by a dazzling seven-colored light in front of her. She raised her head and tried to see what was going on. Her small mouth opened slightly. She was completely stunned. The rumored trash of the Chu family was bathed in the seven-colored divine light. He looked like an immortal deity. Su Xianer of the Sui family of the Central Region. The daughter of a concubine of the Sui family. She escaped the engagement and mistakenly entered an ancient incomplete teleportation array and came to the southern region. Chu Xian's dignified voice could be heard. Pa! The tray holding the meal in Su Xianer's hands clattered to the floor. She looked at Chu Xian in shock. You. I am lacking a maid. Are you willing to take up this responsibility? I. Su Xianer was shocked. Was the person living in this small courtyard not the rumored trash-like direct descendant of the Chu family? What was going on? Who was he? This is an opportunity for you. You have a special constitution, the Grand Moon Mystic Body, but your cultivation technique is unable to display the characteristics of this constitution. With my guidance, it won't be difficult for you to reach the heaven realm. Chu Xian's divine light seemed to envelope everything in its surroundings, and even removed Su Xian'er's disguise, revealing her beautiful face. Su Xian'er was now caught in a predicament. She was exposed. What she was most confused about was how the other party knew her background. Who was he? He wanted her to be his maid? Did that not mean that he could do whatever he wanted with her? Resist? How could she resist? The other party was extremely powerful. If she did not agree, what would happen? Would he use force? Grand Moon Mystic Body? Su Xian'er had previously noticed that her constitution seemed to be somewhat special. However, she did not know what kind of constitution it was. The other party had seen through it with a single glance, so he had to be an extremely powerful expert. Was it a fortuitous encounter or a dead end? At this moment, Su Xian'er was unable to make a judgment. The fact that you were able to make it here speaks volumes of your great luck. Why are you hesitating? Do you think that I covet your beauty? Chu Xian was speechless in his heart. This girl was really beautiful, though. No, I wouldn't dare to think so. It's just that senior, Su Xian'er was extremely flustered. Do you think that just because you come from the Su family, becoming my maid is humiliating? No, Su Xian'er pays her respects to senior. Su Xian'er gritted her teeth and bowed respectfully. Very good. In the future, don't call me senior. Call me sir. The divine light around Chu Xian's body faded away, and his true appearance was revealed. Yes, sir. Su Xian'er raised her head and looked at Chu Xian. He was so handsome. The first thought in her mind was that, if her betrothed had been so handsome, why would she have run away from the marriage engagement? Get up. Yes, sir. Su Xian'er stood up. Her heart was in turmoil. She had only been in the southern region for a few days, yet she had already become someone else's maid. Moreover, no matter how she looked at it, he did not look like an old monster. He seemed to be only around 25 or 26 years old. Chapter 55, Controlling the Southern Region's Black Moon Tower. You did not leave seclusion, yet a person with great luck has come to seek refuge under you. You have taken in a maid. You have been rewarded with the Grand Moon Element Immortal Spell and a lucky mystic realm. A system notification rang out in Chu Xian's mind. Chu Xian was not surprised by this. The Grand Moon Immortal Spell was clearly a cultivation technique that was compatible with Su Xian'er's Grand Moon Mystic Body. After receiving the reward, he discovered that the Grand Moon Immortal Spell was indeed the cultivation technique that was most compatible with the Grand Moon Mystic Body. It was able to fully unleash the talent of the Grand Moon Mystic Body. He glanced at Su Xian'er. This girl had a timid look on her face and her eyes were darting around as if trying to find an escape route. Come here. Yes. Su Xian'er's face turned pale as she walked over. Since you are my maid, I will teach you a suitable cultivation technique today. Chu Xian raised his finger and pressed it against her fair and smooth forehead. Su Xian'er was shocked. She wanted to dodge, but she could not. Information surged into her mind, and a cultivation technique slowly manifested itself. Su Xian'er closed her eyes as she started comprehending the cultivation technique in her mind. After a full hour, she reopened her eyes. The aura around her body fluctuated for a moment. She had actually broken through to the third level of the Void Realm. Thank you, sir. Su Xian'er prostrated herself. She was extremely excited, and no longer had the slightest bit of resistance or unwillingness toward becoming Chu Xian's maid. She only felt honored now. This was a cultivation technique that was above the legendary divine technique. It was impossible for even those in the heaven realm to cultivate this technique. Very good. Chu Xian passed a bottle of medicinal pills. These were spirit pills that were suitable for void realm cultivators. Cultivate well. I took you in as my maid so that you can help me with certain tasks. Chu Xian threw the parent-child communication talisman to her and said, just help me sort out and organize the information you receive from here. Su Xian received the talisman with a dumbfounded expression. He had taken her in as a maid just so that she could do some tasks for him? Was he not prepared to do something to her? Sir is so good-looking and strong, I really won't resist. I'll teach you an aura concealing technique. Even if you reach the supreme realm, no one will be able to see through your cultivation. Chu Xian taught Su Xian an aura concealing technique. It was several levels higher than the aura concealing technique that Su Xian was currently using. Chu Xian did not lack cultivation techniques and secret arts. He had all kinds of them thanks to the system. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Su Xian. She was good-looking, had outstanding innate talent, and was very suitable for running errands and tasks. In the future, she could be in charge of handling matters related to the Black Moon Tower. It was just that her current strength was still a little weak. However, that did not matter too much. Given her talent, and coupled with the fact that she cultivated the Grand Moon Immortal spell and had no lack of cultivation resources, she would be able to improve very quickly. It was more appropriate to control all three of the Black Moon Tower's gold-level tower lords in the southern region. They would then be able to pick a talented one between the three and train that person to become a one-star tower lord. Step by step, they would gain control of the Black Moon Tower. This is information from the Black Moon Tower. Su Xian looked at the messages in the communication talisman and exclaimed in shock. Sir, are you a high-level member of the Black Moon Tower? Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. From what he heard, the Black Moon Tower also existed in the central region, and it seemed that they were not weak there either. Not yet. I just extended a hand into the Black Moon Tower. Su Xian was puzzled. What did he mean by extending a hand into the Black Moon Tower? Sir, the Su family must have already commissioned the Black Moon Tower to investigate my whereabouts. They won't be able to find me here, right? The Black Moon Tower was famous for their intelligence-gathering abilities. They were even able to find out the top secrets of some of the major powers. In the central province, the Black Moon Tower was also a very powerful force. Thanks to that, they did not suffer any retaliation even though they leaked the secrets of some major powers. Don't worry. In the southern region, the Black Moon Tower will not leak your information. Moreover, they can help you to conceal your whereabouts. Su Xian represented him. She was in charge of some of the information. As such, how would the Black Moon Tower dare to leak her information? Now that he had a maid, he could relax. In addition, Chu Xian had already planned to control the other two gold-level tower lords. Chu Xian was a low-key person, so Su Xian remained in her servant attire, looking delicate and pretty. She was somewhat frustrated that Chu Xian really treated her like a normal maid. Bao Hongjian dropped by and left with 2 wisps of Chu Xian's emperor-level spiritual power and the soul seed seals. Su Xian was confused. She did not know which well-known beauty that was and what she was doing. Sir, who is she? After Bao Hongjian left, Su Xian asked curiously. She is one of the Black Moon Tower's gold-level tower lords in the southern region. The Black Moon Tower's gold-level tower lord. Su Xian was shocked and said, will she discover my true identity? She is one of us. What are you worried about? Chu Xian threw a communication talisman to her and said, from now on, you will be responsible for contacting her, passing messages, and sorting through the information I am interested in. Soon enough, the remaining 2 gold-level tower lords of the Black Moon Tower were controlled by Chu Xian. Now, more than half of the power of the Black Moon Tower in the southern region was under Chu Xian's control. After controlling the tower lords, Chu Xian quietly controlled the person in charge of the logistics next, as well as the 3 guards who were at the 9th level of the Truth Realm. On the surface, the power of the Black Moon Tower in the southern region was still controlled by the 1-star Tower Lord, but, in actual fact, the real controller was Chu Xian. Su Xianer was extremely shocked. Chu Xian had actually silently taken control of the Black Moon Tower in the southern region. His methods were too strange. She suspected that Chu Xian was going to eventually take control of the entire Black Moon Tower. The founder of the Black Moon Tower had always been a mysterious character, and his level of strength was also a complete mystery. Many superpowers were not willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Black Moon Tower because of this. It could be seen how powerful the Black Moon Tower was. As Chu Xian's servant, Su Xianer indirectly controlled the Black Moon Tower in the southern region. She could finally let out a sigh of relief. The news of her whereabouts in the southern region would not be leaked out. At the same time, through the Black Moon Tower, she could immediately find out if the Su family had discovered her tracks and whether they had started to take action. Today, a first-level Truth Realm heretic cultivator who was nearing the end of his life barged into the evil king's palace. He enraged the evil king and was personally killed by the latter. Su Xianer sat next to Chu Xian and read out the Black Moon Tower's information about the southern region's cultivation world. It was one of her daily tasks. She needed to pick out the most important bits of information from the Black Moon Tower and read it to Chu Xian. In order to understand the situation in the southern region, the Black Moon Tower would collect information about what was happening in various places every day. Barging into the evil king's palace was a trend amongst heretic cultivators, so such news was naturally indispensable. The people who barged into the evil king's palace were getting stronger and stronger. Now, even the heretic cultivators in the Truth Realm were starting to emerge. The current evil king was probably furious. He was the first evil king to be provoked like this. He longer bore the pride and dignity of an evil king that could not be provoked or offended. Chu Xian sighed. It seemed that there were a lot of people with mental problems among the heretic cultivators. One after another, they took pride in barging into the evil king's palace, even though such actions were suicidal. It was fine if they were cultivators who were at the end of their lifespans. After all, there were people who wanted to make a name for themselves before they died. However, there were heretic cultivators who were young and energetic who actually barged into the evil king's palace as well. It could only be said that their evil techniques had damaged their brains. Chapter 56 – Changes in the Qin royal family. In the southern region's cultivation world, all sorts of things were taking place every day. As for news regarding the Azura ancient land, Chu Xian wondered whether or not the major factions of the southern region were aware of this huge matter. Chu Xian had passed on the refining method of the communication talisman to Su Xianer, but Su Xianer had not been able to refine it. The level of the communication talisman that was occasionally refined was too low, which resulted in it being unusable. He was very helpless about this. Su Xianer did not appear to have any talent for refining artifacts, so he could only look for another person who had the ability to refine artifacts instead. Chu Xian also placed the system reward of the Lucky Mystic Realm in the small courtyard. The power of the 2 Lucky Mystic Realms should be able to attract those with great luck over again, right? The following days passed peacefully. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xian had been secluded in the courtyard for almost 3 years. When he reached the 2-year milestone, the system rewarded him with the Heaven Revolving Universe formation, and an extremely powerful divine ability, the Heaven Sealing Forbidden Technique. This was the first time Chu Xian had received a divine ability as a reward. After the Heaven Revolving Universe formation was set up, there would be a universe inside the formation, forming an independent space that no one outside the formation could pry into. Those who were sealed inside would also be unable to escape and were fated to be strangled to death inside. Since the Heaven Revolving Universe formation had its own space, once it was set up, it would be as if a space had been opened up. It would allow one to cultivate in seclusion within the formation. The first thing Chu Xian did was to set up the heaven revolving universe formation in his small courtyard. Although the small courtyard looked no different to how it had always been, there was actually a universe hidden within it now. Su Xianer was extremely shocked by Chu Xian's methods. Such a powerful formation was unheard of even in the central region. To think that it actually formed a universe and separate space. Although there was now a hidden space in the small courtyard, Chu Xian still stayed in the courtyard. His range of activities was still limited to the courtyard. Su Xianer liked to cultivate in the universe space. On the other hand, the heaven sealing forbidden technique was a powerful divine ability that could seal the laws of heaven and earth. It was stronger than the domain power of the Emperor realm, and its sealing power was even stronger. After all, the domain power of the Emperor realm could not seal heaven and earth, nor could it seal its laws. With Chu Xian's current strength, he could not display the true power of the heaven sealing forbidden technique. However, with this divine ability, he could easily seal the domain power of cultivators of the same realm, rendering them immobile. He could seal the domain power of other Emperor realm cultivators with a wave of his hand. In the blink of an eye, he had been cooped up for almost 3 years. Chu Xian was very depressed. After setting up 2 lucky mystic realms, so much time had passed, yet not one person with great luck had arrived. Currently, his cultivation base had already risen to the 9th level of the Emperor realm. During this period of time, Ren Changhe, his in-name disciple, had comprehended the yin-yang combination divine seal thanks to his guidance. The system rewarded Chu Xian with 100 years worth of cultivation for successfully refining the aura of death into life force. He was not far from the supreme realm now. Ren Changhe still had not escaped from the fallen god cave, but it would not be long before he did. Chu Xian speculated that, when Ren Changhe escaped, the system would reward him once more. Su Xianer's cultivation had risen to the 9th level of the Void Realm, and she was about to break through to the Unity Realm. Thanks to the combination of her Grand Moon mystic body and the Grand Moon immortal spell technique she cultivated, she was perfectly capable of crossing realms and killing a first-level Unity Realm cultivator. After another day of seclusion, the system rewarded him with a bag of heavenly and earthly treasure seeds. Chu Xian took them out and threw them to Su Xianer. Plant the seeds in the universe space. Su Xianer took the seeds and entered the universe space. She had already become used to doing such odd jobs. She was very depressed and even doubted her own beauty for a while. Why was Chu Xian not moved by her beauty at all? She actually would not mind if Chu Xian touched her, but, in the end, Chu Xian's only request for her was to do odd jobs. Chu Xian stared at the 2 lucky mystic realms for a while. Why had no fated ones appeared yet? The plan regarding the parent-child communication talisman had been delayed again and again because of this. Forget it, let's continue to wait. The next person who appeared might be even more talented than Su Xianer. In the past 2 years, Chu Yun had returned a few times. She had given Chu Xian medicinal pills and, at the same time, she had browsed through the cultivation information that Chu Xian had prepared for her. Chu Yun could already refine spirit pills, and she had already refined the Void Unity pill a few times. However, the success rate for this was relatively low, and there was still a gap in terms of quality. In 2 years, Chu Yun's cultivation had already risen to the 9th level of the Profound Realm. Chu Xian estimated that she should have broken through to the Spirit Realm by now. Her talent could be ranked second among the Chu family's younger generation. The first place still went to Chu Yuan. However, Chu Yun's alchemy talent was beyond imagination. Even the genius of the Heavenly Cauldron Mountain, a big alchemy sect in the southern region, was far inferior to Chu Yun. The person who was secretly protecting Chu Yun had been replaced with a first-level Truth Realm expert from the Black Moon Tower. Zhang Kui was an evil cultivator after all, so some situations would not be convenient for him to handle. Moreover, Chu Yun had always believed that a senior expert was secretly training her and testing her alchemy talent. Half a month ago, Chu Yun had sent someone to send a letter back. She had already left Chu County and left the Qin Kingdom to train. Chu Xian was not worried about her safety. Even if the Truth Realm expert from the Black Moon Tower failed to protect her, the Emperor-level power in Chu Yun's body would ensure her safety. The major forces in the southern region still did not have an Emperor Realm expert. The laws of heaven and earth had not been restored either, so no one could break through. In addition, there were no Emperor Realm experts from outside the southern region. The only Emperor Realm expert that could possibly do her harm was the one from the Black Moon Tower. However, given the situation in the southern region, that person's strength was probably only at the first level of the Emperor Realm. Sir, there seems to have been some changes in the Qin royal family. Su Xianer handed him a piece of information. Changes in the Qin royal family. Qin Qiun's figure immediately surfaced in Chu Xian's mind. If there were changes in the Qin royal family, it would likely have something to do with her. After examining the information, he discovered that the current Qin Kingdom Emperor, who was the current head of the Qin royal family, had abdicated. It seemed that he was forced to abdicate. Currently, the Qin Kingdom was in a state where the old emperor abdicated, and a new emperor had yet to ascend to the throne. The Qin royal family was also currently without a head. The Black Moon Tower did not have specific details on what had happened. The Zhao, He, and Chu families were actually unaware about the changes going on in the Qin royal family as well. Chu Xian realized that the situation in the Qin Kingdom was about to change. Perhaps it would even be to the extent that the entire situation in the southern region would change. Small countries like the Great Zhou and Purple Moon Kingdoms might even probably be destroyed and unified. The reincarnation of the demon, the soul of the fox demon. Chu Xian muttered to himself, I wonder if you are a human or a demon in this life. In the Qin royal family's ancestral land, all of the direct descendants of the Qin royal family and the family elders were gathered. A woman stood on an altar. She had a peerless appearance, and there was a hint of viciousness hidden behind her obedient expression. Her bright eyes flickered with a demonic light. Qin Qiun. She looked as obedient as ever. However, the viciousness on her face and the bewitching look in her eyes indicated that she was somehow different. In the entire ancestral land, only 2 people were standing, while the rest were prostrating themselves on the ground. One of the 2 standing was Qin Qiun, who was standing on the altar, and the other was Qin Pingxia, who was standing under the altar. From today onward, I am the Empress of the Qin Kingdom and the head of the Qin family. Who opposes me? Who supports me? Qin Qiun looked down at the people of the Qin royal family. The ancestral land was completely silent. Among the people of the Qin royal family, there was not a single person who opposed or supported her. The Azura ancient land will soon open. This is an opportunity for the Qin royal family to rise. Those who don't agree with me can step forward. As long as they survive one of my moves, the position of the head of the Qin royal family will belong to them. There was still no one who spoke up. Since you all support me, then from today onward, I will be in charge of both the Qin royal family and the Qin kingdom. The aura on Qin Qiun's body surged forth, revealing her cultivation as a 9th-level Truth Realm cultivator. Chapter 57, The Qin Royal Family's Coup. Now, listen to my command. Everyone, provide a drop of blood essence and open the Qin Royal Family's altar. Qin Qiun ordered. Qin Pingxia immediately squeezed out a drop of blood essence, which floated towards Qin Qiun. The other people who were kneeling on the ground hesitated for a brief moment before squeezing out their blood essence, which also floated toward the altar. Qin Qiun raised her hand and waved it. All the blood essence gathered in her palm and formed a symbol that sank into the center of the altar. Buzz! Light blossomed from the altar. A majestic phantom appeared from the altar. Even though it was just a phantom, it gave off a powerful pressure. Everyone present felt somewhat suffocated. Qin Qiun prostrated herself on the ground. Qin Pingxia also prostrated herself on the ground. All of the members of the Qin royal family were shocked when they saw the majestic phantom on the altar. The altar was something that the Qin royal family had guarded for generations. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Qin royal family had left it behind. However, no one knew what the altar was used for until now. Up until now, all they knew was that cultivating around and on the altar would make it easier for one to break through bottlenecks. Their cultivation speed would be faster and their foundations would be more solid. This was also the fundamental reason why the Qin royal family had always been stronger than the other three families. Qiyun greets ancestor. Qin Qiyun knelt on the ground as the phantom of a white fox appeared behind her. She also knelt on the ground. The majestic phantom suddenly lowered its head and looked at Qiyun. Its eyes suddenly bloomed with light. Its spiritual will was transmitted. Qiyun, you are finally here. Everyone in the Qin royal family was shocked and their hearts were burning. Could it be that the Qin royal family's ancestor was still alive? It was rumored that the ancestor of the Qin royal family was extremely powerful. Ancestor, the Qin royal family has already declined and the Qin kingdom has long fallen. Qiyun is lacking but wants to restore the power of the Qin kingdom. Qin Qiyun said in a low voice. The majestic phantom raised its hand and caressed Qin Qiyun's head. It seemed to be caressing the phantom of the white fox. Phew! 2 rays of light shot out from the majestic phantom's eyes and entered Qin Qiyun's forehead. The majestic phantom gradually began to dissipate. The descendants of the Qin royal family will obey Qiyun and await my return. The majestic phantom disappeared and a whirlpool-like hole appeared at the center of the altar. Qin Qiyun stood up and her aura fluctuated. She had actually advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the Truth Realm. However, she did not break through to the Emperor Realm. She looked at the altar and said, "All of you, stand up." Only then did the members of the Qin royal family stand up and look at the woman on the altar. All of them had complicated expressions on their faces. It was not hard to guess that she had some sort of relationship with the ancestor of the Qin royal family. The inheritance of the Qin royal family was previously lost. Just now, the ancestor passed down the inheritance to continue the glory of the Qin royal family. All of you should work hard and cultivate. Qin Qiyun took out a blank booklet and engraved the cultivation technique on it before handing it over to Qin Pingxia. Recall all the experts of the Qin royal family from the Great Jian dynasty. The Zhao, He, and Chu families are the subjects of the Qin royal family. From today onward, the Qin country will no longer be governed by the 4 families. I will be in seclusion for a few more days. Leave the matters of the Qin royal family to my mother and a few elders. All of you may leave. Everyone from the Qin royal family left one after another. Qin Pingxia hesitated for a moment before saying, "Qiyun, I'm afraid that the Great Jian dynasty will not allow the experts of the Qin royal family to return." "It's fine. When I come out of seclusion, the Great Jian dynasty will have no choice but to agree. You are going to break through to the Emperor realm." Qin Pingxia was shocked. The southern region did not have any emperor-level cultivators. If Qin Qiyun broke through, she would be the strongest expert in the southern region. It would not be impossible for the Qin royal family to unify the southern region then. It will take some time, Qin Qiyun shook her head and said. After Qin Pingxia left, Qin Qiyun entered the passageway in the middle of the altar and arrived at a small space. She sat down cross-legged and began to consolidate her cultivation. The white fox phantom appeared and the power of her soul began to spread out. She had been reincarnated from an emperor-level demon, so it was much easier for her to recover her cultivation and break through to the emperor realm compared to the others. However, due to the incomplete laws of heaven and earth in the southern region, she was unable to break through to the emperor realm. In this special space, she had a chance to break through to the emperor realm. However, her accumulation was currently insufficient and she was unable to break through within such a short period of time. There was only one way to increase her strength in a short time. She could use the soul of the fox demon to create the domain power of an emperor realm expert. Even if it was just a fake domain, it would be enough to make her the strongest among the half-emperor cultivators in the southern region. Only then would she have the right to compete with the great Jian dynasty. The Qin royal family had been in decline for far too long and would not be able to match the great Jian Empire within a short period of time. However, as long as her own strength was sufficient, she could stabilize the situation, or maybe even tip the balance. From that point on, the Qin royal family's foundation would be activated and their strength would increase rapidly. The Zhao, He, and Chu families had all been subordinate families of the Qin royal family's ancestors, so they should also be in possession of their ancestors' foundation. However, they did not know how to activate it. Qin Qian had already decided that the Qin kingdom had to be unified, ending the situation where the four families ruled together and allowing the Qin royal family to activate the foundations of the other three families. The overall strength of the Qin kingdom would then increase by leaps and bounds within a short period of time. If the other three families did not comply and continued to insist on being independent aristocratic families, then they could not blame her for being ruthless. No one knew what had happened to the Qin royal family. Even the Black Moon Tower only knew that there had been a change in the Qin royal family. They could not find out the specific details. Chu Xian did not care about the changes happening in the Qin royal family. No matter how much it changed, it would not affect him. Currently, he was still the strongest cultivator in the southern region. At this moment, Chu Xian was looking at a piece of information regarding the Qin royal family from the Black Moon Tower. The Qin family had sent people to the great Jian dynasty to summon the experts of the Qin royal family back. The great Jian dynasty was the ruler of the southern kingdoms. It was also the strongest force that stood against the evil imperial court. They would not relax their control over the subordinate kingdoms. The Unity Realm experts from the subordinate kingdoms had to go to the Great Jian dynasty to await orders. They were not allowed to leave the Great Jian dynasty without permission. This was also the reason why the Chu family had existed for so long without a Unity Realm expert. Anyone who broke through to the Unity Realm had to report to the Great Jian dynasty. Otherwise, they would be suppressed by the Great Jian dynasty if they were discovered to have been hiding a Unity Realm expert. The Qin family was the royal family, so they allowed a Unity Realm expert to stay behind. The evil imperial court also restricted heretic cultivators in a similar manner, so it was very difficult to find Unity Realm heretic cultivators outside the evil imperial court. The two sides were actually concentrating their forces and fighting against each other. It would probably be difficult for the Qin royal family to summon their experts back from the Great Jian dynasty. Even if they had some valid excuses, the Great Jian dynasty would at most allow one to return. In truth, everyone knew that Unity Realm experts sent to the Great Jian dynasty would easily be used as cannon fodder in battles against the evil imperial court. However, the Great Jian dynasty was so powerful that no one dared to go against it. There's going to be a good show to watch. Chu Xian was curious where the Qin royal family had found the confidence to challenge the Great Jian dynasty. The situation of the Qin kingdom being ruled by the four families was probably about to come to an end. Sir, I'm about to break through. Su Xian'er's aura surged. She was about to break through to the Unity Realm. Go ahead. Chu Xian waved his hand. After Su Xian'er obtained the Grand Moon Immortal spell, she had spent quite a bit of time consolidating her foundation. Otherwise, she would have broken through to the Unity Realm long ago. One day later, Su Xian'er successfully broke through to the Unity Realm. Chu Xian was reading the report from the Black Moon Tower when the system's notification appeared. Your maid, Su Xian'er, has broken through under your superb training and guidance. You have been rewarded with 10 years' worth of cultivation. Su Xian'er had broken through, and the system had rewarded him for her cultivation increase. Chu Xian was overjoyed and immediately received the reward. After that, his strength improved yet again, but not to the point where he reached the Supreme Realm. Chu Xian was not surprised. 10 years of cultivation was in no way sufficient to break through the bottleneck. However, he had now found a new way to quickly increase his strength. Chapter 58, Great Qin's Great Empress? Kneel. Taking in disciples. Ren Changhe, this in-name disciple, had comprehended the yin-yang combination divine seal technique of refining the aura of death as life force under his tutelage. The system had then rewarded him with a cultivation boost. Su Xian'er, his maid, had cultivated the cultivation technique he had imparted to her and received pointers from him. After she broke through to the next realm, he had also been rewarded with a cultivation boost. As such, taking in disciples and training them would allow him to reap cultivation boost rewards from the system. Chu Xian was overjoyed. He had finally found a way to increase his strength quickly. However, the requirements for taking in a disciple should not be lowered because of that. If the disciple's talent and luck was average, even if Chu Xian guided the disciple to a breakthrough, the system would probably not reward him with a cultivation boost. The disciple had to be a person with great luck. Although Ren Changhe was not a person with great luck, he was a peak stage heaven realm expert. As such, Chu Xian could be considered to have crossed realms to take him in as a disciple. Wait, no, Ren Changhe was able to meet him, so that in itself proved that the other party had great luck. It was clear that his luck was great. Otherwise, he would not have been trapped in the fallen god cave. How could he have learned the yin-yang combination divine seal from him and escape otherwise? Chu Xian looked at the two lucky mystic realms and felt somewhat depressed. They still had not attracted any people with great luck. Should he activate the lucky secret realms and set them up somewhere else? Chu Xian hesitated. Let's wait a little longer. If no fated ones appear after the 3-year mark arrives, I'll activate them. Chu Xian decided to activate the lucky mystic realms if no fated ones appeared after the 3-year system reward. He now had a lot of treasures, countless cultivation techniques and secret arts. There were at least 10 emperor-level scriptures, heaven-level scriptures, divine arts, and secret arts. He would choose a powerful cultivation technique, along with some heavenly and earthly treasures, medicinal pills, emperor weapons and the like, and place them in the lucky mystic realms. If someone with great luck entered, it would not be a problem for them to rely on the harvest from the lucky mystic realm to break through to the emperor realm, or even the supreme realm. 3 days later, a piece of news shook the Qin kingdom. It also shook the entire southern region in an extremely short amount of time. Qin Qiun ascended the throne and became known as the Great Qin Empress. The Qin kingdom also changed its name to the Great Qin dynasty and was no longer a vassal state of the Great Jian dynasty. In the southern region, the title of dynasty was not something that was taken lightly. An emperor of the Great Jian Empire had been the last emperor of the southern region. They had a deep foundation and a long history. How could the Qin dynasty compare to them? On the day that Qin Qiun became the empress, she personally went to the Great Jian dynasty and requested them to release the Great Qin dynasty's experts. On that same day, everyone found out how powerful the Great Qin Empress was. She single-handedly suppressed 10 of the Great Jian dynasty's experts and defeated the Great Jian dynasty's current emperor, shocking the entire southern region. She even brought the Qin, Zhao, He, and Chu families to the Great Jian dynasty and fought with the evil king of the evil imperial court. They used their powerful strength to heavily injure the evil king. The southern region was shaken. The Great Qin Empress became known as the one closest to the emperor realm in the southern region. In addition, she was only 25 years old. On this day, Chu Tianming's roar echoed from within the Chu family's ancestral residence. Chu Yuan, you be ****, be ****, unfilial grandson. Chu Xian curled his lips. He had expected this scene to happen. Luckily, Chu Yuan was no longer in the Chu family's territory, or else he might have been beaten to death. He could not help but sigh. The fox demon's soul had recovered, and it was so close to the emperor realm. The situation of the 4 families ruling the Qin kingdom was about to come to an end. The Zhao, He, and Chu families' unity realm experts who returned with Qin Qiun all stayed in the Qin kingdom and did not return to their families. Their attitude was self-evident. 3 days later, the Great Qin Empress decree arrived. The head of the Chu family, Chu Tianming, was instructed to enter the capital. Chu County was to be renamed as Great Qin's Southern County, with the Chu family's territory as the center. The surrounding 300 kilometers would be the Chu family's fiefdom. Everything else would be taken back by the Great Qin dynasty. It was the same for the Zhao and He families. The higher UPS of the three families met. No one was willing to give up the territory that had been under their control for thousands of years to the Qin royal family. However, resistance was useless. Qin Heiyun straightforwardly admitted that there was no room for negotiation. They would either become subordinates of the Great Qin dynasty or be expelled from the Qin kingdom. Moreover, this was because of the good relationship between their families over the generations. Otherwise, the end result would not be as simple as expulsion. Great Qin's empress is so domineering and awe-inspiring. Su Xian'er looked at the report with admiration. Chu Xian glanced at her and said, "Why? Do you also want to be a great empress?" "No, I just want to stay by Sir's side." Su Xian'er smiled charmingly. "You have to remember that any great empress or whatnot is just an empty title. Strength is the most important thing. As long as you are strong enough, what use is a great empress? Won't you just suppress her with a single hand?" "Sir is right." Su Xian'er agreed. Her greatest wish was to become strong enough to return to the central region and suppress the Su family with one hand. She would ruthlessly slap the faces of those people and kill all those who had once coveted her beauty. "I have to say, this girl, or rather this old witch, is still very domineering." Chu Xian looked at the information regarding Qin Qiun and clicked his tongue as he sighed. Chu Xian did not care about the choice of the Chu family. He did not care much about whether Chu County would be lost or not. In fact, he did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Chu family. He only cared about Chu Yun. As for Chu Yuan, he was not too bad. Although that guy nagged a little, he had been doing it for Chu Xian's own good. Suddenly, Chu Xian's expression became strange. Soon, a figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. A golden robe, a phoenix crown, and a beautiful face. Qin Qiun. Great Qin's great empress, Qin Qiun, what are you doing here? Chu Xian looked surprised. Su Xian'er widened her eyes. The Great Qin's great empress had sneaked over here? Qin Heiyun glanced at Su Xian'er and frowned. She looked at Chu Xian, who was lazily lying on the deck chair, and narrowed her eyes. "I am the Great Qin's great empress, and I want to marry you." Su Xian'er looked shocked. Marry Chu Xian? What was she thinking? Chu Xian was stunned. "Marry me?" "Yes." Qin Qiun nodded and said, "I am the empress. How can there be no one in my harem? You want 3 palaces and 6 courtyards." Chu Xian had a strange look on his face. As expected of the reincarnation of the fox demon. She was too daring. "No." Qin Qiun shook her head and said, "There are too few good-looking men around. I don't know where your third brother went, so you are the only one available at the moment. It's a good deal for you." Chu Xian saw the obedient look on her face and the muscles on his face twitched. He touched his face and sighed, "I won't deny it. I'm good-looking, but I don't want to get married. Why should I marry you? You can't refuse." Qin Qiun narrowed her eyes and said, "If you agree, I can make an exception and give the Chu family a bigger fiefdom. If you don't agree, I will still take you back now." "Ha!" Chu Xian chuckled as a 7-colored divine light bloomed from his body. A majestic voice resounded. "Great Qin's great empress? Who gave you the courage to act so impudently in front of me?" Qin Qiun's expression changed drastically as a look of shock appeared on her face. Her aura erupted as she revealed her strength that was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. At the same time, she activated her false domain and a white fox phantom appeared behind her, attempting to suppress Chu Xian. "Kneel." Chu Xian spat out softly. "The truth mantra." Plop. Qin Qiun knelt down. The false domain disappeared together with the white fox phantom. She had an inexplicable look of shock on her face. He had suppressed her with a single word. What kind of strength was that? Chapter 59, In this life, is she a human or a demon? Qin Qiun knelt on the ground, her beautiful face pale. Her delicate and pitiful appearance no longer had a trace of her previous might as an empress. Chu Xian sat on the chair and looked down at her. Light swirled in his eyes. Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique. Back then, his strength was insufficient, so he was unable to fully derive Qin Qiun's origin. However, he was already at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Qin Qiun, the reincarnation of an Emperor demon, the soul of a fox demon, was once the great Qin Emperor's white fox demon pet. Her cultivation was at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. When she died, her soul escaped, and she was reborn into the Qin royal family's lineage through Qin Pingxia. At this moment, Chu Xian understood Qin Qiun's origins clearly. He did not expect that Qin Qiun had actually been the great Qin Emperor's demon pet. In her previous life, her cultivation was at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. The Emperor had been a supreme realm expert. An emperor amongst emperors. From Qin Qiun's previous life, her master, the great Qin Emperor, who was also the ancestor of the Qin family, was a famous expert in ancient times. However, Chu Xian had never heard of such an ancient expert. He had read countless historical records about the southern region and all sorts of miscellaneous records, but there was no record of the great Qin Emperor. He continued to use the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique, after which he was able to find out the origins of Qin Qiun's death. What surprised Chu Xian was that Qin Qiun had unexpectedly died at the start of the Battle of the Azura ancient land. Her soul had escaped, and she had hidden in the Qin family's ancestral land to sleep before being reborn in Qin Pingxia's stomach. From this, it could be seen that the great Qin Emperor had probably died before the start of the Battle of the Azura ancient land as well. Before that battle, the southern region was probably home to an incredibly powerful great Qin dynasty. Perhaps the great Qin Emperor's strength had even exceeded the supreme realm. Qin Qiun trembled. She did not know why, but she felt as if Chu Xian had seen through her from the inside out. It was as if every strand of hair had been captured by Chu Xian's eyes. Qin Qiun regretted coming here to capture Chu Xian. Why did she not restrain herself? However, he was simply too good-looking. Who knew that he was actually an old monster? That's right. Qin Qiun now believed that Chu Xian was an old monster that had been reincarnated, and she suspected that it was the ancestor of the Chu family that had been resurrected. In this life, are you a human or a demon? Chu Xian's dignified voice sounded. Qin Qiun's body trembled, and she began to believe her own speculations. He actually knew about her previous life? I'm a human. Qin Qiun said in a low voice, I'm not a demon in this life. I'm just a human. Chu Xian retracted his aura and said calmly, since you're a human, then get up. I don't dare. Qin Qiun pays her respects to Sir Chu Zun. Qin Qiun continued to kneel on the ground. Chu Zun. Chu Xian laughed lightly and said, I'm not an old monster, and I'm not the ancestor of the Chu family. Qin Qiun was stunned. Not an old monster? Not the ancestor of the Chu family? How was that possible? Was he really just a young man? Why was he so strong? Get up, you're the great Qin's empress after all. Qin Qiun stood up and lowered her head, looking very obedient. It was just like the first time Chu Xian had seen her. She no longer had the majesty of the great Qin's empress. Great Qin's empress, what do you want to do now? Chu Xian pointed at the teapot, and Su Xianer immediately prepared some tea. Sit. A chair suddenly appeared in front of the tea table. Qin Qiun hesitated. This chair was formed from his spiritual power. Would there be a problem if she sat on it? Thinking about it, with his strength and methods, why would he need to do such a thing? She gently sat down on the chair. Su Xianer curled her lips. You're lucky. Let me pour you some tea. After making the tea, she poured 3 cups. She knew that the tea Chu Xian drank was not simple. It could make one's spirit clear and nourish one's spirit. If one condensed one's spirit, this tea would nourish one's spirit. It was a rare treasure, even in the central region. Chu Xian drank the tea and said, "Drink it. This is good tea. It's good for you." Qin Qian's fox demon soul had been in a state of deep slumber until now. It was actually already very weak. Many of her memories from her previous life had become blurry due to the long period of slumber. This tea could cleanse her soul and help it recover. Qin Qian took a small sip. She only felt a sweet fragrance lingering around before a comfortable sensation enveloped her soul. Some vague and hazy memories suddenly became clearer. Her eyes lit up as she realized that this tea was not simple. She finished the tea in one gulp and slightly furrowed her eyebrows as she savored it. After Qin Qian finished savoring it, Chu Xian asked, "What happened to the Azura ancient land?" The southern region became barren, the ley lines collapsed, and the laws of heaven and earth were damaged. This was all caused by the war with the demons back then. Chu Xian had very limited knowledge about this war. He could not find any more records about this war from the Black Moon Tower. Now that Qin Qian was here, he naturally had to take this opportunity to find out more about this war with the demons. The Azura ancient land was the battlefield in which this war had taken place. The reason he gave Qin Qian such a precious cup of tea was to help her recall the memories of her past life, especially the details about the war. Qin Qian remained silent for a while before recalling the memories of her past life and saying, "Actually, I'm not too sure either." Afraid that Chu Xian would misunderstand her and believe that she was hiding information from him, she hurriedly added, "I'm just a demon pet, so I don't really know that much. Tell me what you know." Chu Xian leaned back in his chair and resumed his lazy demeanor. "I vaguely remember that before the war with the demons, Qin Zun was very angry and said, 'Rebellion, human rebellion. Must be killed.' Later on, Qin Zun left with an expert to do something. In Qin Qian's previous life, she had been a little white fox, a demon pet that the great Qin Emperor had loved very much, and she had often followed him around by his side. However, that time, Qin Qian had been left in the Qin family's ancestral land, and he had prepared some backup plans for Qin Qian, as well as the method to open the altar in the Qin family's ancestral land. As the demons invaded, the human experts resisted, but the great Qin Emperor did not appear. Before the war with the demons, the great Qin Emperor and the other experts had already fallen. The life tablets that had been left in the great Qin dynasty had already been shattered. Before the demons invaded, the great Qin Empire had already been thrown into turmoil, and the new great Qin Emperor was unable to stabilize the situation. As the demons invaded, the great Qin Empire was soon destroyed. The descendants of the great Qin Emperor were almost all killed, but Qin Qian protected some of the Qin family's descendants and hid them in the ancestral land. She also died fighting against a demon expert. Luckily, the great Qin Emperor prepared a backup plan for her, allowing her to escape and hide in the Qin family's ancestral land to sleep. Back then, the demon invasion had happened too suddenly, which caught the humans off guard. It seems that some humans rebelled and lured the demons here. Qin Qian continued, the great Qin Emperor probably died trying to stop the humans from rebelling and luring the demons here. What was the strength of the Qin kingdom back then? Chu Xian felt that it was not strange for history to have been lost after the war between the demons. There was only one country in the southern region, which was the great Qin dynasty. Qin Qian said proudly. Chu Xian was quite surprised. The ancient Great Qin dynasty had unified the southern region? Such a powerful empire had completely disappeared from the historical records. It was likely that it had been erased by someone. The person who had erased this part of the Great Qin dynasty's history was definitely one of the top factions in the southern region. The first suspect that Chu Xian thought of was the Great Jian dynasty, which had existed for a long time. Chapter 60, The southern region's waters are indeed quite deep. So, you want to restore the great Qin dynasty's past glory. This was the first time Chu Xian felt that Qin Qian's ambition was quite great. She actually had the intention of unifying the southern region. However, with her strength, how could she accomplish it? Even if she recovered her past life's strength, she probably would not be able to do it. Some people probably did not want to see the great Qin dynasty rise up once again and unify the southern region. No, no. I'm weak, so how can I unify the southern region? Qin Qian said guiltily. What was Qin Zun's level of strength? Chu Xian felt that if the other party managed to unify the southern region, he probably would not have been able to accomplish such a feat if he had not reached the heaven realm, right? I'm not sure, Qin Qian shook her head and said. She was afraid that Chu Xian would not believe her, so she hurriedly added, I'm just a pet, so how would I know Master's strength? He had asked all the questions that she should have. Qin Qian was a human being and not a demon, so there was no need to kill her. Chu Xian waved his hand and said, you can go now. Do what you need to do. Just don't disturb me. Also, don't tell anyone about me. Yes, yes. Qin Qian stood up in a hurry. She twisted her skirt with both hands and asked in a low voice, can I still come here to take a look? The corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched as he recalled Qin Qian's preference for good-looking men. Was she asking coming here to see him? Go away. Chu Xian waved his hand. Qin Qian narrowed her eyes. Since Chu Xian did not reply, she took his silence as a tacit agreement. Yes, I'll take my leave now. Qin Qian respectfully bowed before leaving the courtyard. Chu Xian drank a cup of tea and narrowed his eyes. Since the great Qin emperor had a backup plan, perhaps he was not completely dead and was simply waiting for an opportunity to return. Chu Xian did not believe that an expert who could unify the southern region and establish a dynasty would die so easily. Unless of course the enemy he faced was far beyond his imagination. Qin Qian had reincarnated into the Qin family, so she was probably one of those backup plans. Chu Xian picked up his communication talisman and contacted Bao Hongjian. Search for information on the ancient Great Qin Emperor of the southern region. Yes, my lord, Bao Hongjian said respectfully. Out of the 3 gold-level tower lords, Chu Xian had decided to focus on nurturing Bao Hongjian and helping her become a 1-star tower lord. The other 2 tower lords were less talented than Bao Hongjian. More importantly, those 2 were rough men, and were nowhere close to being as good-looking as Bao Hongjian. 3 days later, Bao Hongjian sent him some information about the great Qin Emperor. Even with her status as a gold-level tower lord, she could not gather much information. There was no introduction about the great Qin Emperor's strength. There were only a few simple lines describing the great Qin Emperor. He was the only emperor in all of the southern region's history to unify the southern region and suppress all of the sects and factions. Even though it was only a few lines, one could tell how powerful the great Qin Emperor was from that description. In the entire history of the southern region, there had only been one person who unified the southern region, suppressed all of the sects and factions, and established the great Qin dynasty. There was no need to doubt his strength. Chu Xian suspected that the ancient battle with the demons was probably a conspiracy to destroy the great Qin dynasty. Qin Qian had said that the humans had rebelled and lured the demons into invading, which caught the human experts unprepared. This was most likely the case. As for whether the human experts were truly unprepared, that was still a matter that was up for debate. At the very least, some people had planned this, which meant that those people were not truly unprepared. Only those who had not betrayed the human race were truly unprepared. Even though the great Qin Emperor was called an emperor, his strength far surpassed that of an emperor. Without the strength of a heaven realm cultivator, how could he unify the southern region? Regardless of whether the great Qin Emperor was dead or not, as long as the latter did not disturb him, Chu Xian did not care about his plans. Even if the man wanted to unify the southern region again, he did not care. With the opening of the Azura ancient land, the plans of various factions would gradually surface. From the looks of it, the waters in the southern region indeed ran a little deep. Chu Xian did not panic. The Azura ancient land had not opened yet and, by the time it did, his strength would be at least at the heaven realm. Originally, the Zhao, He, and Chu families were to become subordinates of the Qin kingdom and hand over their territories to accept the Qin royal family's dominion. Unexpectedly, Qin Qian suddenly changed her mind. The Zhao and He families handed over their territories and accepted their new fiefs. However, the great Qin dynasty did not take back Chu County, and did not call the Chu family their subjects. They even let the Unity Realm experts that they had brought back from the great Jian dynasty return to Chu County. Qin Qian's sudden change stunned the Chu family. The Zhao and He families were stunned. Why did she treat the Chu family so well? No, it didn't seem like she was treating the Chu family well. Instead, she was excluding the Chu family from the core of the state of Qin. To outsiders, Qin Qian's actions seemed to imply that she was dissatisfied with the Chu family. She had excluded the Chu family from the core of the Qin kingdom, and she did not even acknowledge that the Chu family belonged to the great Qin dynasty. However, for the sake of their family's generations of friendship, she left Chu County to the Chu family. Whether this was good or bad for the Chu family, that remained to be seen. It was probably a good thing that they did not have to hand over the territory that they had governed for thousands of years and did not have to bow down to the Qin royal family. However, everyone could see Qin Qian's ambition, so the fact that the Chu family had been unable to integrate into the core of the Qin kingdom and had been pushed aside by the Qin family meant that they could only hide in Chu County and would not be able to develop further. In fact, the four great families that were originally very close to each other would gradually keep their distance from the Chu family and gradually become estranged. Was it due to the matter of Chu Yuan cancelling the marriage contract, which caused Qin Qian to become dissatisfied? In the ancestral residence, Chu Tianming's roar could be heard again. The Chu family was now in a very awkward situation. Although Qin Qian did not show intention of ostracizing the Chu family was unable to participate in the affairs of the great Qin dynasty, so, over time, they would naturally be ostracized. The heart of an emperor was difficult to fathom. This was even truer for an empress. It was not easy to figure out a woman's thoughts. "Find and bring that bastard Chu Yuan back to me!" Chu Tianming roared. He had to bring Chu Yuan back and ask him to apologize to Qin Qian. The Chu family was currently in an extremely awkward situation. They had lost their alliance with the other three families. Once they encountered a strong enemy, they had nowhere to seek help from. In the past, when they encountered a strong enemy, they could still ask the great Jian Empire for help. Now, the great Qin dynasty had fallen out with the great Jian dynasty. The Chu family had once been one of the three great aristocratic families of the Qin kingdom. They had been on the same side as the Qin royal family. In their current predicament, they could not seek help from the Qin royal family. The great Jian dynasty would not come to their aid either. It could be said that the Chu family was currently isolated by the rest of the southern region. There were only 5 Unity Realm warriors who had returned from the great Jian dynasty. The strongest one was only at the 6th level of the Unity Realm. There were not even any Truth Realm experts. The seniors who had broken through to the Unity Realm and went to the great Jian dynasty had all died and had been treated as cannon fodder. It was already a good result that 5 of them had returned alive. Even if they included the family elders who had secretly broken through a while ago, the Chu family was still very weak. Apart from the Unity Realm elders who were in charge of the ancestral residence, the Unity Realm elders who had just broken through had all gone to various other places in Chu County. Without the help of the Unity Realm elders, Chu County's situation felt very precarious. Chu Tianming's expression was very ugly. He had to break through to the Unity Realm as soon as possible. The Chu family commissioned the Black Moon Tower to capture Chu Yuan. Chapter 61, The Rise of the Great Qin Dynasty. Bring Chu Yuan back? Chu Xian could not help but shake his head. If Chu Yuan really came back, it was unlikely that things would end well for him. It would be strange if Chu Tianming did not curse him to death instead. Qin Qiun naturally did not dare to make things difficult for him, but the Chu family's situation was naturally quite awkward because of this. He sent an order to Wan Chong and instructed him to reject this commission. You won't accept it? Chu Tianming was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where the Black Moon Tower did not accept a commission. Why not? It shouldn't be too difficult for you to capture someone. Your Black Moon Tower won't even accept such a simple mission. Wan Chong said indifferently, Brother Chu, we can accept it. It's just that your Chu family can't afford it. I'm doing this for your own good. My Chu family can't afford it. Chu Tianming laughed angrily, it's just a request to capture a person, and the target is a direct descendant of my Chu family. No matter how strong he may have become, there's no way he's surpassed the Void Realm. Why can't my Chu family afford it? The first thing that came to mind was that the Chu family was being ostracized, and that even the Black Moon Tower did not value the Chu family and treated them lightly. Chu Yuan's talent was indeed outstanding, but how long had it been? At best, he had broken through to the Void Realm. How could the Chu family not be able to afford to commission a simple request like this? Wan Chong sighed and said, if you insist on going forward with it, we can accept it. The price is an Emperor-level weapon. What? Emperor-level weapon? Chu Tianming's eyes widened. Was it because the Black Moon Tower was too black-hearted, or was it because Wan Chong himself was too black-hearted? In the entire southern region, there were only a few forces that might have Emperor-level weapons, but the Chu family was definitely not one of them. On the other hand, the head of the Qin family, Qin Qiun, controlled an Emperor-level weapon. He did not know where it came from. Perhaps it was the inheritance of the Qin family. However, that still did not alter the fact that the Chu family did not have one. Even if the Chu family had an emperor weapon, they would never take it out and use it to pay the Black Moon Tower to capture someone. See, I already said that your Chu family couldn't afford it. Wan Chong sighed. Looking at Chu Tianming, whose face was alternating between green and white and was about to explode in anger, he said, Brother Chu, it's not that I want to embarrass you. It's just that the place where your grandson is right now is a little special. How special? Chu Tianming did not believe that there was anything that special which would require an emperor weapon to capture someone. There is no key to this ancient mystic realm. No one can enter unless they are at the peak of the truth realm and are protected by an emperor-level weapon, Wan Chong said calmly. If we're asked to capture someone in such a special place, wouldn't the price of an emperor-level weapon be appropriate? Forget it. Chu Tianming sighed, and his face was dejected. It seemed that ever since his third son, Chu Kaioluo, broke off his marriage engagement and went missing, the Chu family's situation had been getting worse and worse. Is there any news about Kaioluo? Wan Chong shook his head. The Black Moon Tower also has no news about third young master. Chu Tianming became momentarily silent, after which he sighed and left. Wan Chong did not lie to Chu Tianming. Chu Yuan was indeed hiding in an ancient mystic realm. Chu Xian looked at the report and frowned. Was Chu Yuan hiding from other enemies, or was he hiding from the Chu family and Qin Qiun? Since Chu Yuan was hiding and was in no danger of being caught, Chu Xian could not be bothered to pay attention to him. On the other hand, Chu Yun had already traveled to the territory of the Nine Swords Mountain. The Nine Swords Mountain was a huge faction in the southern region which was no weaker than the Great Jian dynasty. It was one of the three sects of the southern region. The two empires referred to the Great Jian dynasty and the Evil Imperial Court. In fact, the Evil Imperial Court was different from a normal empire, though it was still considered one. It was an empire of heretic cultivators. The three sects were the Nine Swords Mountain, the number one sect in the southern region, the Heavenly Cauldron Mountain and the Floating Flower Pavilion. The 3 sects and 2 empires represented the top forces in the southern region. Chu Xian was not worried about Chu Yun's safety. She was being secretly protected by a Truth Realm expert, as well as a wisp of his own emperor-level power. After refining pills, Chu Yun's cultivation speed became extremely fast. She was already at the 3rd level of the spirit realm. She could already refine the Void Unity pill. Her talent in refining pills was unexpectedly outstanding. Sir, Qin Qian has annexed the Great Zhou Kingdom. Su Xianer sorted out the information sent over by the Black Moon Tower and picked out the ones that Chu Xian would be interested in. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. Qin Qian's actions were very quick and decisive. She had already annexed the Great Zhou Kingdom. Next would be the Purple Moon Kingdom. The forces in the southern region were about to undergo a major reshuffling. In the end, the situation might change to one where there were 3 empires and 3 sects in the future. The other weak sects and forces were not worth mentioning. The Qin royal family's foundation was too weak, and there were too few experts. Up until now, apart from Qin Qian, there wasn't even a single Truth Realm expert. The strongest expert that returned from the Great Jian dynasty was only at the 9th level of the Unity realm. Perhaps this was due to the Great Jian dynasty deliberately suppressing their subordinate kingdoms, to the point that there were no Truth Realm experts. If the Great Qin dynasty relied on just Qin Qian alone, she might not be able to defend such a huge territory. Perhaps Qin Qian would try to rope in some Truth Realm experts. Over the course of the next month, other than the Chu family being in an increasingly awkward situation and feeling gloomy about it, the Great Qin dynasty was expanding rapidly. The Purple Moon Kingdom had surrendered. The Great Yan Kingdom had surrendered. In addition, during this month, 3 Truth Realm experts had appeared in the Qin royal family. Just yesterday, a Truth Realm expert had appeared in the He family as well as another in the Zhao family. It was not possible for them to raise their cultivations to the Truth Realm so quickly. It was not something that could be achieved by simply cultivating arduously. They had to have used some other method. For example, instilling. They would instill the enlightenment and power of the Truth Realm directly, and raise their cultivation to the Truth Realm, after which they would slowly allow them to consolidate their foundations. Although cultivators who had their strength raised this way would be slightly weaker, they would still be bona fide Truth Realm cultivators. It would not be a problem for them to crush those in the Unity realm. Chu Tianming's roar could be heard from the ancestral mansion every now and then. Chu Xian was worried that this cheap grandpa would be so angry that his blood vessels would explode and cause him to die. Chu Xian was not surprised to see the Qin family cultivate a Truth Realm expert so quickly. After all, for 9th level Unity Realm cultivators, as long as they had enough pills to break through the bottleneck, they would be able to do so within a short period of time. Since Qin Qian had appeared, the Qin family's foundation would naturally be fully unearthed and utilized. However, Chu Xian was surprised to find that the He and Zhao families also had Truth Realm experts. In ancient times, the ancestors of the Chu, Zhao, and He families were the trusted aides of the Great Qin Emperor, and they were all quite powerful. Perhaps all 3 families had some of their resources passed down? Had Qin Qian helped the Zhao and He families unearth their resources? The strength of the 3 great families had almost been equal not too long ago, but now the Chu family was being left behind. The expressions of everyone in the Chu family were ugly. Chu Tianming's face was dark all day long. Many people were blaming Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's father, Chu Kaiyufeng, had already gone to hide somewhere in Chu County. He did not dare to stay in the ancestral residence. Chu Tianming had already beaten him up a few times, so Chu Kaiyufeng had become afraid. He felt wronged in his heart. His son had followed his 3rd brother since he was young, and all of his abilities had been taught to his son by his 3rd brother. How could Chu Tianming blame him for this? He had no idea that his son would learn from his 3rd brother and ruin his marriage engagement. The Great Qin dynasty had annexed many countries, and the Great Jian dynasty had taken action as well, asking all of the countries to submit. Soon, only an ungoverned region was left behind, which became the buffer zone between the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Jian dynasty. All of the other countries were annexed. The southern region's factions had been reshuffled. The Great Qin dynasty had risen too quickly and lacked resources. After annexing such a large territory, it would be impossible for Qin Qun to defend it all by herself. Whether it was the Great Jian dynasty or the evil imperial court, they all made some moves. The heretic cultivators at the borders of the Great Qin dynasty became more and more active. Chapter 62, Situation. The territories that the Great Qin dynasty annexed intersected with the borders of the other major forces, resulting in unrest and conflict. Heretic cultivators and itinerant cultivators frequently caused trouble in those areas. Many of the experts that the Great Qin dynasty had sent to guard the borders were killed. The Chu family secretly rejoiced that Chu County was currently within the core of the Great Qin dynasty and not near the border. If not, it would be dangerous. However, seeing the Zhao and He families rise up together with the Qin royal family made the Chu family feel even aggrieved. The Chu family had been willing to send experts to guard the border, but Qin Qun had declined their offer. There was no way she would dare to allow the Chu family to take such risks. The Great Qin Empress seemed quite angry with them. This was a slap on the face to the Chu family. The turmoil at the border did not last long. Soon enough, a Truth Realm expert appeared to guard the border of the Great Qin dynasty, killing off many troublemakers. Nine Swords Mountain had actually stepped in to help. The expressions of those in charge of the Great Jian dynasty and the evil imperial court turned ugly. The Great Qin dynasty had risen too quickly. Qin Qun, the empress, was even more powerful than their most powerful experts. She had almost reached the emperor realm. Were it not for the Great Jian dynasty and the evil imperial court's deep foundations, their territories would have been swallowed up by her as well. How did she get the support of Nine Swords Mountain? Or was she cooperating with Nine Swords Mountain? Chu Xian looked at the information in front of him. It was within his expectations that Nine Swords Mountain would make a move. After all, Qin Qun's father, the one who married into the Qin royal family, was the great elder of Nine Swords Mountain. Hong Fei. He was a top-notch genius of Nine Swords Mountain 100 years ago. His current strength had already reached the peak of the Truth Realm. When he married into the Qin royal family, he had already been a Truth Realm expert. Interesting. Hong Fei was old enough to be Qin Pingxia's father, but he had actually married into the Qin royal family. What was even more surprising was that no one in the Qin family knew that Qin Pingxia's husband was actually the great elder of Nine Swords Mountain. Since Qin Qun had been born from their union, it was not hard to figure out that Hong Fei's marriage had been actually arranged by Qin Qun. Qin Qun's fox demon soul had been sleeping in the Qin family's ancestral land this entire time. It was likely that Qin Pingxia had received instructions from Qin Qun while cultivating in the Qin family's ancestral land. Was Nine Swords Mountain the Great Qin Emperor's trump card? Or was it just a faction that supported the Great Qin Emperor? Nine Swords Mountain had been in existence for a very long time, even longer than the Great Jian dynasty. Its existence even predated the war with the demons. Things are getting more and more interesting. Chu Xian examined the information and sighed. The southern region's waters truly ran deep. He decided that once his strength increased, he would have Du Yuan come to the southern region to stir things up. After Ren Changhe escaped, he would also ask this in-name disciple of his to come to the southern region as well. The latter was already at the peak of the heaven realm and was cultivating the yin-yang combination divine seal. Once he mastered it and comprehended the cycle of life and death, his strength would definitely increase by a step. No matter what chess game was being set up in the southern region, he would destroy it. He would destroy it without leaving seclusion too. This kind of feeling made him feel too cool. If he could flip the board on such an intricate scheme, the system's reward was likely to be generous. Thinking this, Chu Xian's heart was filled with joy. He would let them proceed with their plans and schemes. When the right opportunity presented itself, he would flip the board. His divine soul entered the space underneath the Chu family's ancestral residence. The last time, when he broke through to the Emperor realm, Chu Xian had not examined this place carefully. The Zhao and He family's strength had suddenly soared. It was obvious that they had activated some kind of inheritance. Since the Zhao and He families possessed such an inheritance, how could the Chu family be lacking something similar? The power of his divine soul entered the space, after which he saw balls of power floating in the space, as well as the treasured artifacts stored inside. There was an emperor-level weapon inside. Was this the inheritance left behind by the ancestors of the Chu family? The floating balls of power could be instilled into cultivators above the third level of the Unity realm. Within a very short period of time, they would gain enlightenment and step into the truth realm. As expected, the reason why the Zhao and He families had so many truth realm experts so quickly was because of their own ancestors' inheritances. According to the records, the Chu family's ancestral land was an ancient site. The Chu family had only risen up because they had excavated the ancient site. It was likely that someone had guided the Chu family's ancestors to this ancient site. Chu Xian hesitated for a moment. He did not choose to reveal the Chu family's inheritance. After Chu Yun returned, he would let her do the honors. He withdrew his divine soul power and ignored the inheritance. In the outside world, thanks to the intervention of the Great Elder of Nine Swords Mountain, the situation had become complicated again. After a short period of peace, another storm started brewing. The heretic cults started to take action again. Even if the Great Qin dynasty sent out a large number of experts, they were still unable to destroy the heretic cults. However, as the Great Qin dynasty continued to make use of its inheritance, they gained more and more experts. The overall situation gradually stabilized. Things were back to square one again. Whenever the heretic cults started to cause trouble, the various factions under the Great Qin dynasty would move to suppress them. Apart from the heretic cults, which were supported by the evil imperial court, the Great Qin dynasty also intervened by supporting some rebel factions, which constantly plagued and threatened the Great Qin dynasty. The Great Qin dynasty had risen up too quickly, so they could only temporarily stabilize the situation. These factions were not easy to remove or destroy. Inside the Great Qin dynasty's imperial palace. Are you really not going to accept the Chu family? Qin Pingshan asked with a complicated tone. Back then, when Chu Kaioluo broke off the engagement, he had seen his sister Qin Pingxia's sad and angry expression. At that time, he had been so angry that he wanted to lock Chu Kaioluo up in jail. A generation later, Qin Qiun also had her marriage engagement with Chu Yuan broken off, which stirred up his memories from the past, enraging him. However, he was now ecstatic that the Chu family had broken off the marriage engagement with Qin Qiun. If Qin Qiun had married into the Chu family, would she still be considered a member of the Qin family? After all, they were old friends with the Chu family. The four families had always been supporting each other for generations, so it was impossible for them to not have any feelings for each other. Moreover, due to their marriage alliances, they were all related to each other. There's no need to pull the Chu family in. It's fine as long as we remain friends. Chu County belongs to the Chu family's territory. Treat it as an ancient family in the Great Qin dynasty. Qin Qiun said calmly, don't disturb the Chu family. Qin Pingshan sighed in his heart. He did not know what Qin Qiun's intentions were. If she wanted to exclude the Chu family, she might as well expel them. However, she had to maintain a family friend and not make the Chu family submit. It seemed like she was treating the Chu family well, but, in reality, she was distancing herself from the Chu family. He could not understand her actions. Was she still thinking about Chu Yuan? Was that why she was so distant? Qin Qiun had already made her decision anyway. He could not change anything. Although Qin Qiun was young, her strength was profound. She looked like an obedient girl, but hidden beneath that facade was a ruthless and merciless character. If he dared to disobey her, the outcome would not be pretty. There were already 2 elders of the Qin family who had been imprisoned by her. An elder of the He family who took advantage of his seniority had even been killed. No one dared to question the empress's decisions or disobey her orders. The entirety of the great Qin dynasty rested in her hands. Her empress token was more intimidating than the emperor token of the great Jian dynasty, which resulted in her orders being carried out promptly and efficiently. The only person who could influence Qin Qian's decision was her mother, Qin Pingxia. Qin Pingxia had always doted on her daughter, and had never questioned her decisions, supporting her unconditionally. The Chu family could only do so much. Based on the current situation of the Chu family, it was likely that they would end up as a small family. Without unlocking their foundation and inheritance, there was no way they could develop quickly. As the other families strode ahead, in the end, the Chu family would be left behind. Qin Qian's gaze was calm. In her mind, the small courtyard and the beautiful, powerful, and mysterious man inside it appeared. The waters in the southern region truly ran deep. Chapter 63, The Savior of All Trash. The situation inside the Chu family's territory was somewhat awkward. For the time being, the Qin, Zhao, and He families did not show any signs of becoming estranged from the Chu family. However, the other 3 families were already one step ahead of the Chu family. Naturally, they were too embarrassed to compare themselves to the other 3 families now. They could only continue to coop themselves inside Chu County and slowly develop. Occasionally, Chu Xian would hear Chu Tianming roar. Chu Xian could not be bothered with the matters of the Chu family. He did not need to rely on the Chu family anyway. Things would be fine as long as they did not come to disturb him. After experiencing a series of events, the people of the Chu family seemed to have completely forgotten about the existence of a useless direct descendant like him. The Zhao and He families, under the leadership of the Qin family, had all gone ahead of them and left them in the dust. This kind of disparity naturally felt very uncomfortable. The direct descendants of the Chu family were all pent up inside and wanted nothing more than to catch up with their peers. After all, the 4 families originally had similar levels of strength, with the Qin family being only slightly stronger. In the end, the Chu family was left staring at the backs of the other 3 families. It would be strange if they felt good about it. It was just like 4 good brothers. The other 3 had all made a fortune, but one was still poor. This was especially so for one of the brothers, who had led the other 2 brothers to make a fortune, but had abandoned the last brother. It was impossible for that last brother to not feel any resentment. The situation in the Great Qin dynasty gradually stabilized. Qin Qian, the Great Qin Empress, had suppressed their entire territory, and had managed to keep their southern region counterparts in check. Most of the countries that were annexed had surrendered, and their leaders were now important officials of the Great Qin dynasty. No one dared to go against Qin Qian's imperial decrees. After a few instances of her severely punishing, and even killing, experts who acted behind their backs, everyone knew that this young empress was vicious and merciless. Chu Xian continued to stay in his small courtyard. Occasionally, he would seek out Du Yuan to chat as well as give Ren Chenghe some pointers on the yin-yang combination divine seal. The myriad heavenly mirror would occasionally connect to other domains, allowing him to meet some cultivators. For example, Chu Xian would occasionally toss some benefits to a group of disciples from a certain sect who were cultivating. Every day at noon, Su Xianer would brief him with the information she received from the Black Moon Tower. As such, although he did not leave seclusion, Chu Xian had a clear grasp of the overall situation in the southern region. During this period, the sky-shaking golden rock had broken through to the Emperor realm, while the heavenly spirit cat was on the verge of breaking through. Su Xianer cultivated very diligently. Other than cleaning the courtyard at fixed intervals, organizing the information from the Black Moon Tower and briefing Chu Xian, she spent the rest of her time cultivating inside the universe space. After being forced to flee the central region, Su Xianer was filled with thoughts of revenge and anger. She deeply desired to go back and suppress the Su family once she became stronger. She wanted to kill all those who had looked down on her, despised her, and coveted her body. In her heart, she was somewhat envious of Qin Qian. Even though the great Qin Empress had to acquiesce to Chu Xian and obey his instructions, she was still an imposing figure to the outside world. The 3-year mark was almost up. Chu Xian felt quite depressed. No one with great luck had appeared during this period. Could it be that there were so few people with great luck in this world? One evening, as Chu Xian was drinking tea, he was startled and his expression suddenly changed. Outside the Chu family's territory, he sensed a 16 or 17-year-old youth with a self-deprecating look on his face. The youth was holding a jar of wine in one hand and drinking as he walked toward the small courtyard. Trash. Right, I'm trash. I'm trash. The kind that can't even stand the smoke of a fire. The youth had a dispirited look on his face. He was clearly drunk as he muttered to himself and stumbled unsteadily forward. His clothes were dirty and tattered, and there was a sword hanging from his waist. He looked down and out. Right, I'm trash. I'm not worthy of you, the favored daughter of the heavens. I thought too highly of myself. I'm trash, a big piece of trash. The corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched. *CK. Could it be that every person with great luck was a piece of trash in the early stages of their life? The young man's cultivation base was only at the first level of the profound realm. For him to be able to barge into the Chu family's territory and not be noticed by anyone on the way here was simply unbelievable. His luck was truly awesome. The door to the courtyard was pushed open. Ding Yu staggered in and leaned against the wall, gulping down a few mouthfuls of wine. Su Xianer woke up from her cultivation and stepped out of the universe space. She frowned and looked at Ding Yu. Where did this kid come from? Just as she was about to chase him away, Chu Xian waved his hand and asked her to stand aside. Ding Yu shook the wine jar. There was no more wine. He looked at Chu Xian who was seated there, and then saw the pretty and delicate Su Xianer, who dressed up as a servant. He was stunned. He staggered over. Big brother, do you have any wine here? Sell me some. He searched his body, but did not find any money, so he took off the long sword and placed it on the table. I'll use this sword to pay for the wine. I won't need it in the future anyway. Su Xianer frowned and said, Sir, this drunkard. It's all right. Go and cultivate, Chu Xian waved his hand and said. Su Xianer looked at Ding Yu in puzzlement. Sir had not expelled him. Was this guy very talented? Did Sir want to take him in? Curious, she stood to the side and watched instead of returning to the universe space to cultivate. This sword of yours is a mystic weapon. Wouldn't it be a loss to exchange it for wine? Chu Xian asked with a smile. Big brother, I'm a good-for-nothing piece of trash. A good sword is wasted on me. Ding Yu sat on the ground dejectedly. Do you know what it means to be a piece of trash? I'm a piece of trash. What use is a sword to me? I can definitely tell that you're a piece of trash, Chu Xian nodded and said, your whole body exudes the aura of a piece of trash. If you tell someone that you're not a good-for-nothing piece of trash, that person would not believe you. Ding Yu cried. Any random passerby could tell that he was a good-for-nothing piece of trash. He had been justifiably expelled, after all. Not only are you a piece of trash, you were also dumped by a woman, right? How did you know? Ding Yu said in shock. Not only do I know that you were dumped by a woman, I also know that the woman that dumped you was also your childhood sweetheart. And it doesn't stop there. Not only were you dumped by your childhood sweetheart, you were also expelled by the section. Also, your childhood sweetheart's new boyfriend trampled all over you and asked you to take a good look at yourself. He asked you where you managed to find the courage to think that you were worthy of such a heaven-blessed girl. How tragic! Ding Yu was shocked. How do you know all this? Who are you? The 7-colored divine light bloomed all over Chu Xian's body. He was bathed in divine light like an immortal deity. I am the guiding light of the lost souls, the savior of all the trash in the universe. Meeting me is the greatest opportunity of your life. Young man, kneel down. Kowtow and acknowledge me as your master. Ding Yu looked at Chu Xian, who was bathed in divine light, completely stunned. The savior of trash. That's right, I'm the savior of trash. Chu Xian's voice seemed to echo from beyond the boundless great Dao. Ding Yu's struggle was evident on his face. Was this true or false? Had he really encountered an opportunity? Could he really rise up? In the end, he gritted his teeth, and his gaze turned firm. Plop! He knelt down. He kowtowed and said, Ding Yu pays his respects to master. Very good. From today onward, you will be my disciple. The divine light on Chu Xian's body faded as he looked at Ding Yu with great satisfaction. He had finally accepted a disciple. He was very optimistic about Ding Yu's talent. The youth was indeed worthy of being a person with great luck, perhaps even the luckiest person in the southern region. Chapter 64, Sage Master's Halo, Breaking Through to the Supreme Realm. With the Heavenly Secrets Origin probing technique, Chu Xian could clearly see Ding Yu's background and talent. Ding Yu, an abandoned disciple of Nine Swords Mountain. He possesses top-notch Sword Dao talent, Heaven's Will Sword Pulse. As his Sword Pulse has yet to be activated, his meridians are blocked and his cultivation is extremely slow. He was treated as trash and abandoned by his childhood sweetheart. The Nine Swords Mountain was the #1 Sword Dao sect in the southern region. It had a long history and was currently connected to the Great Qin dynasty through Grand Elder Hong Fei, who was Qin Qian's biological father. It was one of the 3 sects and 2 empires in the southern region. You didn't leave seclusion, and a fated person from the southern region took you as his master. You have taken in your first disciple, who possesses top-notch Sword Dao talent. You have been rewarded with the heaven-reaching sword technique. His guess was actually correct. Ding Yu was a fated person from the southern region. The fate of Nine Swords Mountain was not strong enough to hold onto this fated person. Ding Yu's rise was now inevitable. Master, can you really make me strong? Ding Yu knelt on the ground with a look of anticipation. Don't doubt me, Chu Xian said in a dignified manner, I am the savior of all trash. Those are not empty words. Whether you are a piece of trash, or even a piece of sh*t, I can turn you into gold. Ding Yu's mouth twitched. If he really was a piece of sh*t, he might as well kill himself. Su Xianer looked at Ding Yu in shock. She did not find anything special about him at all. Moreover, his meridians seemed to be somewhat blocked. They were narrower than the meridians of an ordinary cultivator. Although he was at the first level of the profound realm, he was probably scraping the bottom of the barrel there. He was a bona fide good-for-nothing piece of trash. Why did Sir take him in as a disciple? Could it be that he possessed some shocking talent that she could not see? You possess the top-notch Sword Dao talent, Heaven's Will Sword Pulse, but your Sword Pulse is unique. Your meridians are blocked, so it's difficult for you to cultivate. Today, I'll activate your Sword Pulse. As Chu Xian spoke, he raised his hand and pointed a finger at Ding Yu's glabella. Boom! Ding Yu felt a vast power surging into his body. Crack! It was as if something had been mysteriously connected. He was suddenly and inexplicably enlightened. Boom! His cultivation, which was originally at the first level of the profound realm, began to soar. Third level of the profound stage, fifth level of the profound stage. Ding Yu closed his eyes and subconsciously sat cross-legged on the ground. The spiritual power in his body surged forth, and waves of powerful energy flowed through his body. His meridians were no longer narrow and small, but instead wide and sturdy. His comprehension of Sword Dao suddenly soared at this moment. Many things that he had failed to comprehend about the Sword Dao in the past suddenly became clear. He even gained a new understanding of the simplest sword techniques, which allowed him to comprehend entirely new sword moves. Su Xian'er had a shocked expression on her face. Ding Yu's strength was increasing very quickly. Within a short period of time, it had already risen to the 7th level of the profound realm. The aura on his body became increasingly sharp. She did not know if what she was seeing was an illusion or not, but Ding Yu's cross-legged figure on the ground seemed to resemble a sword that had been stabbed into the ground. If Ding Yu's strength earlier was considered at the bottom of the profound realm, his current strength could be said to be at the peak of the profound realm. This had all happened too quickly, and the magnitude of his cultivation improvement was massive. Chu Xian waved his hand and moved Ding Yu into the universe space. You should cultivate here and comprehend the sword Dao properly. His voice directly entered Ding Yu's consciousness. Yes, thank you, Master. Boom. Ding Yu's aura skyrocketed, directly breaking through from the 9th level of the profound realm to the 1st level of the spirit realm. Su Xian'er opened her mouth in shock. Was this all due to Ding Yu's shocking level of talent, or Chu Xian's heaven-defying methods? How much time had passed? Ding Yu actually broke through from the 1st level of the profound realm to the 1st level of the spirit realm. The combination of Ding Yu's astonishing talent and Chu Xian's heaven-defying methods had caused his cultivation to soar. After breaking through to the 1st level of the spirit realm, Ding Yu's cultivation began to stabilize, and he did not make any further breakthroughs. Your disciple Ding Yu's cultivation soared rapidly under your guidance, breaking through to the spirit realm. You have been rewarded with the Sage Master Halo and 100 years worth of cultivation. The system's notification rang out, which gave Chu Xian a pleasant surprise. Ding Yu was indeed worthy of being a person with great luck. His breakthrough to the next realm had brought Chu Xian a reward of 100 years worth of cultivation. Chu Xian was now at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, and was only one step away from breaking through to the Supreme realm. This cultivation boost reward would be enough for him to break through to the Supreme realm. He originally thought that he would need 10 years to break through to the Supreme realm, instead of the almost 3 years it took him now. Chu Xian then set a new small goal of breaking through to the Heaven realm within 10 years. He did not immediately receive the cultivation boost reward. Instead, he examined the heaven-reaching sword technique he had received after taking Ding Yu as a disciple. This was a supreme sword technique. Moreover, it was very compatible with Ding Yu's Heaven's Will sword pulse. He then turned his attention to the Sage Master Halo. The Sage Master Halo can help people comprehend the Dao. It can raise one's aptitude. The Sage Master's Halo was pretty awesome. When imparting cultivation techniques or preaching the Dao, the user of the Sage Master's Halo could help people quickly comprehend the profundity of cultivation techniques being taught. It could also help people comprehend the Dao. Furthermore, under the guise of a teacher imparting cultivation to a student, one's aptitude could be raised. With the Sage Master's Halo, Chu Xian had truly become the savior of trash. He was no longer fooling people. He could turn a good-for-nothing piece of trash into a genius. The system's reward was indeed awesome. Chu Xian waved his hand to indicate to Su Xian'er that she should cultivate. It was only after she entered the universe space that he chose to accept the 100-year cultivation boost reward. Boom! Cultivation and comprehension were instilled into him. Chu Xian looked calm, but, in reality, his cultivation had already broken through. After surpassing the Emperor realm, he would be at the Supreme realm. Supreme realm cultivators were also known as the Supreme Emperors. In the cultivation world, there was a saying regarding the Supreme realm that read, "I am supreme within my domain," and even emperors have to bow their heads. The Supreme realm further sublimated the divine soul and transformed the power of the domain. The domain of an Emperor realm cultivator was like an insurmountable barrier to cultivators below the Emperor realm. They had no power to resist the domain and would be trampled and slaughtered by the Emperor realm cultivator. Inside the domain of an Emperor realm cultivator, no matter how many Truth realm cultivators, all were powerless. Facing an Emperor realm cultivator, that tiny bit of strength was no different from an ant. An Emperor realm cultivator's domain could easily suppress the cultivation of those below their realm of cultivation, making them look like people who lacked the strength to even truss a chicken. As for Supreme Realm cultivators, the power of their domains was even more exaggerated. Supreme Realm cultivators had the ability to start enacting laws within their domains. Their domains were like real miniature worlds, with the embryonic form of laws, and could connect the laws of heaven and earth into the domain, strengthening the laws that had been enacted within. The hallmark of the Supreme Realm was the ability to connect the laws of heaven and earth into the domain, evolving the laws within. Because of this, the power of the domains of Supreme Realm cultivators could suppress the domains of Emperor Realm cultivators. Even Emperor Realm cultivators were powerless against it. The Supreme Emperor. In the cultivation world, Supreme Realm cultivators were usually called Supreme Emperors. This was the reason why the power of Chu Xian's divine soul continued to condense and then spread out. The power of his domain also expanded in tandem with his divine soul. The domain encompassed a radius of 50 li, far surpassing the borders of the Chu family's territory. The experts of the Chu family were unaware of the fact that they were in a domain. The laws within the domain started to evolve, and Chu Xian entered a state of profound comprehension of the laws. However, he did not communicate with the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region. The laws of heaven and earth in the southern region were incomplete. Logically speaking, it was impossible to break through to the Emperor realm, let alone the Supreme Realm, in this region. Chu Xian was different. He directly bypassed the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region and directly communicated with the laws of the Great Dao. It was precisely because of this that his domain was much stronger than other cultivators of the same realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that, when Chu Xian was at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, the strength of his domain was not inferior to a first-level Supreme Realm cultivator. In that sense, it was not that difficult for Chu Xian to cross realms to battle an early-stage Supreme Realm cultivator. With the techniques and treasures at his disposal, even a second-level Supreme Realm martial artist would find it difficult to fight against him. After cultivating the 100 Tempering Divine technique, his soul was no weaker than a second-level Supreme Realm martial artist, even as a 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. Chu Xian could communicate with the laws of the Great Dao and create his own laws within his domain. Supreme Realm. It was finally here. Chapter 65, Heaven-Shaking Divine Image. To Chu Xian, breaking through to the Supreme Realm was a natural process which did not take long. However, for others, breaking through was not something that could be accomplished within a day or two. This was especially so for large realm breakthroughs that involved communicating with the laws of heaven and earth. Those who broke through after a few months of seclusion were all top-notch geniuses. It could be said that these geniuses would have no problem breaking through to the heaven realm at all. They were all people with excellent comprehension ability and outstanding talent. It was normal for most people who entered seclusion to take a few years or even a few hundred years to break through. Yet Chu Xian did not even take a full day to complete his breakthrough. If news of this spread out, it would make a large number of Supreme Realm cultivators curse the heavens for being unfair and hug each other while shedding tears. After breaking through to the first level of the Supreme Realm, Chu Xian's confidence greatly increased. At this moment, he could guarantee that he was invincible in the southern region. Even if Du Yuan ran over to the south province now, he could easily suppress the latter. Given his current strength, although he could not say that he was invincible within the Supreme Realm, he still had no problems dealing with 5th or 6th level Supreme Realm cultivators. Chu Xian's foundation was rich and deep to begin with, and the cultivation techniques he cultivated were even more advanced. There were countless secret techniques. In addition to that, his divine soul was even stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level. His domain power was not connected to the laws of heaven and earth, but the laws of the Great Dao. His domain was even stronger than the domains of ordinary Supreme Realm cultivators due to this, and the laws it contained were even stronger. You are a homebody who has broken through to the Supreme Realm. Your strength has increased by a large realm, and you've been rewarded with the heaven-shaking divine image. The system's reward soon arrived. It was a divine ability. Chu Xian looked at the description of the heaven-shaking divine image. The heaven-shaking divine image's might can shake the heavens, shake the great Dao, suppress domains, and break techniques. After examining the introduction of the heaven-shaking divine image, Chu Xian was amazed. Sure enough, as a divine ability produced by the system, it was incomparably powerful. The heaven-shaking divine image's power was unparalleled. Once it was used, it had the power to shake the heavens, and once it was fully mastered, it could shake the great Dao. At its most basic level, it could suppress and break techniques. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chu Xian could use the heaven-shaking divine image to directly suppress and shatter the domains of his enemies. Any domain would be rendered useless by Chu Xian's heaven-shaking divine image. Not taking into account divine abilities and techniques, Chu Xian could be said to be invincible in the supreme realm with the heaven-shaking divine image. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a figure that seemed to have heaven-shaking power appeared behind him. The divine image's face could not be seen clearly, but it gave people a feeling of supreme power. Rumble. The surroundings shook, and ripples started appearing in the space around him. The heaven and earth array formation was activated, concealing this phenomenon from the outside world. The heaven and earth array formation enveloped the surroundings, after which none of what went on inside the small courtyard could be detected from the outside. The heaven-shaking divine image continued to grow larger and, in the end, it reached a height of several hundred meters. It was almost as if it was holding up the sky as it gazed down imposingly upon the world below. Chu Xian was very satisfied with heaven-shaking divine image. Once the divine image appeared, it would intimidate countless people. With just one look, one could tell that it was very awesome. Only a super big shot would possess something like this. Combined with the seven-colored divine light, it was definitely the perfect way to show off. The first thing Chu Xian did was to take out the myriad heavenly mirror. It was time to give Ren Changhe, this in-name disciple of his, some pointers. The seven-colored divine light bloomed around him. His entire body was bathed in divine light. The divine light shone even brighter, enveloping the divine image. It made the divine image even more blinding and imposing, giving off a mysterious and powerful aura. His image as an indescribably mighty figure was strengthened further. Just one look was enough to make people involuntarily prostrate themselves on the ground. Whenever anyone saw the heaven-shaking divine image, their first thought would be that this was a big shot, a super big shot. The myriad heavenly mirrors soon connected to the fallen god cave and to Ren Changhe's stone house. At this moment, Ren Changhe no longer looked like a withered mummy. His flesh and blood no longer exuded lifelessness, but rather vitality. His hair had also turned black. At this moment, it almost looked like he had returned to his youthful days. Ren Changhe had initially felt that, at his age, he was better off portraying the image of a domineering and majestic old man. Only then would he be able to display the demeanor of a senior expert, and only then would his image match the temperament of a peak-stage heaven realm expert. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that he was only an in-name disciple of some big shot. He was only a junior in this vast world. Therefore, he restored his appearance to his younger self. He now looked like a handsome, but somewhat resolute, young man. At this moment, the circular halo rippled and the seven-colored divine light shone through. Ren Changhe was extremely excited. His master had come to visit him again. He looked up and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. He knelt on the ground. What was that? Was that his master's true body? It was too overbearing and powerful. He did not know how large the gap between master and him was, but just a glance was enough to shock him senseless. Master's figure exuded boundless might. Even with his peak stage heaven realm cultivation, which stood atop the 9 zones and 50 regions, he had never heard of or seen such an almighty figure with boundless might. As expected of master. His master was right. The 9 zones and 50 regions were just a remote corner of the myriad realms. Greetings, master. Ren Changhe said respectfully. N. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Ren Changhe's reaction. As expected, the heaven-shaking divine image was extremely awesome. Your body is now full of vitality and you have already recovered to your peak state. Is there anything else that you have yet to comprehend about the yin-yang combination divine seal? Chu Xian put on the air of an almighty master. His voice was filled with dignity and exuded confidence. There are still some parts that I don't understand, Ren Changhe said in embarrassment. He was indeed lacking. He could not even comprehend a cultivation technique thoroughly and still needed to trouble his master to explain it over and over again. He might be a peak stage heaven realm expert, but, in front of his master, he was indeed just a small fry. Before he met his master, he had been a frog at the bottom of a well. He had not known how high the heavens were, proud and complacent, believing himself to be one of the few people in this world with outstanding talent. In the end, he discovered that he was just a loser. He almost died in the fallen god cave. It was only thanks to his master's mercy that he survived. Chu Xian was also somewhat speechless. Ren Changhe had been able to cultivate to the peak of the heaven realm, so he should be quite talented. His comprehension ability should not be too poor either. Moreover, he had even boasted that he had reached the heaven realm in 10,000 years and was one of the rare top-notch geniuses in the world. Why could he not fully comprehend the yin-yang combination divine seal? Was it because the yin-yang combination divine seal was too powerful? Or was his comprehension just that poor? Chu Xian did not think that the yin-yang combination divine seal was particularly difficult to comprehend. Even without the system assistance, he felt that he would be able to comprehend it in 1 or 2 months. Why did Ren Changhe take such a long time to comprehend it? He had even explained the intricacies behind the technique to the other party several times. Chu Xian did not require him to have a deep understanding of the technique, but, at the very least, he should have a basic understanding of the technique, right? In the end, he actually had not finished comprehending it. Ren Changhe saw that Chu Xian had remained silent for a long time and felt even more ashamed. He wished he could bury his head into the ground. Tell me, which part do you not understand? He explained the cultivation technique to Ren Changhe once more and encouraged him to comprehend it well. After that, he closed the myriad heavenly mirrors connection to the fallen god cave. After thinking for a while, he activated the myriad heavenly mirrors connection to Du Yuan. The image projection rippled. Du Yuan was not in the small clan that he was the guardian of, but rather in a valley. Moreover, his aura was in disarray. It was obvious that he had just fought a big battle. Opposite Du Yuan stood 2 men in green. They were both Supreme Realm experts. Their strength was on par with Du Yuan's. 1 versus 2. It was no wonder Du Yuan was in such a sorry state. Like I said, this is a misunderstanding. I'm not here to save Xiao Yang, Du Yuan said with a gloomy face. Xiao Yang? Chu Xian was stunned. Was that not the name of the abandoned son of that major clan in the western region? Du Yuan had once asked for his opinion on this matter, on whether or not to participate in the capture of this guy with the protagonist halo. Chapter 66, Just 2 Ants. How did Du Yuan get involved with Xiao Yang? From the looks of it, the 2 green-clothed men were chasing after Xiao Yang. Their strength was at the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. Du Yuan's strength was also at the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. Fighting 1 versus 2, Du Yuan was obviously not their match and had suffered some losses. Chu Xian was slightly surprised. Although Du Yuan was an itinerant cultivator, he had obtained a fortuitous opportunity and the cultivation technique he cultivated was not weak. Even if the 2 men in green came from a major power with a storied history, Du Yuan should have been able to deal with them. After interacting with Du Yuan for so long, Chu Xian had a very good understanding of Du Yuan's capability. He had once crossed a minor realm and killed an enemy who was stronger than he was. It could be seen from this that Du Yuan's strength was plenty strong. In the past, he could be said to have been a heaven's blessed level character. Examining the situation again, Chu Xian came to a sudden understanding. Du Yuan, an expert at the second level of the Supreme Realm, was actually still using a low-grade Emperor-level weapon. The two green-clothed men, on the other hand, were using mid-grade Emperor-level weapons. It was already a 1 versus 2 situation, so, coupled with the fact that his opponents had the advantage in terms of weapon quality, Du Yuan was naturally at a disadvantage. Low-grade Emperor-level weapons did not amplify Du Yuan's combat strength, and even somewhat hindered him from exerting his full strength. The mid-grade Emperor-level weapons were able to withstand the full strength of their cultivation, allowing them to display their full combat strength. Given such a situation, it would be strange if Du Yuan was not at a disadvantage. As an itinerant cultivator, it was understandable why the weapon he wielded was a little inferior. Back then, he had obtained a fortuitous opportunity. He also possessed an excellent cultivation technique as well as medicinal pills. The only thing he lacked was a powerful spiritual weapon. The Emperor-level weapon in his hand was something that he had paid someone a considerable price to forge. Humph! How dare a small itinerant cultivator like you interfere in the matters of the Xiao clan? If it really has nothing to do with you, then surrender. If our investigation doesn't yield any results, I will naturally let you go. A green-clothed man coldly snorted. Du Yuan's face was dark. If he surrendered, he would die without a doubt. Even if they found out that the matter had nothing to do with him, the Xiao clan would not let him go. They would definitely use certain methods to control him and make him one of their lackeys. At this moment, he was thinking about how to escape. Fortunately, the small family clan that he was overseeing had never made a move. What happened here would not implicate the small family clan. However, there was no way for him to return there after this. From the looks of it, he would have to continue on as an itinerant cultivator. The western region does not belong to your Xiao clan alone. Although I am an itinerant cultivator, the two of you must think clearly whether or not you really want to force me to fight to the death. A fierce look flashed across Du Yuan's eyes. Although the Xiao clan is not the only force in the western region, it is not something a small itinerant cultivator like you can provoke. The two green-clothed men sneered. Their bodies moved and they were about to attack. Du Yuan's strength was not weak. Even if they had the advantage in terms of weapons, he would still be able to fight. In a 1 versus 2 situation, even if he could not kill one of them, he could still heavily injure one. However, once the other party was heavily injured, the other Supreme Realm experts of the Xiao clan would definitely hunt him down and kill him. A large clan like the Xiao clan would not allow their reputation to be tarnished, and would kill any and all of the itinerant cultivators they offended. This was especially true for a Supreme Realm itinerant cultivator, as the potential damage that could be caused by a Supreme Realm expert's rampage was immeasurable. Under normal circumstances, they would not be willing to offend such a powerful itinerant cultivator, especially if they did not have the confidence to kill him. However, the other party seemed to have something to do with Xiao Yang. Whether it was a misunderstanding or a deliberate act, it no longer mattered. In the end, Xiao Yang had managed to escape because of him. The other party had to pay with his life. Suddenly, above Du Yuan's head, a circle of light rippled. A 7-colored divine light burst forth. What was that? The hearts of the two Xiao clan elders were startled, and their figures stopped in their tracks. They looked at the circle of light above Du Yuan's head in shock and bewilderment. Du Yuan was overjoyed. Senior had come to chat with him. With Senior's strength, it would be effortless for him to resolve this crisis. Senior, little Du is in a bit of a pickle. Can Senior help? Chu Xian's figure appeared. His figure exuded boundless might and was bathed in divine light. Just a glance was enough to shock people. He looked to be as powerful as a deity, incomparably powerful. Du Yuan was shocked. Was this Senior? Too powerful. The Xiao clan elders were even more shocked. Their hearts trembled. Who was that? What kind of method was this, appearing here through the endless space? too terrifying. After a single glance, they already had the intention to retreat. Regardless of whether Du Yuan had intended to save Xiaoyang or not, he had such a terrifying expert behind him, so this matter had to be written off. Moreover, Du Yuan saving Xiaoyang was very likely a misunderstanding. That figure was enough to make one's mind shake from just a glance, not to mention that strange method of appearing through the endless space. Even the legendary Heaven Realm powerhouses could not do such a thing, right? Little Du, those two are just ants. The corners of Du Yuan's mouth twitched. I can't even beat 2 ants. Does that make me more useless than ants? For a moment, Du Yuan was speechless. Do you think those 2 ants can escape from me? Chu Xian moved the myriad heavenly mirror and arrived above the 2 elders of the Xiao clan. The elders of the Xiao clan were so scared that they were about to turn and run away. They were trembling, with fear evident on their faces. Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. The 2 of us didn't mean to become enemies with En rather Du. The halo was hovering above their heads. From such a close distance, they could feel the boundless might emanating from the figure. They felt their legs go weak, and they almost knelt down right there and then. Chu Xian was very satisfied with the Xiao clan elders' reactions. The heaven-shaking divine image was indeed awesome. His strength and aura seemed to be even more boundless when it was projected through the myriad heavenly mirror. It's a misunderstanding. This venerable self is too lazy to make a move. If I crush you 2 ants to death, it'll dirty my hands. Chu Xian started to scare them because the other party could not see through him. Du Yuan wanted to cry but no tears came out. If Senior crushed the Xiao family's elders to death, he would dirty his hands. They were just 2 little ants, after all. As for himself, he could not even beat those ants. Fortunately, Senior did not feel that conversing with him was beneath him. Alas! His strength was too weak. At this moment, Du Yuan realized that he, a dignified Supreme Realm expert, was actually just a little ant. The elders of the Xiao clan felt very uncomfortable. They were usually the only ones who called other low-level cultivator ants. Unexpectedly, it was their turn to be humiliated. They finally understood what it felt like to be on the receiving end. Should they say something fierce? Should they try to resist? After seeing that imposing figure, they no longer dared to resist. Yes, yes, we are ants. Killing us will dirty Senior's hands. At this moment, they had to go with the flow and follow their hearts. Cowardice. Seeing the previously arrogant Xiao clan elders cower, Du Yuan sighed in his heart. Strength was indeed everything. Little Du, how do you think we should deal with these 2 ants? Chu Xian looked at Du Yuan and asked. The Xiao clan elders immediately looked at Du Yuan, their eyes seemingly pleading with him. They blinked their eyes, indicating that they could compensate him. They even shook the mid-grade emperor-level weapons in their hands slightly. The meaning behind this was self-evident. They would compensate Du Yuan with an emperor-level weapon of mid-grade or higher. Du Yuan thought for a moment. Killing the Xiao clan elders would definitely offend the Xiao clan. As an itinerant cultivator, he definitely could not afford to bear their ire. If not, he would have to live a life trying to avoid being hunted down. He could not always rely on Senior, and could not be greedy in asking for Senior's help again and again. After this shocking incident, the Xiao clan would realize that he had a powerful backer behind him, so they would not dare to make things too difficult for him. Moreover, he could also obtain a mid-grade Emperor-level weapon, or perhaps even a high-grade Emperor-level weapon. Chapter 67, Du Yuan's Great Fortune. Senior, this matter was originally a misunderstanding. Senior shouldn't dirty his hands because of these 2 ants. Since these 2 ants have realized their mistake, there's no harm in sparing their lives, Du Yuan thought for a moment before saying. The Xiao clan elders' expressions were unsightly. *CK, why do you keep talking about ants? If you can't even beat us ants, aren't you worse than an ant? However, at this moment, their lives were in the hands of Du Yuan, so they did not dare to say a single word. Moreover, Du Yuan had such a powerful figure backing him. There was no way they could afford to offend him, or they would risk offending this almighty character. However, I do want some compensation from them. I'll be satisfied as long as it makes up for my losses. Chu Xian was not surprised by Du Yuan's decision. He did not want to kill the Xiao clan elders because he wanted to avoid getting into trouble and being hunted down wherever he went. If he killed the Xiao clan elders, there would be no witnesses, so even if Du Yuan said that he had a powerful figure behind him, the Xiao clan would not believe him. As such, to get the Xiao clan to believe him, and intimidate the Xiao clan, he had to show mercy. Besides, Du Yuan did not want to trouble Chu Xian again and again. Having known Du Yuan for quite some time, Chu Xian was aware of his character. He was a cautious person who tried his best not to offend others. Due to this, the small clan that he was the guardian of, despite having a supreme realm expert like him, kept a low profile and did not act arrogantly. Since that's the case, these two ants should hand over everything they have to Little Du as compensation. Then they should scram. Even though the Xiao clan elders' hearts ached, they did not dare to resist or negotiate. This unknown expert was too powerful. Even if he was not above the heaven realm, he was definitely a terrifying existence at the peak of the heaven realm. Of course, the greater possibility was that he was above the heaven realm. Without saying anything else, they took out their storage bags and threw them over to Du Yuan along with the emperor-level weapons. Wiping off their cold sweat, they respectfully asked, "Senior, can we leave now?" "Leave?" The Xiao clan elders ran off as fast as they could. It was as if they were afraid that Chu Xian would go back on his words. After covering a distance of tens of thousands of li in one breath, they finally stopped for a breath. Their souls were still shaking, and their entire bodies felt like they had just come out of a trance. They had been scared *** by Chu Xian, and their minds were on tenterhooks the entire time. Once they relaxed, they naturally felt a sense of exhaustion, and their souls trembled. However, the two of them did not think that way. They believed that the remnant aura of that unknown expert had almost crushed their souls. That person was too terrifying. Just what kind of expert was that? Was he a hidden old monster from the western region, or was he an expert from outside the western region? Or perhaps even an expert from outside the northern zone? They felt that this entire matter was unfathomable. The Xiao clan elders looked at each other, relief etched on their faces. Each one felt as if they had survived a disaster. "Thank you, Senior," Du Yuan said respectfully. At the same time, he handed over his storage bag to Chu Xian. "Such items are useless to me. You can keep them." Chu Xian refused. "Senior saved Du Yuan you. I know my talent is insufficient and that my strength is as weak as an ant's, but I also want to repay Senior for saving me. I'm willing to be your servant and do whatever you ask of me." Du Yuan gritted his teeth and bowed respectfully. Generally speaking, becoming a servant was an extremely abject fate. No expert would normally be willing to be a servant. However, in Du Yuan's opinion, being able to work for a powerhouse like Chu Xian and gain his recognition was the greatest opportunity and honor. Before meeting Chu Xian, Du Yuan had always thought of himself as a top powerhouse. After meeting Chu Xian, he realized that he was just a frog in a well. A mere Supreme Realm expert was just an ant. In the eyes of that powerhouse, the Supreme Realm was just like the mortal realm. The difference in their perspectives was too great. If he was able to work for such an expert, even as a servant, it would also be counted as a fortuitous opportunity. His status would also immediately become different. He too yearned for the myriad realms of the heavens. Unfortunately, even heaven realm experts did not have the qualifications to go there, much less a puny supreme realm cultivator like himself. He felt that it was necessary to improve his own status and foundation. As long as he obtained Senior's approval, reaching the heaven realm was not impossible. Even the legendary divine realm would be within reach. Chu Xian was becoming more and more satisfied with Du Yuan. With such a responsible subordinate running errands for him, he would be much less worried. Moreover, Du Yuan's aptitude was not bad. Otherwise, how could he, an itinerant cultivator, manage to cultivate to the supreme realm? Du Yuan could be groomed and, more importantly, he was loyal. Just because the former head of that small family owed him a favor, he had protected the small family and become its guardian. You've got heart, you've got heart. Chu Xian pretended to be silent for a moment and said, well, it's fate that we met. You can run errands for me in this world. Du Yuan was overjoyed. Du Yuan pays his respects to your excellency. Very good, get up. You can integrate your soul with this seal. With this seal, you'll be able to go to the myriad realms in the future. Chu Xian waved his hand, and the soul seed seal floated over through the myriad heavenly mirror. Although he knew that Du Yuan was a loyal person, if one day the latter discovered that he had deceived him, there was still a chance of the other party seeking revenge on him out of anger. The probability of him being exposed was indeed very low. However, the affairs of the world were hard to predict. What if he really was exposed? To be safe, he still planted a soul seed seal on Du Yuan. After planting the soul seed seal, he did not exert his will. Other than removing any ill feelings toward himself and thoughts of disobeying him, there was actually nothing different about Du Yuan. As long as he did not use the seal, Du Yuan would not notice anything wrong. After all, Du Yuan had always respected him and would not be suspicious just because he became more respectful toward him. Du Yuan did not hesitate at all. In fact, he seemed a little impatient. He put the soul seed seal into his divine soul. In an instant, Du Yuan felt that he had become more respectful toward Chu Xian. Cultivate well. I'm going to patrol the 10,000 worlds. Yes, Your Majesty. Du Yuan bowed respectfully. Chu Xian closed the 10,000 heavenly mirror. He felt extremely comfortable. He now had a servant at the second level of the Supreme Realm. Other than Ren Changhe, Du Yuan was the most powerful subordinate. You didn't leave seclusion. With just your glib tongue, you tricked a Supreme Realm expert into becoming your servant. You have been rewarded with the purple flame burning heavens technique and the flame spirit all. The system's reward notification rang out. He examined the reward. The purple flame burning heavens technique was a fire attribute cultivation technique. Was this specially prepared for Du Yuan? Du Yuan cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique, which he had obtained from a fortuitous opportunity. He had relied on this cultivation technique to reach the Supreme Realm. Moreover, he was a powerhouse among those at the same level as he was. However, the cultivation technique that Du Yuan cultivated was only at the heavenly scripture level. Moreover, it was on the weaker end when compared with other heavenly scriptures. It was not even a divine technique. In Chu Xian's eyes, it was just a trash cultivation technique. The cultivation technique and secret technique that he currently possessed were all at the divine technique level. Chu Xian no longer cared about cultivation techniques that were at the heavenly scripture level. It just so happened that this purple flame burning heavens technique could be imparted to Du Yuan. It could be considered a reward for him to become his servant. He was his great fortune. The purple flame burning heavens technique was a cultivation technique that was above divine techniques in terms of level. Looking at the flame spirit all, it was a 3-foot-long all engraved with purple mysterious fire patterns. It was a divine weapon. He would give it to Du Yuan as well. Divine weapons were not considered rare among Chu Xian's possessions. The number of rewards he received from the system continued to pile up, which increased the variety and the quality of the items in his possession. For example, the Spirit Slayer saber and the like were his initial rewards, but Chu Xian now treated them as trash. To him, weapons below the heaven level were considered trash. After receiving the purple flames burning heavens technique, the image of purple flames appeared in his mind, roaring as if they could burn the heavens. Chapter 68, This Young Man's Situation. Chu Xian pondered. When the purple flame's burning heavens technique was combined with the void heart flame, it would become even more powerful and difficult to guard against. Moreover, if one cultivated the purple flame's burning heavens technique, regardless of whether it was refining pills or artifacts, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Unfortunately, he did not have any subordinates who could refine weapons or pills. Otherwise, he could have passed on this technique to them. Chu Yun's talent in refining pills was very strong. However, she cultivated the great Luo Emperor scripture, which was enough for her to display her talent in refining pills. She did not need to change her cultivation method for the time being. There was still one more chance to use the myriad heavenly mirror. Now that he had broken through, he happily decided to initiate a random connection. He wanted to see who would appear on the other side of the myriad heavenly mirror. Chu Xian would not mind giving the other party some opportunities. After all, he had too many secret techniques and treasures. The image shifted, and an underground cave appeared. Chu Xian was surprised. He was directly connected to an underground cave? This was the strength of the myriad heavenly mirror. It could ignore distance as well as any obstacles and connect directly to its target. It was also due to this that the two elders of the Xiao clan had been so afraid. That was why they didn't doubt that Chu Xian was a super expert. After all, even Heaven Realm's experts would not have the ability to pull off such a feat. Moreover, Chu Xian's heaven-shaking divine image and seven-colored divine light were too imposing. They could not see through Chu Xian's cultivation and strength, let alone through the myriad heavenly mirror. As Chu Xian examined the surroundings, he had a feeling that this place was either an abyss or a prison, deep and unfathomable. Moving the image projection around, Chu Xian saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the cave. It was a man in his 20s. There were traces of blood on his body, and his aura was disarray. He had suffered serious injuries. At this moment, he was healing his injuries. He swallowed a stalk of a precious herb in his hand. His cultivation was at the third level of the Unity Realm. To have been able to reach the third level of the Unity Realm at his age, he was definitely a genius. In terms of talent, he did not lose out to Su Xianer in the slightest. After all, Su Xianer cultivated the Grand Moon Immortal spell and, with the support of his medicinal pills and cultivation resources, her cultivation speed skyrocketed. The other party did not have the same amount of cultivation resources as Su Xianer did, nor did he have an equivalent cultivation technique. Chu Xian checked and found that the cultivation technique fluctuations emanating from the man's body had exceeded the level of a heavenly scripture level technique. The cultivation technique he had was likely a divine technique. He moved the image projection so that he could see the man's body and face clearly. What a coincidence! Could it be that this was the fated person of the Western region? It seemed that the day's final use of the myriad heavenly mirror had connected him to Xiao Yang, who was the abandoned child of the great Xiao clan of the Western region. At this moment, the jade pendant that hung around Xiao Yang's neck flickered with light, and a graceful figure floated out. Although the figure looked somewhat illusory, Chu Xian could still tell that it was peerlessly beautiful. More importantly, this was actually the weakened soul of a Heaven Realm expert. Chu Xian was speechless. He had guessed correctly. This fellow, Xiao Yang, really possessed the protagonist halo. Although he did not have an old grandfather to guide his cultivation, he still had a peerless beauty with great strength. Of course, given the choice, every man would choose to have a peerless beauty instead of an old grandfather. Master! Xiao Yang opened his eyes. If I make another 2 or 3 moves, I will fall into a state of deep sleep. You must leave the Western region as soon as possible. Master, I will leave the Western region as soon as possible. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Xiao clan, I will definitely have my revenge one day. Cultivate well. Everything is about strength. As long as you break through to the Heaven Realm, the Xiao clan will be nothing. Master, don't worry. I will definitely cultivate to the heaven realm within 1,000 years and help you rebuild your body. Xiao Yang's gaze was firm as he said this. Chu Xian muttered in his heart, cultivate to the heaven realm within 1,000 years. If it was so easy to cultivate to the heaven realm within 1,000 years, then Ren Changhe would not have been known as a top-notch heavens blessed of the 9 zones and 50 regions. However, if he was the fated person of the western region, perhaps it was possible for him to cultivate to the heaven realm within 1,000 years. One day he would ask Ren Changhe if there was anyone in the 9 zones and 50 regions who had managed to reach the heaven realm in 1,000 years. 1,000-year heaven realm? How is that possible? The beautiful soul shook her head and said, as the saying goes, 100-year emperor realm, 1,000-year supreme realm, and a 10,000-year heaven realm. Those achievements represent the standard for top-notch heavens blessed in the 9 zones and 50 regions. Even if you cultivated to the truth realm in 10 years, it would take more than 10 years to break through to the emperor realm. Moreover, there is a natural chasm separating the supreme realm from the heaven realm. Countless experts at the peak of the supreme realm used to be called top-notch geniuses, but most of them ended up stuck at this stage for tens of thousands of years without being able to break through. If you want to break through to the heaven realm, you need a fortuitous opportunity. Without it, no matter how talented you are, you can forget about breaking through to the heaven realm in 10,000 years. Xiao Yang was stunned and asked, reaching the heaven realm is so difficult. Don't be discouraged. With my guidance, and your great talent and luck, it should be no problem for you to break through to the heaven realm. The beautiful soul comforted Xiao Yang. Recalling something, she said, in my generation, there was once a person who reached the heaven realm within 10,000 years. He was almost invincible among those in the same realm. He broke into the demon's territory alone and escaped unscathed, though I'm afraid that he has already died by now. Xiao Yang was overwhelmed with emotion. He looked fascinated and asked, Master, who was that person? That person was Ren Changhe, the celestial master, who shook the 50 regions of the 9 zones 100,000 years ago. Ren Changhe? Chu Xian was stunned. This beautiful woman's soul was from the same era as Ren Changhe? Xiao Yang had the protagonist halo, and the beautiful woman's soul was from ancient times. Judging by the beautiful woman's words, Ren Changhe must have been very powerful back then. It seemed that his unnamed disciple had not been bragging after all. Master, I will definitely become like the celestial master and shake the entire 9 zones and 50 regions. Xiao Yang said with a firm expression. This young man's understanding of the world's power structure was too limited. Ren Changhe was a mere unnamed disciple of his with low self-esteem, yet Xiao Yang was still using the man as a role model. It was necessary to correct this young man's thinking and broaden his horizons. The 9 zones and 50 regions were just a desolate corner of the myriad realms. As for whether the myriad realms existed or not, that was not important at the moment. He just had to try his best to fool them. I believe in you. The beautiful soul was very gratified. Liang, after you leave the western region, head to the southern region. The laws of heaven and earth there are incomplete, and Emperor Realm experts mostly avoid the place. Moreover, the Azura ancient land is about to open. The stronger powers of the 9 zones will restrict the number of Emperor Realm experts and above who can go there. If you head to the southern region, you can avoid the Xiao clan's pursuit. The Azura ancient land is also an opportunity for you. Yes, Master. Xiao Yang nodded. The beautiful woman's divine soul was about to return to the jade pendant, and Xiao Yang was just about to continue healing his wounds, when ripples appeared over his head, and a halo appeared. From within the halo, 7-colored divine light shot forth. The master and disciple were shocked. Xiao Yang looked at the halo in shock. His first thought was, could it be that the ancestor of the Xiao clan was here to kill him? However, on second thought, that was not right. The ancestor had not appeared for 10,000 years. He might even be dead. Moreover, he was also his descendant. There was no reason for him to kill an extremely talented descendant of his. The beautiful woman's divine soul was even more shocked. What kind of technique was this? This seemed to be beyond the scope of even Heaven Realm experts. She did not sense any space fluctuations. This meant that the other party was not nearby. Even Heaven Realm experts could not pierce through space over long distances. Chapter 69, Both Tribulation and Fate. When Chu Xian heard that Xiao Yang's destination was actually the southern region, he thought of something. He was tempted. This guy was probably the fated person of the western region. Taking him in as a disciple and having more errand runners would not be too bad. It was time for him to make an appearance. Since he was in a particularly good mood today, he would bestow this master and disciple pair a chance. Chu Xian immediately revealed himself. A heaven-shaking figure bathed in divine light could be seen on the other side of the halo. They did not know where he was or where he came from, but his mere presence made them feel like prostrating themselves on the ground. An unknown existence had suddenly appeared in front of them. Gulp! Xiao Yang swallowed his saliva and felt his heart tremble. That beautiful divine soul was even more shocked. She was once a Heaven Realm expert and could easily sense that the figure in front of them was majestic and unfathomable. It seemed that even the legendary Divine Realm could not compare to this figure's strength. At a glance, his aura was as deep as an abyss and as unfathomable as the ocean. It was far beyond the scope of the Heaven Realm. Such a terrifying expert had suddenly appeared. Was it an opportunity or a disaster? The beautiful soul did not dare to hesitate any longer and immediately bowed. Junior Lu Piao Piao greets Senior. Xiao Yang directly knelt down. Xiao Yang greets Senior. It was too shocking. The majesty of this figure was deeply imprinted in his mind. Just by sitting there, this person had the power to shake the heavens. Just what kind of terrifying expert was he? Greetings, greetings. Senior Chu Xian had the demeanor of an expert. His tone was amiable and carried a tone of appreciation for a junior. This venerable self is patrolling the myriad realms of the heavens. It can be considered that the two of you and I are fated to meet. Lu Piaopio's heart was shaken. Myriad realms of the heavens? Why had she never heard of it? She was a Heaven Realm expert, and not some weak cultivator who knew nothing of the world. She knew many of the secrets of this world. If she had never heard of it, it meant that this was definitely a big secret. Forgive my ignorance, but this junior has never heard of the myriad realms of the heavens. Lu Piao Piao said respectfully. Xiao Yang kneeled on the ground, not daring to say a word. He felt that his strength was too weak and that his status was too low. At this point, he thought it was best if he just kept silent. Kneel. Be respectful. Perhaps Senior would bestow treasures on him if he was happy. Given your insufficient strength, it's only normal that you haven't heard of it. Chu Xian began his spiel. He had fooled Ren Changhe, who was far superior to Lu Piao Piao, so this would not be a challenge. In addition, when he fooled Ren Changhe, Chu Xian did not have the heaven-shaking divine image. Now that he did, his words would be even more convincing. No one would doubt that he was a terrifying and boundlessly powerful expert. You might not know about the myriad realms of the heavens, but do you at least know about the specific situation of the 9 zones and 50 regions? Chu Xian pretended to ask. He felt that the waters in the 9 zones and 50 regions ran quite deep, even though Heaven Realm cultivators were already considered peak experts. However, above the Heaven Realm, there was the legendary Divine Realm. Would the 9 zones and 50 regions not have a Divine Realm cultivator? I do know about it. The 9 zones and 50 regions, the 5 human zones, the demon race zone, the monster race zone, and the chaotic zone with all kinds of races mixed within, of the 9 regions, only the desolate ancient zone is filled with mystery. Rumor has it that the desolate ancient zone is bigger than the other 8 zones. Many Heaven Realm experts have explored the desolate ancient zone, but they only reached the periphery and countless experts have died in the process. The desolate ancient zone is the only unexplored zone. Rumor has it that only divine realm cultivators can enter, and that only one can only break through to the divine realm in the desolate ancient zone. Legends speak of the presence of a divine realm expert in the desolate ancient zone, though for some reason, that expert does not leave the desolate ancient zone. Lu Piao provided a brief description of the 9 zones and 50 regions. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. It turned out that the desolate ancient zone was the place where the waters were truly deep. It was no wonder that even Ren Changhe, this awe-inspiring character, had been trapped in the desolate ancient zone's fallen god cave. Since everything about the desolate ancient zone was unknown, then the path to the myriad realms of the heavens could temporarily be placed in the desolate ancient zone. In that case, he would say that those who reached the divine realm all traveled to the myriad realms of the heavens. In addition, only those in the divine realm had the qualifications to go to the myriad realms of the heavens. Thinking this, Chu Xian opened his mouth and said, "Little girl, your knowledge only scrapes the surface of the truth. Since we met by fate, this venerable self will give you a hint." Lu Piao was speechless. She had already been a heaven realm expert 100,000 years ago. He actually called her a little girl? However, this senior should have lived for God knows how many years. Given his age, him calling her a little girl was not a big deal. "Senior, please explain. The 9 zones and 50 regions are just a remote corner of the myriad realms. The divine realm you speak of is just a mere emperor realm there. I can exterminate countless such people with a single breath." Lu Piao's soul trembled. She was completely dumbfounded. Was the legendary divine realm so weak? He could exterminate countless divine realm cultivators with a single breath? Although she had some doubts, she felt that what this unknown existence said could possibly be true. He also said that the 9 zones and 50 regions were actually just a remote corner of the myriad realms. In that case, how powerful and vast were the myriad realms? One had to know that, in the 9 zones and 50 regions, no one knew how vast the desolate ancient region was and how many secrets it hid. So the existence of the myriad realms was not unimaginable. At this moment, Lu Piao felt that her understanding of the world had been overturned. She no longer had the bearings of a heaven realm expert. She felt incredibly insignificant. Xiao Yang's mind was also buzzing. He had just taken Ren Changhe as a role model, and his goal was to shock the 9 zones and 50 regions. Well, to be precise, it was just to shock the 8 zones. After all, the desolate ancient zone was too mysterious, so he would not be able to shock anyone there. However, the world was divided into 9 zones. Naturally, the moment he opened his mouth, he mentioned 9 zones, not 8 zones. Someone was now telling him that the 9 zones and 50 regions were just a corner of the myriad realms. How crazy was that? In an instant, he felt that his bold words earlier had been too insignificant. So it turned out that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Lu Piao and Xiao Yang's reactions. They looked so shocked that they were shaking and trembling all over. They were scared, right? That was right. Young people had to have bigger dreams. Using Ren Changhe as a role model. What kind of dream was that? That guy had been fooled by him and was now mired in self-doubt. He truly believed that he was a good-for-nothing piece of trash. The path to the myriad realms is in the desolate ancient zone. Young man, work hard. Chu Xian encouraged him with the identity of a senior expert. Lu Piao was shocked. So the mysterious desolate ancient zone was the pathway to the myriad realms? It all made sense then. There were rumors of divine realm cultivators in the desolate ancient zone, but these cultivators had never left the zone for some unknown reason. It turned out that they had all gone to the myriad realms. At this moment, Lu Piao felt that she was a frog at the bottom of a well who did not know how high the heavens were. "Thank you for your explanation, senior." Lu Piao was very excited. She understood now. Many Heaven Realm experts had been searching for this great secret for a long time, but they had never found it. You're welcome, little girl. Chu Xian looked very pleased. I can see that you're in a precarious state. Lu Piao immediately became excited. Could it be that Senior wanted to help her rebuild her body? For an expert like him, rebuilding her body would be a simple matter. In the end, she had been overthinking things. Chu Xian indeed had a treasure to reconstruct one's physical body, but he would not give it to her for no reason. Since you are in this state, it is both a tribulation and fate. As for which one it ends up being for you, it all depends on your comprehension. Lu Piao was a little disappointed. However, after thinking about it, since Senior said that it was both a tribulation and fate, she wanted to find the fate in the tribulation. Chapter 70, Senior's conduct is too noble. Lu Piao asked respectfully, Senior, please explain. What is fate? Fine. This venerable self will give you some pointers. Whether or not you can gain anything from it depends on your comprehension ability and luck. Chu Xian said, you are already in the divine soul state. The tribulation naturally means that you have lost your physical body. Your divine soul has lost its vessel, but fate also resides in the divine soul. How can the divine soul be condensed? The soul is the root and the source of all enlightenment. Use your soul to comprehend the laws of the Great Dao, and guide the essence of the Great Dao into your soul. If you do, your divine soul will transform. Once the soul has transformed, it will contain the essence of the Great Dao, and will be connected to heaven and earth. The soul holds heaven and earth, as well as the laws within it. In your soul, the laws of heaven and earth are under your control. Chu Xian made a few inscrutable remarks. Of course, he was not talking nonsense. There was some basis behind his words. To sum up, she had to use her soul to connect to the Great Dao. With that, her soul would be supported by the laws of heaven and earth. The area covered by the power of her divine soul would then be under her control. As long as it was within the range of her laws, life and death would be under her control. To put it bluntly, he was trying to deceive Lu Piao. Her soul could integrate with the laws and control the laws. In this state, she could even comprehend the Great Dao. Since the laws will be under your control, then, your physical body can be recreated with a simple thought. Chu Xian finished his sentence. If she really controlled the laws, it would naturally be very easy for her to obtain a physical body. This was fate. Lu Piao fell into deep thought. She was shocked. As expected of a senior expert, his soul could draw in and integrate with the Great Dao and use its laws. However, how was she going to connect to the Great Dao? The Great Dao was unpredictable. Even Heaven Realm experts found it difficult to grasp the Great Dao. Heaven Realm experts controlled a part of the laws of heaven and earth. A Heaven Realm expert's domain was a part of the laws of heaven and earth. However, they still could not connect with or comprehend the Great Dao. The Great Dao was everywhere, so how could she comprehend it? In her divine soul state, she could also use her Heaven Realm domain. However, it consumed too much soul power and, without the support of her physical body, the soul power she consumed would take a long time to recover. Although the domain of a Heaven Realm expert was almost perfect in terms of its own laws of heaven and earth, to perfect its laws, it needed to integrate with the true laws of heaven and earth in the outside world. However, it could not be entrusted with the laws of heaven and earth. If her soul could be entrusted with the laws of heaven and earth, she would be able to control the true laws of heaven and earth, and not the laws she constructed within her own domain. The difference in strength between the two was self-evident. If she could be entrusted with the laws of heaven and earth and control the laws of a region, even if she had to face a Heaven Realm expert in her divine soul state, she would not be afraid. She could even break through the other party's domain and kill them by relying on the true laws of heaven and earth. If she could accomplish this, her strength would definitely be stronger than when she was at her peak. This was because relying on the laws would naturally allow her to comprehend the laws more deeply. It would also be of great help to her in breaking through to the divine realm, to the extent that, if she mastered this, breaking through to the divine realm would only be a matter of time. After thinking through this, she finally understood why Senior said that this was both a tribulation and fate. The crux of the matter was that, by connecting her divine soul with the great Dao, she would use it as a catalyst to comprehend and gain control of the true laws of heaven and earth. However, she did not know how to connect to the great Dao. Lu Piao had no clue where to start at all. Just as she was about to ask for advice, Senior seemed to sense her thoughts and said indifferently, "The laws are not to be taught lightly." Lu Piao's heart trembled, and she could not bring herself to ask for advice. Chu Xian continued, "The great Dao is omnipresent. Every flower and grass is part of the Dao. Every water and stone is also part of the Dao. Calm your heart and slowly comprehend it. Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Lu Piao knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. "This was a great favor. It was fate that caused us to meet. Forget it, this venerable one will grant you an item to help you recover your divine soul." A small bottle appeared in Chu Xian's hand. Soul nurturing liquid. 1 drop was enough to fully recover the soul power of Heaven Realm expert. The system had rewarded him with a large vat of the stuff, so Chu Xian did not care about giving away a small bottle of the substance. After all, he was a senior expert. Would he not appear too stingy if he gave out half a drop? Moreover, the substance would not be given to her for free. Xiao Yang and Lu Piao's next destination was the southern region. Chu Xian had plenty of ways to recruit the other party and get them to run errands for him. It was also necessary to restore Lu Piao's soul power and give her some trump cards for their protection. The divine soul of a heaven realm expert would be enough to stir up the Azura ancient land. After all, it was a little boring to stay in seclusion and not smash the chessboard or mess up other people's plans. Of course, in order to ensure that Lu Piao would not go wild in the southern region, Chu Xian secretly planted a soul seal in the soul nurturing liquid. He poured out a drop of the soul nurturing liquid, which now looked like a seal. It was very mysterious, right? It would shock those who saw it. After all, a senior expert's treasure had to be extraordinary. Once it was incorporated into her divine soul, she would no longer be capable of harboring ill intentions toward him. Chu Xian was secretly pleased. When Lu Piao's soul recovered, Xiao Yang would once again have a trump card, and his confidence would be greatly boosted. He was journeying to the southern region to temper himself. However, he would not reach there anytime soon. Still, he would definitely arrive before the opening of the Azura ancient land. By that time, Chu Xian would have broken through to the heaven realm. "Little girl, your cultivation realm is too low, so I don't have any treasures that are suitable for you. This bottle of soul nurturing liquid is barely passable, and it just so happens that you can use it. 1 drop can recover your soul power consumption. I'll give it to you." As he spoke, he tossed the bottle over through the myriad heavenly mirror. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Piao was extremely excited. Without the support of her physical body, it was incredibly difficult to recover the consumption of her soul power. As long as she could recover the consumption of her soul power, she would be more confident when facing their enemies. Even if she ended up fighting against an expert who had just entered the heaven realm, she was confident that she could escape with Xiao Yang. She caught the small bottle. Chu Xian continued, "Take 1 drop and see if you can withstand it." Of course, he had to personally see if the soul seed seal could be absorbed into her divine soul. Giving someone a bottle of soul nurturing liquid for free was not something he would do anyway. "Yes, Senior." Lu Piao did not hesitate and felt even more grateful to Senior. He was worried that her soul could not withstand it and that something unexpected would happen. If she took it while he watched, Senior could save her in time if something went wrong. Senior's was such a noble person. Perhaps this was the true bearing of a senior expert. Lu Piao poured out a drop of the soul nurturing liquid. A drop of clear liquid appeared. It seemed to be wrapped around a small seal. Lu Piao Piao exclaimed in surprise. As expected of the treasure given by Senior, it actually had its own form. She then consumed the drop of soul-nurturing liquid. Her exhausted divine soul was continuously nourished and quickly recovered. At the same time, her favorability toward Senior soared. All of the doubts and questions she had about him disappeared. Lu Piao Piao was moved. After receiving such a gift from Senior, if her reverence for him did not increase, she would have doubted her own character. At least it seemed like her character was still upright and she knew how to repay favors. Therefore, she felt that it was very normal for her to revere him more. In a short while, the soul power that she had used up completely recovered, returning to its peak state. Lu Piao Piao was extremely grateful. Chu Xian was relieved. The bottle of soul-nurturing liquid was well spent. Xiao Yang was her disciple. If his soul was damaged, he would also be given a drop of the soul-nurturing liquid. The soul seal would naturally then be incorporated into his soul. Even if the soul-nurturing liquid in Lu Piao Piao's hand was stolen, sold, or borrowed by a good friend, it just meant that he would have a few more servants. Chapter 71, Soul Communion Dao Technique. Chu Xian suddenly realized that he could actually control a person without being noticed. He could infuse the soul seed seal into heavenly materials and earthly treasures and sell them to certain experts. Once the other party consumed it, they would be controlled by him. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that the soul seed seal had to boost on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the soul category. Chu Xian memorized this insidious method of silently controlling a person. Perhaps it might come in handy in the future. Xiao Yang prostrated himself on the ground, feeling a little anxious. Senior seemed to have forgotten about him. Could it be that Senior had neglected his existence because Master was a beautiful woman? Of course, if Master obtained an opportunity, it also meant that he had gained his own opportunity. However, he secretly wanted Senior to directly give him something as well. Senior. Xiao Yang raised his head pitifully. Little fellow. Chu Xian shook his head and could not help but laugh. He said, forget it. This venerable self created a simple technique countless years ago. I'll teach it to you. This should suit your current needs. Little fellow, you have to remember that the greatest opportunities are the ones that you can use. As he spoke, he threw a small booklet over. It contained a secret aura concealment technique that he had just jotted down. A divine technique. Since he was a senior expert, the level of the gifts he gave naturally had to match his lofty demeanor. As such, the lowest level technique he could provide was a divine technique. Xiao Yang could also use this technique to avoid the Xiao clan's pursuit, and he could even secretly make his way back to take revenge. In the novels, the protagonists that were hunted down relied on powerful concealment techniques to turn misfortune into luck, and even used them to cause all sorts of trouble. Since Xiao Yang did not have one, he figured he would give one to him. This would allow him to truly possess the characteristics of a protagonist. Xiao Yang was overjoyed. He caught the booklet that floated down and was instantly shocked after reading it. An aura-concealing divine technique. Once he cultivated this technique, even a heaven realm expert would not be able to detect him. Senior was too powerful. The simple techniques that he casually created countless years ago were actually divine techniques. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing this technique on me. Xiao Yang respectfully kowtowed 3 times. What a polite young man. Chu Xian was greatly gratified. Work hard in your cultivation. This venerable one will not disturb you further. He had almost finished his act, and his goal had been achieved. It was time to leave. Chu Xian did not waste the last mark of the myriad heavenly mirror on Xiao Yang. This fellow would not die. Moreover, his intended destination was the southern region. As long as he entered the southern region, he would be able to find him through the Black Moon Tower's intelligence network. Junior earnestly requests Senior to grace us with your honorific title, so that Junior can forever remember it in my heart and be grateful for Senior's great kindness." Lu Piao Piao suddenly prostrated herself. Honorific title? Chu Xian was tempted. He had already deceived quite a few people, so how could he not even have a name? Moreover, he would continue to deceive them. Perhaps one day, these people who had been deceived by him, or who he had been taken in as his servants, would meet each other and get into some sort of conflict with each other. He did not want them to kill each other. Therefore, it was very necessary for him to leave them with a title by which they could identify each other. Since he wanted to leave an honorific title, he naturally had to come up with one that sounded like a super big shot. Chu Xian thought about it and said, "My honorific title." He seemed to be deep in thought and, after a long while, he said with a slightly emotional tone, "It was a long time ago, but the powerhouses in the myriad realms all called me eternal, immortal, handsome, unparalleled, mighty, virtuous, supreme, and holy number one Dao Master in the myriad realms." The name is a little long, but it was more or less such a name. Lu Piao Piao and Xiao Yang were stunned when they heard it. They did not understand how awesome it was. It was so awesome. "I, Lu Piao Piao, am thankful for the gift from the number one Dao Master of the myriad realms." Lu Piao Piao was momentarily stunned, after which she knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Xiao Yang followed closely behind. "You're both thoughtful juniors," Chu Xian said with a very gratified tone. "Let's meet again if fate allows. If we're fated, I'll give you another opportunity." After saying that, Chu Xian deactivated the myriad heavenly mirror. "I respectfully send off the mighty, virtuous, supreme, and holy number one Dao Master." Lu Piao Piao and Xiao Yang respectfully said. Their hearts were filled with excitement. At the same time, they prayed that they would be able to meet this senior again and obtain the great opportunity that he promised to bestow upon them. "Lianger, this is a great opportunity for us, master and disciple. We must not disappoint that senior." "Master, I understand." Xiao Yang's gaze was resolute as he replied in high spirits, "The 9 zones and 50 regions are no longer my goal. I want to go to the myriad realms." Ren Changhe, the celestial master, was also just a small pawn. He no longer regarded him as a role model. Xiao Yang had already thrown Ren Changhe to the back of his mind. "Good job, Lianger. This is all because my understanding of the world was too lacking in the past." Lu Piao Piao sighed. "I'm going into seclusion to understand how the soul communicates with the great Dao." "Master, don't worry about entering seclusion. With the secret technique that senior gave me, the Xiao clan won't be able to find me." Lu Piao Piao returned to the jade pendant while Xiao Yang continued to heal his injuries. When Chu Xian deactivated the myriad heavenly mirror, a system notification appeared. "You used your eloquence and an ingenious scheme to trick a heaven realm servant into giving you an extremely resounding title. You have been rewarded with the Soul Communion Dao technique." As expected, his bluff had triggered the system's reward. Chu Xian had gradually figured out the rules behind the system's rewards. He examined his new reward. The soul can be transported into the Great Dao and live within it. It can mobilize a part of the power of the Great Dao for its own use, depending on the strength of the soul. It allows the user to send a wisp of their soul into the Great Dao. This was a very powerful secret technique. The soul sustained by the Great Dao. In theory, as long as the Great Dao that sustained the soul did not collapse, the soul would never be annihilated. Moreover, it could mobilize a portion of the power of the Great Dao for its own use. However, the amount of power that could be mobilized from the Great Dao depended on the level of the soul. This technique would usually only be used to completely entrust the soul to the Great Dao when one's physical body died. One could also rely on this technique to temporarily entrust one's soul to the Great Dao, allowing one to gain a deeper understanding of the Great Dao. Moreover, one could split a wisp of one's soul and entrust it to the Great Dao. This soul wisp could then constantly comprehend the Great Dao, and one could even borrow the power of the great Dao to fight against one's enemies. In addition, it was a life-saving secret technique. If one entrusted a wisp of one's soul to the great Dao, in the event of death, one could rely on this soul wisp to recover. This would help the user avoid death and have their Dao disappear. It was an extremely powerful secret technique. Chu Xian sighed. The system's products were indeed awesome. With the soul communion Dao technique, one could comprehend the various laws of heaven and earth. It had to be known that the laws of heaven and earth were far less profound than the great Dao. Chu Xian then received the soul communion Dao technique. He closed his eyes slightly and comprehended the profundity and power of this secret technique. It took him several hours to completely comprehend it. After comprehending the soul communion Dao technique, Chu Xian was able to create several techniques that relied on the laws of heaven and earth. It all seemed too simple now. It was like studying the knowledge from kindergarten all the way to high school all at once. Looking back, the kindergarten questions that he once thought were difficult had naturally become simple. He could probably even endlessly create more of these techniques. Chu Xian was in such a state. Chapter 72, Myriad Laws Daoist Robe. Chu Xian pondered for a long time before finally creating a technique that allowed his soul to be entrusted to the laws of heaven and earth. He could also send out a wisp of his soul in the same manner. However, this technique could only be cultivated by those at the Emperor realm and above. When an Emperor realm expert cultivated this technique and combined it with the power of their domain, their strength would double. They could continuously draw upon the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the region to perfect the laws of their domain. It was not an exaggeration to say that cultivating this technique could greatly increase the success rate of breaking through from the Emperor realm to the Supreme realm. Chu Xian was delighted. Although this secret technique was far inferior to the soul communion Dao technique, it was still the first secret technique he had personally created. It was worth celebrating. Unfortunately, the myriad heavenly mirror had already been used 3 times today. First, he had to give it a name. Let's call it the Heaven and Earth Minor Technique. It could only be considered a minor technique. He was the Almighty, Great, Virtuous, and Supreme, and Holy Number 1 Dao Master, so naturally, such a cultivation technique was only worthy of being called a minor technique. Chu Xian decided that if Lu Piao was lucky enough to be connected to the myriad heavenly mirror again, he would pass this minor technique to her. In any case, she was already his disciple. If he gave her a minor technique that he created himself, she would be able to run errands for him better. You stayed in seclusion and created a minor secret technique. You have been rewarded with the Myriad Laws Daoist robe. The system reward was triggered. Chu Xian was delighted. As expected, he could always rely on the system to give him good stuff when it mattered. He received the reward. It was a long robe that contained a Dao charm, as if it was surrounded by the great Dao, or perhaps even woven from the great Dao. It almost did not seem to be a piece of clothing, but part of the vast great Dao instead. Chu Xian put on the Daoist robe. He felt as if he was bathing in the great Dao. His comprehension of the great Dao soared. What a treasure! With but a thought, the Daoist robe would change its appearance according to his will. After putting on this robe, Chu Xian believed that he could fool even divine realm experts. From a glance, he seemed like the personification of the great Dao itself. So what if the other party was a divine realm expert? He would fool them as well. With the divine light, the divine image, and the Daoist robe, no expert would be able to escape his trickery. At this moment, Chu Xian was in high spirits. He wished that the myriad heavenly mirror would connect him to a divine realm expert so that he could trick that expert into becoming his servant. With the thought, the robe's Dao charm became restrained and ordinary, as if the robe was an ordinary piece of clothing. Chu Xian was in a good mood. After staying in seclusion for so long, today was the best day of his life. Not only did he obtain a beautiful female servant with heaven realm cultivation, but he also created a minor technique and received the reward of the myriad laws Daoist robe. He took out a sword casually. It was a divine weapon. He threw it in front of Ding Yu, who was inside the universe space. Disciple, I'm happy today, so I'll give this sword to you. Ding Yu looked at the sword in front of him with a shocked expression. This was an emperor-level weapon? He had a feeling that this sword was not a simple emperor-level weapon. Looking at it carefully, the sword seemed to have a spirit. It was surrounded by the laws, and seemed sharp even though it was currently sheathed. It was quite extraordinary. More importantly, this sword could be stored in one's danshan, allowing it to be nourished by spiritual power at all times. A weapon that could be stored in one's danshan was definitely not an ordinary emperor-level weapon. It was a rare treasure that had certain characteristics. Perhaps it had even been forged with special materials. It could be nourished and strengthened continuously. Master was too extravagant. At this moment, Ding Yu was filled with tears of gratitude. He had just acknowledged him as his master, and his master had already given him such a precious treasure. It was as if he had received a mountain of kindness. He reached out to grab the hilt of the sword. He wanted to store the sword in his danshan to nourish it, but his instincts told him that with his current cultivation, it would take a very long time for him to nurture the sword. If he focused on nourishing the sword during this period of time, it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve. Buzz! The sword vibrated as if it was transmitting joy. As expected, this sword had a spirit. Su Xian'er's face was filled with envy and jealousy. She had been a maid for such a long time and had been diligent and hard-working. She had done all kinds of dirty and tiring work, and she had done it to Chu Xian's satisfaction. However, until now, she had not received a single treasure. As for Ding Yu, he had just become a disciple not long ago, but he had already been given a divine sword. Ding Yu did not know how valuable it was, but Su Xian'er did. After all, she had come from a large family in the central region and had seen many emperor-level weapons. She had even seen heavenly weapons before. Whether it was the laws or the aura surrounding this sword, both were far greater than what a heavenly weapon was capable of exuding. Naturally, it was a divine weapon. This is a divine weapon, a treasure sword. It is not something you can use at your level, Su Xian'er reminded him. Ding Yu was shocked. It was actually a divine weapon? He thought such things only existed in legends. Gulp! Ding Yu was so moved that he was about to cry. He rushed out of the universe space and knelt in front of Chu Xian. I will never forget Master's great kindness. All right, that's enough. Chu Xian waved his hand. It was just a divine weapon, nothing more. Su Xian'er stood at the side sourly, looking at Chu Xian with a wronged expression. Sir. Okay, I get it. I'm happy today, so I'll give you a divine weapon too. Chu Xian waved his hand, and a snow-white whip appeared in front of Su Xian'er. The snow-white whip was also surrounded by laws. One could vaguely sense that it contained the power of ice. Su Xian'er was overjoyed. She held the long whip in her hand and immediately fell in love with it. This long whip was just right for the cultivation technique she was currently cultivating. Thank you, sir. She happily held the long whip and returned to the universe space to cultivate. It was a divine weapon. Even the Su family did not have a clan guarding treasure of this level. Although she could not use it now, she would be able to unleash some of its power once she reached the Emperor realm. When she was strong enough, she would return to the central region to take revenge. This would make those dog-eyed people from the Su family die of jealousy and regret. Consolidate your cultivation as soon as possible so that I can teach you the Supreme Sword Dao. Chu Xian waved his hand and had Ding Yu return to the universe space to continue consolidating his cultivation. He had broken through from the first level of the profound realm to the first level of the spirit realm. His cultivation had advanced too quickly, so he needed a certain amount of time to stabilize his cultivation. Not everyone was like Chu Xian, who could break through and stabilize his cultivation at the same time. Chu Xian lay on the deck chair, narrowed his eyes, and continued to comprehend the great Dao. Counting the time, there were only 10 days left until the 3-year milestone. Now that he had broken through to the first level of the Supreme Realm, it was time to completely control the Black Moon Tower of the southern region. The true person in charge of the Black Moon Tower of the southern region was that mysterious one-star Tower Lord. According to the information from the Black Moon Tower's guard department, the one-star Tower Lord was also the strongest person in the southern region. The strongest cultivators in the Black Moon Tower's guard department were the 3 half-Emperor Realm experts. They were only a step away from becoming Emperor Realm experts and would be able to do so after the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region recovered. Now, they were all controlled by Chu Xian. The one-star Tower Lord had been confirmed to be an Emperor Realm expert. He was the strongest expert in the southern region aside from Chu Xian. He was also the reason why the unruly evil imperial court did not dare to rob the Black Moon Tower. The presence of a true Emperor Realm expert in the dark acted as a deterrent. A half-Emperor Realm expert might be only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. However, compared to a true Emperor Realm expert, the difference in their combat strength was still vast. Even if a half-Emperor Realm expert could use a false domain, he would still be powerless against an actual Emperor Realm expert. However, Chu Xian had broken through to the Supreme Realm. He would be able to suppress an Emperor Realm expert with a single finger. The one-star Tower Lord was only at the first level of the Emperor Realm anyway. He could easily suppress this Tower Lord even if he was armed with a variety of secret treasures from the Black Moon Tower. Chapter 73, 3-Year Milestone Reward, Soul Chasing Bao. Chu Xian called Su Xian'er over and asked her to send a message to Bao Hongjian to find a way to contact the one-star Tower Lord. As long as she could meet him, she could suppress him and forcefully plant a soul seal on him. One day later, Bao Hongjian arrived. The one-star Tower Lord rarely saw anyone, even the gold-level Tower Lords. He would only appear if there was an important matter or if the Black Moon Tower encountered something that the gold-level Tower Lords could not resolve. Therefore, Bao Hongjian was unable to meet with him for the time being. Chu Xian knocked on the armrest with his finger and threw a pill over to Bao Hongjian. This pill is very beneficial to Emperor Realm cultivators. I believe this will give him enough incentive to meet you. Bao Hongjian looked at the pill in her hand and inwardly exclaimed, even the Black Moon Tower didn't have such a perfect Emperor-level pill. Yes, Master. I will definitely complete this mission. Bao Hongjian no longer had any thoughts about climbing the ranks of the Black Moon Tower. After all, it was only a matter of time before the Black Moon Tower changed hands. Right now, she only wanted to efficiently carry out Chu Xian's orders and ride on his coattails. She wanted to break through to the Emperor Realm as soon as possible. Chu Xian had chosen to train her among the 3 gold-level Tower Lords. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as her cultivation reached the peak of the Truth Realm, she could rely on a pill like this to break through to the Emperor Realm. As a member of the Black Moon Tower, she could apply to leave the southern region temporarily to head to another region where the laws of heaven and earth were intact in order to break through. Chu Xian had given her pills that were beneficial for Truth Realm cultivators, therefore her cultivation speed had progressed rapidly. For Bao Hongjian, meeting Chu Xian was her biggest opportunity. Before Bao Hongjian left, Chu Xian asked her to pay attention to any news about Xiao Liang. If she discovered Xiao Liang's arrival in the southern region, she had to report the news to him immediately. One day later, the mysterious one-star Tower Lord stood in front of Chu Xian in a respectful manner. Looking at the old man in front of him, Chu Xian was speechless. The one-star Tower Lord of the Black Moon Tower, the actual person in charge of the Black Moon Tower in the southern region, was a first-level Emperor Realm cultivator. Chu Xian finally understood why the Black Moon Tower was willing to send an Emperor Realm expert to guard the barren southern region. It was all because Lao Guitai's strength was weak and his aptitude was poor. The first level of the Emperor Realm was basically his limit. If he wanted to advance further, he would have to encounter either great fortune or a fortuitous encounter. More importantly, Lao Guitai did not have much time left. He could only live for a mere 100 years more before reaching his lifespan limit. Perhaps he had come to the southern region to seek out the Azura ancient land in a final attempt to obtain an opportunity to advance further and extend his lifespan. It was no wonder he rarely appeared. He was busy thinking about how to break through and extend his lifespan. That being said, he had made the right decision in coming to the southern region. The medicinal pill that Chu Xian passed to Bao Hongjian to lure him out could be considered his opportunity. With that medicinal pill, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the second level of the Emperor realm given the foundation that he had accumulated over countless years. His lifespan would be extended, but that was all. The moment Chu Xian laid eyes on him, he gave up on the idea of nurturing him. His level of talent was too low, which made the entire venture unprofitable. That medicinal pill could be considered as his reward for working for Chu Xian. Chu Xian promptly asked him about the Azura ancient land. He knew much more than Bao Hongjian and the other two gold-level tower lords. For example, he told Chu Xian that the Azura ancient land was trapped in a space somewhere and that, during that battle, many major powers in the southern region had perished. The locations of these large factions and sects disappeared together with the Azura ancient land during the battle. Once the natural laws of the southern region were restored, they would gradually reappear. Some of the current historical sites in the southern region had actually been the territories of some of these factions or large families that had disappeared due to the battle. The gradual recovery of the natural laws caused these historical sites that had disappeared to reappear in this world. As for that battle itself, Lao Guitai had read about it in the records of the Black Moon Tower. It seemed that it had been a plot back then to subvert the Great Qin dynasty. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the specific details. As a one-star tower lord, there were still many high-level secrets that he was not privy to. His immediate superior was his senior brother, a third-level Emperor realm expert and a two-star tower lord of the Black Moon Tower. This two-star tower lord resided in the northern region. He also did not know where the headquarters of the Black Moon Tower was or who the true person in charge above it all was. The most valuable information Chu Xian obtained from Lao Guitai was regarding the major forces in the southern region. The three sects and two empires were actually not limited to the southern region. After the war with the demons, the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region collapsed, and these major forces were forced to leave the southern region. As such, the forces they left behind in the southern region could only be considered branches that protected their original territories. The Great Qian dynasty had the shortest legacy among them, being founded after the war with the demons. He allowed Lao Guitai to leave. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. The three sects and two empires had deep foundations. How could the Great Qin dynasty, which Qin Qian had just founded, fight against the Great Qian dynasty? At the moment, things were still stable. However, once the Azura ancient land opened, the main forces behind these various factions would return. How could Qin Qian resist them then? Would the Great Qin Emperor return as well? Was Qin Qian only paving the way for the Great Qin Emperor's return? Was the person who plotted against the Great Qin Emperor related to the Great Qian dynasty? The possibility of this being the case was very high. Chu Xian did not dwell on the matter. He would ignore such problems so long as it did not affect him or his seclusion. The 3-year milestone was coming. Chu Xian waited with bated breath for the rewards he would receive. Time passed peacefully. Su Xianer was working hard on her cultivation, adamant about becoming strong enough to take revenge on the Su family back in the central region as soon as possible. Ding Yu continued to consolidate his cultivation after his breakthrough. Yesterday, Chu Tianming's roar could be heard from the ancestral residence again. Chu Xian sighed. It was fortunate that Chu Yuan had left the family's territory. Otherwise, he might have been skinned alive by the furious Chu Tianming and family elders. He had become a sinner of the Chu family. You've been cooped up for 3 years. Continue to work hard and stay in seclusion. You have been rewarded with the soul-chasing bow. The reward for 3 years of seclusion was actually a bow. Chu Xian received the reward. A simple brownish-yellow bow appeared in his hand. There were fine lines engraved on the bow. They were spread out in a regular pattern. The Dao charm lingered around them. The fine lines almost looked like a great road. The bowstring was ethereal and did not have a physical form. It looked like part of the great Dao itself. Chu Xian was amazed. This bow was definitely not simple. He examined the description of the soul-chasing bow. The soul-chasing bow imbues the power of the great Dao and the laws into its arrows. Every arrow strikes true, regardless of distance or space. After reading the description of the soul-chasing bow, Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. He finally had the ability to kill enemies without leaving his house. In terms of cultivation, the soul-chasing bow imbued the power of the laws of heaven and earth into the arrows. If one's cultivation was strong enough, the bow would imbue the power of the great Dao into the arrows. Every arrow would strike true. Moreover, it ignored space and distance. As long as he planted a soul-chasing seal on the enemy's body, no matter which space or secret realm the enemy hid in, he would still be able to hit them from inside his small courtyard. Moreover, if his cultivation was strong enough, he only needed to silently recite the name of the person, after which the soul-chasing bow would be able to lock onto the person and shoot him to death. In such a scenario, there was no need for him to plant the soul-chasing seal on the person, or even meet them. He only needed to silently recite their name and it would lock onto the person he wanted to kill. No matter how far apart they were, he would be able to shoot the other person. It was terrifying. Chapter 74, Ancient Sites and Black Heart Grass. Although the soul-chasing bow was unreasonably strong, Chu Xian was not able to use it to its full potential at the moment. He could not lock onto and kill a person with just a thought. No matter how powerful a weapon was, it still needed to be wielded by someone with sufficient strength. At the current stage, Chu Xian could either lock onto the enemy with the soul-chasing seal, capture a trace of the enemy's aura, or use other methods to locate the enemy. Only by doing so would he be able to ignore distance and space and shoot them to death. Moreover, if the person he had locked onto was too strong, the person could also withstand his attacks. After all, the power of the arrows was also related to his own cultivation. Given Chu Xian's current first-level Supreme Realm cultivation, it was definitely impossible for him to kill a Heaven Realm expert. Chu Xian played around with the soul-chasing bow for a while before putting it away with great satisfaction. In the future, even if he stayed inside the small courtyard, he would have the ability to make a move personally. There were many ways to locate the enemy, the soul-chasing seal was only one of them. Once the soul-chasing seal was planted, it could not be removed. Its function complemented the soul-chasing bow. Chu Xian decided to give the method to plant the soul-chasing seal to those who needed it. For example, Ding Yu and Su Xianer. Once the two of them encountered an invincible expert outside and needed their help, they could use the soul-chasing seal on the enemy. That way, Chu Xian could immediately locate and kill the other party. If the reward he received for the 3-year milestone was this powerful, then what kind of reward would he receive at the 5-year milestone? Or even the 10-year milestone? Chu Xian was filled with anticipation. Somewhere in the southern region, Chu Yun stood on a small hill and stared at a certain location where ripples were forming in front of her. An ancient site was about to appear. Every ancient site meant an opportunity. It was just a matter of the size of the fortuitous encounter. Those who came back from these ancient sites would never return empty-handed. Of course, some ancient sites also contained a certain amount of danger. Chu Yun had just broken through to the 4th level of the spirit realm. Given her age, it could be said that her talent was outstanding. After all, the laws of the southern region were incomplete and relatively barren. Cultivation here would be slower than in other regions. As the laws of heaven and earth continued to recover, the speed of her cultivation was already accelerating. The laws of heaven and earth's recovery was a sign. Chu Yun was already able to refine high-quality void unity pills. Despite only possessing a spirit realm cultivation, she was actually able to refine a pill that could be used by Void Realm martial artists, and even Unity Realm martial artists. The level of her talent was extremely hard to come by in the southern region. I wonder how the Chu family is doing now. They wouldn't make things too difficult for 13th brother, right? Chu Yun naturally knew about the changes that were happening in the Great Qin dynasty. She was worried that Chu Xian would be treated badly by the Chu family because of this. She was also informed about the Chu family's situation. She sighed in her heart. It was fortunate that Chu Yuan was not in the Chu family. Otherwise, he would be finished. After exploring this ancient site, I will return to Chu County. After waiting for another day, the ancient site finally opened. It appeared to be a medicinal garden. Chu Yun was overjoyed, but she still entered carefully, wary of the possible dangers. A day later, Chu Yun reaped a bountiful harvest. She looked at a large rock in front of her. There was a purple umbrella-shaped grass with 7 leaves growing under the rock. She was pleasantly surprised. Black heart grass. Unable to hold back her excitement, she went forward and plucked the black heart grass. She carefully took out a jade box and put it away. With this black heart grass, 13th brother will definitely be able to cultivate to the profound realm, spirit realm, or even higher. The black heart grass was a rare spiritual medicine that could increase a martial artist's natural talent. When Chu Yun saw the black heart grass, her first thought was to give it to Chu Xian. As long as Chu Xian's natural talent increased, there would be hope for him to break through to the profound realm, spirit realm, or even higher. After she collected the black heart grass, her harvest of all the ancient spirit herbs in this small medicinal garden was complete. Chu Yun was ready to return to Chu County. "Miss, you stole my family's spirit herbs. Shouldn't you be giving me an explanation?" Chu Yun's expression changed, and she turned around to look. A young man with a lewd expression and lecherous smile was walking over from the entrance of the ancient site. He was a 6th level spirit realm cultivator. "Your family's spirit herbs? Those who are fated to enter the ancient sites are their rightful owners." Chu Yun cautiously took a step forward and headed toward the entrance of the ancient site. "Who said that this was an ancient site? This is clearly my family's medicinal garden." The young man flashed and blocked Chu Yun's path. Bang! Chu Yun directly made her move. She was not a fool. Although she had not personally experienced encounters where others would kill people and steal their treasures, she had heard a lot about it. The other party clearly had evil intentions and wanted to snatch her treasures and kill her. "Oh, little girl, you are quite spicy. I like it." The young man raised his sword and stabbed out, blocking Chu Yun's attack. Hong! 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 Chu Yun attacked consecutively. Although she was 2 levels lower than the young man, her strength was not weak at all. After all, she cultivated the Great Luo Emperor scripture. The young man's expression changed slightly. He had been forced to retreat dozens of meters away. Chu Yun took the opportunity to escape the ancient site. "Little girl, you can't escape. Put down the black heart grass obediently." The young man chased after her. "Quick, stop her." Chu Yun had just escaped out of the entrance of the ancient site when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and blocked her path. Spiritual power fist shadows covered all of her escape routes. They trapped her. Chu Yun's expression changed drastically. Was this a truth realm expert? "Little beauty, why aren't you running anymore?" The young man chased after her with a smile. Chu Yun's heart sank. The Chu family could not afford to offend a truth realm. At this time, she could only hope that the mysterious senior would save her. "Hand over the black heart grass and I won't make things difficult for you. I'll even marry you. This is a great honor for you." The young man laughed very happily. "Wishful thinking. You don't deserve to marry me." Chu Yun gritted her teeth and glared at him. "How am I not worthy? Do you know who I am?" The young man straightened his back and said, "Listen carefully. I am the young master of Nine Swords Mountain, Song Pang. The young master of Nine Swords Mountain? Chu Yun had a look of suspicion on her face. The young master of Nine Swords Mountain, one of the 3 sects and 2 empires, only possessed this tiny bit of strength? Song Pang said in embarrassment, "What do you know? This young master is trying to solidify my foundation." Chu Yun understood. The other party's aptitude was not high, which was why he was so determined to obtain the black heart grass. Hand over the black heart grass. If you don't, then don't blame this young master for taking action. Even if you really are the young master of Nine Swords Mountain, don't even think about getting your hands on this. Chu Yun said with a firm gaze. The Chu family could not afford to offend Nine Swords Mountain, but the black heart grass was too important. It was the key to whether Chu Xian could break through to the profound realm, or perhaps even the spirit realm. Catch her! Song Pang shouted angrily. He knew that if he attacked, he would not be able to defeat her, let alone catch her. With a thought, the middle-aged man activated his spiritual power by performing certain hand seals and captured Chu Yun. At this moment, a figure appeared silently. With a simple attack, he broke the middle-aged man's spiritual power technique. The newcomer had a cold expression. He was dressed in black and had a mask on his face. It seemed like he was a servant. He was a 3rd level of the Truth Realm cultivator. Who are you? How dare you offend my Nine Swords Mountain? Ha! Nine Swords Mountain, is that something worth bragging about? The masked man smiled contemptuously. Chu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The person she relied on was that mysterious senior. The masked man before her should be that senior's servant. Since a servant already possessed the cultivation of the Truth Realm, then that senior must be even stronger. Thank you, senior. Chu Yun cupped her hands and bowed. Without looking at Song Pang, she left. Chapter 75, My disciple must never be a simp. This was the 2nd time the masked man had appeared. Before this, Chu Yun had also encountered a crisis. It was the masked man who had appeared to protect her back then too. He claimed that he had been ordered by his master to protect her secretly. He was a quiet person, so he did not converse much with Chu Yun and left soon after. She secretly made up her mind that she had to work hard to research alchemy and cultivate. She had to do her best to obtain this senior's approval as soon as possible. As long as she received this senior's approval, everything she did today would not bring disaster to the Chu family. On the contrary, the Chu family would have a powerful backer. From the masked man's tone, it was clear that senior did not care about the threat of Nine Swords Mountain. It was clear from this just how powerful senior was. Chu Yun had once suspected that the mysterious senior was an expert from Heavenly Cauldron Mountain. The masked man denied it and even disdained Heavenly Cauldron Mountain. Therefore, Chu Yun had a bold thought. The mysterious senior was most likely an expert from outside the southern region. There was even a possibility that he was an Emperor Realm expert. Otherwise, why would he look down on Heavenly Cauldron Mountain and not fear Nine Swords Mountain? Song Pang watched Chu Yun leave with a gloomy face. His guard could not defeat the masked man. However, he needed the black heart grass to raise his innate talent, so he was not willing to give up. Let's go. He and his guard rushed back to Nine Swords Mountain. After Chu Xian finished reading the information about Chu Yun from the Black Moon Tower, he laughed lightly. The young master of the Nine Swords Mountain, in terms of his status, was a good-for-nothing. The black heart grass was indeed a good spirit herb. However, it was useless to him. In terms of talent, who could compare to him? It was no wonder the young master of Nine Swords Mountain was so determined to obtain it. After all, although he was the young master, due to his lacking talent and cultivation base, many geniuses in Nine Swords Mountain probably looked down on him. With his tiny bit of talent, it was absolutely impossible for him to take over the leadership of Nine Swords Mountain in the future. Nine Swords Mountain was a sect, not a clan. Moreover, even if it was a clan, if the clan master's son was too useless, it would be extremely difficult for him to take over the clan. Even if he took over the clan, it would not be long before his position or authority was usurped. Chu Yun was on her way back to Chu County. With the 9 Sword Mountain's abilities, it would not be too difficult to find out who Chu Yun was. Soon, the 9 Sword Mountain's sect master would bring his son to attack her. Chu Xian was looking forward to the other party's attempt. If he was not mistaken, 9 Sword Mountain should be related to Great Qin's emperor. They were likely also one of the parties involved in the plot behind the Azura ancient land. Perhaps someone had placed a chess piece at 9 Swords Mountain to stir up trouble at that crucial moment. Master, I've already consolidated my cultivation. Ding Yu respectfully stood in front of Chu Xian. His eyes were filled with respect and worship. His master was too powerful and mysterious. He had casually given his new disciple a divine sword. Chu Xian nodded and looked at Ding Yu, falling into a state of deep thought. His disciple had a childhood sweetheart. Even though she had dumped him, Ding Yu might still be harboring hopes of once again reuniting with her. In fact, he might even be thinking that, once his cultivation rose, he would be qualified to pursue his childhood sweetheart. The possibility of them getting back together was not high. However, if that childhood sweetheart of his acted coquettishly and cute, she might say that the reason why she fell in love with someone else was to test him and stimulate his potential. She would then say that she still had feelings for him, and that she would not marry anyone other than him. Would that fellow Ding Yu be so moved to the point of reconciling with his childhood sweetheart without any repercussions? That would not do. Chu Xian's disciple could not be a simp. Before this, Ding Yu's sword pulse had yet to be activated, so his meridians were blocked. The experts at 9 Swords Mountain were unable to discover his hidden talent. They only believed him to be a good-for-nothing piece of trash. The Heaven's Will sword pulse was a rarely seen sword pulse in this world. Very few people had the capability of unearthing Ding Yu's supreme talent in Sword Dao. In addition, Ding Yu's meridians were blocked and his cultivation progressed extremely slowly. No one would take him seriously and it was unlikely that he would be carefully examined for his talent. Now that Ding Yu's Heaven's Will sword pulse had been activated, his talent in Sword Dao became unparalleled. Would 9 Swords Mountain still let him leave if they found out? They would definitely try their best to keep him. Ding Yu had already acknowledged Chu Xian as his master and would definitely not return to 9 Swords Mountain. However, the 9 Swords Mountain would not sever their connection with him just like that. Once they discovered his newfound talent, they would definitely try their best to use his childhood sweetheart to woo him back to their side. At the same time, they would also be able to obtain some treasures from Ding Yu's mysterious master and befriend an expert. Therefore, Ding Yu absolutely could not be a simp. He had to completely forget his childhood sweetheart. Chu Xian quickly came up with a plan. He looked at Ding Yu and said, "Your talent in Sword Dao is excellent, and you have a chance to tread on the path of the Supreme Sword. However, if you want to tread on the path of the Supreme Sword, you have to break through the 3 stages of the Way of the Sword." Ding Yu's expression was solemn as he said, "Master, what are the 3 stages of the Way of the Sword?" Chu Xian did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Do you know why there are so few top-notch sword experts in this world? Do you know why countless sword cultivators are mediocre and have yet to display the true strength of the Sword Dao?" Ding Yu was puzzled. Why did Master ask him this question? The senior experts of 9 Swords Mountain were all very skilled in swordsmanship. Their combat strength was very fierce. It was difficult for them to be defeated by those of the same level. However, since his master had asked him this question, it was likely that the experts of the Way of the Sword in his master's eyes were not quite the same as his understanding of the matter. Perhaps those experts from 9 Swords Mountain were actually not very strong? Was his worldview limited by his poor cultivation? Was that why he believed them to be powerful? After thinking for a moment, Ding Yu said, "Is it because they failed to hone themselves enough, or maybe their cultivation in the way of the sword was insufficient and their talent in the way of the sword was too poor. No. Chu Xian shook his head and said, it's because they only cultivated ordinary swordsmanship, and never progressed to the cultivation of the supreme sword. Over the eras, there have been countless people who possessed outstanding talent in sword cultivation, and there were also people who were more talented than you. However, in the end, they did not step into the cultivation of the supreme sword and only ended up becoming ordinary sword cultivators that were just a little stronger than others. Ding Yu fell into a state of deep thought. After a long while, a thought flashed through his mind. He said, I know, Master. It's because they haven't broken through the 3 stages of the way of the sword. Chu Xian put on an expression that seemed to indicate that Ding Yu was a disciple that was worth teaching. Let me ask you, do you want to become a powerful and somewhat famous sword cultivator, or do you want to become a sword immortal who has mastered the supreme sword and is famous for all eternity? Sword immortal? Although he did not know how powerful a sword immortal was, Ding Yu could not help but be fascinated. Master, I want to be a sword immortal whose name is famous for all eternity. I want to tread the path of the supreme sword. Ding Yu said with a firm expression. I'm very satisfied that you possess such determination. Chu Xian nodded with gratification. He was almost done with the setup. He then said, if you want to tread the path of the supreme sword, you have to break through the 3 stages of the way of the sword. Master, I will definitely break through the 3 stages of the way of the sword. Please tell me what the 3 stages of the way of the sword are. Ding Yu's blood was boiling, and his gaze was resolute. Su Xianer stood at the side and listened in. She was very confused. The 3 stages of the way of the sword? She had never heard of this before. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Ding Yu's reaction. He said with satisfaction, very good. I believe that you will definitely break through the 3 stages of the way of the sword. Listen carefully. The first stage of the way of the sword is to sever the emotions that bind your heart. Forget about your sweetheart. Ah! Ding Yu was dumbfounded. The first stage of the way of the sword was this? He had to forget about his sweetheart? Su Xianer's mouth was wide open and her face was full of confusion. Chapter 76, No woman in your heart, drawing your sword to slay an immortal. Ding Yu was completely dumbfounded. The first stage of the way of the sword required him to forget his sweetheart? Why did he have to forget his sweetheart? A beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Su Xianer was also dumbfounded. What did one's sweetheart have to do with sword dao cultivation? Chu Xian had said it so seriously too. She thought that it was some extraordinary revelation about the way of the sword, but it turned out to be about forgetting his sweetheart? Do you know the meaning of the first stage of the way of the sword? Do you know why countless sword cultivators are unable to break through the first stage of the way of the sword and tread upon the path of the supreme sword? If you can't even break through the first stage, how can you even talk about the supreme sword? Chu Xian was not surprised by Ding Yu's reaction. Master, please enlighten me. Ding Yu's eyes were slightly confused. Forget about his sweetheart? Forget about her? Would he not be able to tread upon the path of the supreme sword if he did not forget about her? Ding Yu, who possessed the Heaven's Will sword pulse, had a special obsession with the sword dao. If you have someone in your heart, then where is the sword? Chu Xian's voice was like the roar of the great dao as 7-colored divine light bloomed around his body. A halo appeared behind his head and shone in all directions. Sage Master's halo. Looking at his master who was bathed in the 7-colored divine light, Ding Yu was shocked. He suddenly felt that everything his master said was true. Where is the sword? Ding Yu muttered to himself. Can they coexist? Lacking confidence, he asked carefully. How can it coexist? Since it coexists, is your sword still the only one? Is your sword still pure? Ding Yu's brain buzzed. Yes, how can it be exclusive if it coexists? However, the beautiful figure in his mind was holding him back. Forget her? It was easier said than done. Let me ask you, if your sweetheart's friends and relatives want to kill you, will you let them? If one day your sweetheart falls in love with someone else and wants to kill you, will your sword still be able to stab her? If one day your sweetheart falls into the hands of the enemy and they threaten you with her life, what will you do? Chu Xian's voice rang loudly like a bell as it echoed directly into Ding Yu's mind. His face turned paler with each question. If there is another bond in your heart, where is the sword? How can you still focus on the way of the sword? How can you tread upon the path of the supreme sword? Chu Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ding Yu. Ding Yu's face turned pale and his entire body started to shake. For a moment, he did not know how to answer Chu Xian or what decision to make. What should he do? Did he really have to choose between his sweetheart and the supreme sword? You have to know that your sweetheart will only bring you harm. Chu Xian saw that it was almost time, so he directly gave Ding Yu a heart-piercing blow. Boom! Ding Yu's brain was in overdrive. His mind was filled with the words, "Your sweetheart will only bring you harm." In Nine Swords Mountain, he had been coldly reprimanded, stepped on, and slapped around. He had been sent flying with a kick, and the people around him constantly mocked and ridiculed him. Her pretty face had gone from a charming smile at the beginning to cold glares, ridicule, contempt, and humiliation later on. She never looked at him again. Ding Yu was panting and sweating profusely, and his face was twisted with pain. Chu Xian just looked at him. As the fated person of the southern region, if he could not even pass this test, then he was too useless and unworthy of being Chu Xian's disciple. If Chu Xian did not help him to free himself from this, Ding Yu would sooner or later be cheated by his childhood sweetheart. Su Xianer watched silently from the side. Ding Yu appeared to be in a painful dilemma. It was obvious that his sweetheart had caused him a lot of harm. After 10 minutes, Ding Yu gradually calmed down. The beautiful figure in his mind was no longer gentle and beautiful, but cold and heartless instead. Thinking back to the past, Ding Yu suddenly realized that he had been hurt all along. His master was right. The one he loved would only bring him harm. His gaze gradually became firm. He looked at Chu Xian and said, "Master, I understand. You are a promising young man." Chu Xian was gratified. There was hope for his eldest disciple after all. "Master, please enlighten me. What is the second stage of the way of the sword?" Chu Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "The second stage of the way of the sword is, when you see a beautiful woman, don't let your mind wander. You must keep the soul of the sword in your heart." Ding Yu was a little confused. Why was it related to a woman again? You don't understand. Not really. Chu Xian's spiritual power condensed into a person. The person's face and appearance were rough. The person condensed from his spiritual power stood next to Su Xianer. Which one did you look at first? Who did you pay more attention to? Chu Xian asked. Ding Yu looked over in confusion. The first person he saw was naturally Su Xianer, who was dressed as a servant. His attention was also more inclined to Su Xianer. After all, every normal man would pay more attention to the peerless beauty. It was Sister Su. You were distracted by her beauty, weren't you? Disciple, think about it. When you are fighting with someone, if a beautiful woman appears, she will either flirt with you or act extremely seductively. If you get distracted by her, what will happen to you? Besides, in some illusions, there are countless beautiful women. If you are caught in them, your life will be forfeit. Why is it a woman's beauty? Wheel, opposites attract. This is part of the great Dao of heaven. Ding Yu could already imagine the scene in his mind. He would be holding a long sword and confronting an enemy. Suddenly, from behind the enemy, a beautiful woman appeared and started flirting with him, trying to seduce him. Would he not be distracted by her actions? Given his current state of mind, he would definitely be distracted. Once he was distracted, he would be killed. Hiss! When he thought of this, Ding Yu immediately sucked in a cold breath of air. His master's words were reasonable. Master, I will definitely break through the second stage as soon as possible. That's good. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Ding Yu's performance. In the second stage, seeing a beautiful woman not being distracted is the first part, and having the soul of the sword in your heart is the second. As for what the soul of the sword is, everyone's comprehension is different. You will need to figure it out yourself. Yes, Master. Su Xian'er was a little indignant. After all, up until now, she had only heard Chu Xian express one thing: women were obstacles. Sir, can't a woman become a strong person? Chu Xian glanced at her. Why was this little girl joining in on the fun? It varies from person to person, and it varies from Dao to Dao. Those who walk the path of the Supreme Sword must only be interested in the sword. Chu Xian continued, in other words, it's the same for women who cultivate the Supreme Sword. Just change the distraction from a woman to a man. How can it be the same? Su Xian'er said unwillingly, a woman won't be distracted when looking at a man, right? This little girl was still unconvinced. Chu Xian said seriously, let's not talk about whether you'd be distracted by a handsome man. Let me ask you this. When you are confronting an enemy, an ugly naked man shows up performing dirty gestures and poses in front of you. Will you be confused? Will you be angry? Will you be distracted? If you are not mentally strong, you'll probably scream. Su Xian'er was stunned. Her master was indeed a teacher. He always looked at the problem with such depth. If someone really did that, Su Xian'er could not guarantee that she would not get mad or be disturbed. Can you handle this situation, little girl? Chu Xian ignored her dazed expression and turned his attention back to Ding Yu. For the third stage of the way of the sword, if you don't have a woman in your heart, you can kill an immortal by drawing your sword. Ding Yu's blood immediately surged. If I don't have a woman in my heart, I'll be able to kill an immortal by drawing my sword. I, Ding Yu, must tread upon the path of the Supreme Sword and kill an immortal by drawing my sword. Disciple, you must remember that having a woman in your life will affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Chu Xian warned him solemnly. Master, I know. I will definitely break through the 3 stages of the way of the sword and tread upon the path of the Supreme Sword. Ding Yu's gaze was resolute. Sweetheart, get lost. I, Ding Yu, am a man who wants to slaughter immortals. Chapter 77, I should not have a sweetheart. Chu Xian looked pleased and said, Disciple, I am very pleased that you possess such firm resolve. The 3 stages of the way of the sword are also 3 stages of the heart of the sword Dao. Sever your emotional ties, forget your sweetheart, when looking at beautiful women, do not let your mind, and finally, having no woman in your heart. This is the secret way of the sword. Those who are not strong-willed or lack a firm Dao heart will not be able to complete the 3 stages of the way of the sword. There are countless ordinary sword cultivators. Very few have broken through the first stage. Naturally, these ordinary sword cultivators will not be able to tread upon the path of the Supreme Sword. Su Xian'er suddenly thought of something and said, That's not right, sir. I recall that a certain heartless sword technique exists in the world. Those who cultivate the heartless sword technique possess no feelings in their hearts. Naturally, there will be no women in their hearts. Chu Xian glanced at her. This girl was deliberately causing trouble, right? Ding Yu looked at Chu Xian. It made sense. Since there was a heartless sword technique in the world, could those who cultivated it be considered as having tread upon the path of the Supreme Sword? Chu Xian sneered and said, The heartless sword technique is something that only cowards cultivate. It's a deformed sword technique, a technique that the great Dao doesn't acknowledge. The 3 stages of the Supreme Sword are directed toward the great Dao. How can the heartless sword technique be compared to it? What does it mean to be heartless? To forget feelings, to be neither happy, sad, or angry. If you lack emotions, are you still human? Chu Xian looked at Su Xian'er and asked, let me ask you, will those who cultivate the heartless sword technique be angry when they are surrounded and killed by others? Will they be moved by treasures when they see them? Will they draw their swords out in anger when they are humiliated? Su Xian'er was stunned for a moment and replied, yes. They feel happiness, anger, and are moved by treasures. How can they be called heartless then? What's heartless is just their feelings. They are a bunch of cowards who don't dare to face the suffering in their hearts, who created the heartless sword technique to deceive themselves and others. Chu Xian said with extreme disdain. Su Xian'er was stunned. His words seemed to make sense. Disciple, don't learn from those cowards and disgrace me, Chu Xian said earnestly. Yes, Master, I understand. Ding Yu nodded and paused for a moment, and then said, Master, actually, the 3 stages of the way of the sword contain the truth of the great Dao, especially the stage where there is no woman in your heart. Does it actually mean that one's heart is still like water, and that nothing can cause your heart, or the sword that it contains, to be swayed? Has this disciple comprehended it correctly? The corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched. You really are talented. You have comprehended it correctly. I am pleased that I have such a perceptive disciple. Chu Xian nodded and exhorted, you must remember that having a woman will affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Yes, Master. Ding Yu's face was solemn. Master will teach you the way of the sword now. Chu Xian raised his finger and pointed. The first part of the heaven-reaching sword technique was transmitted into Ding Yu's mind. Ding Yu still had to break through the 3 stages of the way of the sword, so he divided the heaven-reaching sword technique into 3 parts to be taught. Moreover, by the time Ding Yu finished cultivating the first part, Chu Xian would probably be in the heaven realm. Ding Yu was immersed in the comprehension of the way of the sword. The heaven's will sword pulse was activated and the aura around his body pulsated fiercely. It was like a sharp sword unsheathed. 10 minutes later, Ding Yu opened his eyes. He kowtowed 3 times respectfully and said, Thank you, Master, for imparting this technique. Go and cultivate, Chu Xian waved his hand and said. Yes, Master. Ding Yu stood up, his expression was firm and his gaze sharp. Returning to the universe space, he sat cross-legged in front of the divine sword. The aura on his body became more and more ethereal and resonated with the divine sword. The divine sword trembled slightly and let out a slight hum. Ding Yu's aura then became more restrained, like an ordinary sword that was stabbed into the ground. Forget my sweetheart. Forget my sweetheart. Ding Yu kept telling himself that he had to forget his sweetheart and break through the first stage of the way of the sword. The way of the sword that his master had imparted to him was incomparably powerful, far beyond what 9 Swords Mountain was capable of. He would not let down his master's high hopes. Ding Yu kept recalling the past, when he and his childhood sweetheart had been together. From their time as happy children, to finally being despised, neglected, alienated, ridiculed, and humiliated by the latter. You're just a piece of trash. You're not worthy of me. Ding Yu, although we grew up together, I was young and ignorant back then. Now that I've grown up, I'm not blind. It's impossible for us to be together. Cease your wishful thinking. You were just passing by? Who are you trying to kid? You're here to harass me, right? Or perhaps to disgust me? Ding Yu, for the sake of our past friendship, can you please get lost? He had also let go and stopped looking for that person back then. However, he would always stumble across that person occasionally. Every time he did, he would be humiliated and spurned. Ding Yu kept recalling his past experiences and hypnotizing himself. That person was not worth his time or affection. Master was right. The person he loved would only bring him harm. Forget the person I love. I, Ding Yu, can do it. Since she is already heartless, why should I keep thinking about her? Ding Yu sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He strengthened his resolve over and over again to forget that person. The best way to hate someone was to constantly recall the bad side of her and the harm that she had caused him. Ding Yu did exactly that. He believed that as long as he stopped thinking about her and loathed her, he could forget her. She would never become his sweetheart. As he recalled the bits and pieces of his childhood sweetheart, Ding Yu sadly realized that he had always been the one who had given, and had never received anything in return. She wanted all of the medicinal pills and the spirit crystals. Thinking back carefully, she had never given him anything, not even a single worthless item. Master is right. I shouldn't have a sweetheart. Su Xian'er looked at him curiously. She felt that something was wrong with Ding Yu. Chu Xian did not care how Ding Yu forgot his sweetheart. His goal had been achieved. His disciple would not become a simp. He activated the myriad heavenly mirror and connected it to Ren Changhe. Greetings, Master. Ren Changhe bowed respectfully. There's no need to be so polite. Chu Xian's voice was vast and mighty, as if it came from the great Dao itself. Ren Changhe raised his head, and his soul was instantly shaken. He became even more respectful toward his master in his heart. In his eyes, although his master did not reveal his imposing figure, bathed in divine light, there was an aura of the great Dao that lingered around him. The robe on his body seemed to be woven from the great Dao itself. Hiss, just how strong is master? Ren Changhe was shocked. How powerful was he to be able to weave the great Dao into a robe? Are there still any parts that you are confused about? Chu Xian asked. Yes. Ren Changhe looked ashamed. Until now, he still had not fully comprehended the yin-yang combination divine seal. Tell me. Chu Xian was speechless. More than once, he had wondered if Ren Changhe really was a top-notch heavens blessed. However, he was very famous. The name of the celestial master had shaken the 9 zones and 50 regions. There was no way that he was an ordinary cultivator. Why had he been unable to fully comprehend the yin-yang combination divine seal this entire time? Was the yin-yang combination divine seal so mysterious to the point that even heaven realm cultivators found it difficult to comprehend it? Ren Changhe asked his question. After Chu Xian explained it to him, he asked, does this realm have a 1000-year heaven realm cultivator? Yes. Ren Changhe did not know why Chu Xian asked this question. Was it to motivate him? Or did he want to find someone who was more talented than him to represent his martial inheritance in this world? Chapter 78, There was a mysterious senior. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. As expected, the cultivation benchmark of top-notch geniuses of the 100-year Emperor Realm, the 1,000-year Supreme Realm, and the 10,000-year Heaven Realm were based on normal circumstances. There were always special circumstances where unique individuals surpassed the cultivation speed of these top-notch geniuses. Ren Changhe continued, some old monsters, for various reasons or under special circumstances, reincarnated using secret techniques. Due to the accumulation and comprehension of their previous lives, it was not impossible for them to recover their heaven realm cultivation in 1000 years. Chu Xian thought about Qin Qiun. She had cultivated to the half-emperor realm within such a short period of time by relying on the accumulation and comprehension of her previous life. It could be said that, before the emperor realm, as long as there were enough resources, the path of cultivation was a smooth one. Moreover, for most, breaking through to the emperor realm would not be too much of a problem. In addition to the experts who reincarnated using secret techniques, there were also those who obtained the inheritance of great experts. After receiving the inheritance of these great experts, the power and comprehension those experts had would be sealed in their bodies. They would then experience a smooth and rapid cultivation journey, and would be able to break through realms within an extremely short time. All they needed to do was to continuously stimulate the power of the inheritance they had received. However, the cultivators who cultivated using this method mostly had weak foundations due to their reliance on the inheritances. Moreover, when they fully received and activated the inheritance, they would need to spend a very long time polishing their foundations. Otherwise, they would not be able to advance further. Ren Changhe disdained this kind of cultivator. He had killed several of these so-called heavens blessed with one hand back then. Chu Xian understood what he meant. Ren Changhe was just afraid that he would compare him to this kind of trashy heavens blessed. Ren Changhe's meaning was that although this kind of cultivator would progress at lightning speed, their actual combat strength was nothing worth shouting about. After all, he had crushed several of them with one hand. There were also those who obtained great opportunities and entered some special secret realms. Time passed differently inside these secret realms. 1,000 years inside was equivalent to only a year in the outside world. However, if one counted the time spent cultivating inside these secret realms, the time they took to cultivate was actually not a short amount of time. I heard that such a secret realm exists in the desolate ancient zone. Unfortunately, this disciple's luck was lacking and was not fated to encounter it. Ren Changhe sighed regretfully. It's just a secret realm. It's nothing worth shouting about. Chu Xian's tone was very arrogant as he responded nonchalantly. As expected of master. Ren Changhe inwardly exclaimed in admiration. He had found out what he wanted to know, and had given Ren Changhe the necessary pointers. It was time for Chu Xian to leave. As usual, he encouraged Ren Changhe to cultivate properly. Finally, he said, since you are my in-name disciple, you should at least know my title. Ren Changhe immediately knelt on the ground, his face full of excitement. His master was finally willing to tell him his honorific title. This meant that he had formally acknowledged him as a disciple. Listen carefully. Chu Xian's voice was dignified as he said, the powerhouses of the heavens all call me eternal, handsome, unparalleled, majestic, virtuous supreme, and holy number one Dao master of the myriad realms. Ren Changhe was stunned when he heard that. He felt that it was awesome. His master was so awesome. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Ren Changhe's reaction. After a few more words of encouragement, he deactivated the myriad heavenly mirror. Next, Chu Xian connected to Du Yuan. Du Yuan had already returned to the small family that he was the guardian of. He was behaving in a low-key manner as usual. Your Excellency. Since you can be considered a disciple of sorts, I will give you a cultivation technique and a divine weapon. Chu Xian passed the purple flames burning heavens technique to Du Yuan as well as the fire spirit all. Du Yuan was pleasantly surprised. His choice back then had indeed been correct. The cultivation technique given by Senior was more than 100 times stronger than the cultivation technique he had obtained from his fortuitous encounter. With this cultivation technique, Du Yuan was confident that he would be able to reach the divine realm. The fire spirit all was actually a divine weapon. There might not even be a second person in possession of a divine weapon in the entire western region. Chu Xian threw him a few bottles of Supreme Realm cultivation pills as well, which would be enough to allow Du Yuan's strength to soar within a short period of time. Given Du Yuan's current second-level Supreme Realm cultivation, he was still rather weak. Fortunately, there was still some time until Azura Ancient Land would open, so Du Yuan still had sufficient time to raise his strength. It was impossible for him to reach the Heaven Realm, but with the help of medicinal pills and the powerful purple flames burning heavens technique, he could still cultivate to the 8th or 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Du Yuan's innate talent was not bad after all. The last daily use of the myriad heavenly mirror connected randomly to an ocean, so Chu Xian did not encounter any living beings. Over the next few days, Ding Yu immersed himself in the cultivation of the first stage of the Way of the Sword. Su Xianer was also cultivating hard. It was then that Chu Yun came back. 13th brother, I've brought you a treasure. The first thing Chu Yun did when she came back was to run over to Chu Xian's small courtyard. The small courtyard had not changed much. The universe space was concealed by Chu Xian, so Chu Yun could not sense it. She took out an umbrella-shaped spirit herb with 7 leaves and handed it to Chu Xian. 13th brother, this is a spirit herb that can increase one's natural talent. Eat it quickly. Chu Xian stretched out his hand and patted her head. This girl was quite thoughtful. Despite how precious this spirit herb was, the first thing she thought to do with it was give it to him. It was worth doting on her. Black heart grass, ah, this is indeed a good thing. But your 13th brother doesn't need this thing. You should eat it. Chu Yun's eyes widened and she said in surprise, 13th brother, you know about black heart grass. Chu Xian gave her an enigmatic smile and said, of course I know about it. You should eat it quickly. This thing is not useful to 13th brother. How can it not be useful? Chu Yun was a little anxious. 13th brother, don't worry. Even if you break through, I'll tell Grandpa to allow you to continue to live in the small courtyard. No one will disturb you. Chu Xian chuckled. I don't want anyone to disturb me. No one can disturb me either. No, 13th brother, you have to eat the black heart grass. Chu Yun's expression was stiff. She decided to force the black heart grass into Chu Xian's mouth. If Chu Xian was unable to break through to the profound realm and unable to improve his cultivation, his lifespan would be very short. She did not want to watch him pass away while she continued on her cultivation journey. Chu Yun used her spiritual power and, once she thought that she had Chu Xian under control, she stuffed the black heart grass into his mouth. In the end, for some unknown reason, the black heart grass in her hand ended up inside her own mouth. It instantly melted away and dissolved into her stomach. Chu Yun was dumbfounded. Looking at Chu Xian's expression, her eyes widened in disbelief. 13th brother, you. Your 13th brother's dao is in this courtyard. I have no need for any treasures, Chu Xian chuckled. I understand. Chu Yun suddenly jumped up excitedly and hugged Chu Xian's neck from behind. I knew it. 13th brother wasn't trash. SHH, don't tell anyone. Yes, yes, this is a secret. Chu Yun nodded her head and her mouth curled into a smile. After learning that Chu Xian was even stronger than she was, Chu Yun became very excited. She sat at the side and talked about her experiences. 13th brother, let me tell you a secret. A very powerful senior has taken a fancy to my talent and is testing me. Once I pass the test, the senior will take me as his disciple. At that time, we will have a strong backer. That senior might be someone from outside the southern region. He might even be an Emperor Realm expert. Emperor Realm. I don't know if I can ever become an Emperor Realm expert. Chu Xian quietly listened to her. He was inwardly laughing. The senior she was talking about was right in front of her eyes right now. Chapter 79, Revealing the Chu family's foundation. Chu Yun stayed in the small courtyard for 2 days. As usual, she went through the cultivation insights Chu Xian had prepared and discovered new pill refinement methods and pill formulas. She was somewhat confused. What exactly was the connection between these pill refinement methods and that mysterious senior? That mysterious senior seemed to favor her and test her precisely because of the pill refinement techniques she cultivated. Chu Xian pushed all of this onto his father, Chu Kaioluo, and lied that it was possible that his father had some kind of relationship with that mysterious senior. Chu Yun felt that it made sense. After memorizing the new alchemy skills and pill formulas, Chu Yun returned to the ancestral residence. Before returning, she sighed and said, if third brother returns to the family's territory, his fate will be very miserable. Chu Xian agreed. After such a long time, Chu Tianming's roars could still be heard every now and then. It could be seen how angry he was at Chu Yuan. Chu Yun had returned to the ancestral residence to obtain a new status in the Chu family. Since 13th brother liked peace, she needed to increase her authority and influence in the Chu family so that 13th brother could live comfortably. Chu Yun did not mention anything about Chu Xian's strength. One day later, from the small courtyard, Chu Xian heard Chu Tianming's laughter coming from the ancestral residence. Ha ha ha, how can my Chu family lag behind the other families? Chu Tianming had broken through to the Unity realm by consuming the Void Unity pills that Chu Yun had refined. The other 3 peak stage Void Realm elders had also broken through. Chu Yun's status in the Chu family skyrocketed, surpassing the future successor of the family head, Chu Qing. She became a precious treasure in the hearts of all the elders of the Chu family. Chu Qing felt very helpless. His status in the family had already dropped to 2nd place. However, he was not unhappy about it at all. After all, Chu Yun had also given him many medicinal pills. He would be able to quickly break through and increase his strength. These pills could even be sold. Chu Xian looked at the space underneath the Chu family's ancestral residence. It was time for the Chu family's foundation to be revealed. The Chu family's strength could be allowed to fall behind others. If they were left further and further behind by the other 3 families, the mentality of the Chu family would probably collapse. The big reveal of the Chu family's foundation would naturally be done by Chu Yun. The Emperor-level weapon inside would also automatically recognize Chu Yun as its owner. With Chu Xian's strength, it would naturally be easy for him to allow Chu Yun to activate the Chu family's foundation. Moreover, Chu Yun would not even realize that someone had helped her open it. Chu Tianming and the other elders of the Chu family were gathering all kinds of spirit herbs and giving them to Chu Yun to refine pills. They decided to put in a lot of effort to nurture Chu Yun. On this night, with a loud bang, the ground underneath a certain house in the ancestral residence collapsed. A small space suddenly appeared. All the experts of the Chu family were shocked. Chu Tianming headed toward the small space after ordering the elders of the Chu family to seal off the Chu family's territory. No one was allowed to enter or leave. "Yuner, where are you?" Chu Tianming was extremely anxious. Chu Yun had been refining pills inside that house just now. He brought a few elders and rushed into the rubble. A black hole appeared. A faint light appeared. As soon as he entered, he felt that something was wrong. This seemed to be an ancient site. Looking over, the first thing he saw was a stone tablet. There were lines of words engraved on the stone tablet. Chu Tianming first looked for Chu Yun. Suddenly, a ray of light attracted everyone's attention. In the center of the ancient site, there was a small blade that was floating in mid-air while emitting spiritual light. A vast pressure swept over the people there. Chu Tianming and the others' faces changed drastically, after which they became ecstatic. Emperor-level weapon. It was actually an Emperor-level weapon. However, this Emperor-level weapon was currently floating above Chu Yun's head. Chu Tianming and the others immediately became nervous. The Emperor-level weapon slowly descended and actually fell into Chu Yun's hands. In the end, it even merged into Chu Yun's body. The Emperor-level weapon acknowledged her as its master. Furthermore, it voluntarily did so. This Emperor-level weapon chose Chu Yun as its master. Chu Tianming and the others were all stunned. "Look, what are those?" One of the elders pointed at the balls of power floating in the air. There was also a scroll placed on an altar. Seeing that Chu Yun was fine, Chu Tianming turned his attention to the stone tablet. Looking at it, he was so excited that he started to tremble. This is the inheritance left behind by our ancestors." Everyone in the Chu family was ecstatic. They looked at Chu Yun as if they were looking at a treasure. The Emperor-level weapon left behind by the Chu family's ancestors had taken the initiative to recognize Chu Yun as its master. Naturally, they knew what this meant. The rise of the Chu family depended entirely on Chu Yun. Chu Yun still had a blank expression on her face. She did not know how or why she suddenly appeared here. Moreover, a small blade had even recognized her as its master. It had been incorporated into her danshan and was being nurtured. "Grandfather, what is this place?" "Yuner, this is the foundation left behind by our Chu family ancestors." "How did you come here?" Chu Tianming asked excitedly. "I seemed to have heard a voice. It felt like someone was calling me, so I answered and came here," Chu Yun said blankly. Good, good. There is hope for the rise of our Chu family. Chu Tianming was overjoyed. As expected, Chu Yun was the inheritor of the Chu family and the descendant chosen by the ancestors of the Chu family. This is the inheritance of the Truth Realm. An elder from the Chu family who had returned from the great Jian dynasty said excitedly as he looked at the inheritance. The Chu family is going to rise. Everyone knew why the Zhao and He families had cultivated Truth Realm experts so quickly. It was because their family's foundations had been activated. Third uncle, break through to the Truth Realm as soon as possible. Chu Tianming looked at the clan elder. This clan elder was currently the strongest person in the Chu family. The situation in the southern region had turned unstable, and the Qin kingdom had become the Great Qin dynasty. The relationship between the Chu family and the other three families was also different from before. A Truth Realm expert had to appear as soon as possible and take charge of the Chu family. Only a Truth Realm expert had the strength to lead the family through these troubled times. Good. With this inheritance, we will definitely be able to break through within half a month. At the same time, the elders of the Chu family tacitly chose not to mention the Emperor-level weapon. The Emperor-level weapon was in Chu Yun's possession. This would be a top secret of the Chu family. Once it was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ignoring Chu Yun's limited strength, even the entire Chu family would not be able to protect it if it were discovered. It was an Emperor-level weapon. How many powers in the entire southern region had an Emperor-level weapon? They knew that the Qin family had an Emperor-level weapon. Qin Qiun, the Great Empress, was extremely powerful. Who would dare to have designs on her or her weapon? If things were the same on the Zhao and He family's side, they would also have an Emperor-level weapon. However, they did not know if those weapons were in the hands of the two families or whether they had been given to the Qin family. The matter of the Chu family possessing an Emperor-level weapon could not be leaked out. Luckily, the ones who entered this space were the family elders, so they could keep this matter a secret. In addition, the Emperor-level weapon had taken the initiative to recognize its owner and had entered Chu Yun's danshan. As long as Chu Yun did not take the initiative to reveal it, no one would be able to discover it. Chu Tianming instructed Chu Yun not to ever reveal the Emperor-level weapon. Grandfather, I know. Furthermore, with my strength, I can't use it anyway. Chu Yun nodded solemnly. She understood the importance of the Emperor-level weapon and had already made up her mind to hand it over to Chu Xian. I can't let grandfather and the others know that I'll be giving the Emperor-level weapon to 13th brother. Chu Yun thought silently. The Chu family's foundation had been opened and the entire clan land had been sealed. The three Unity Realm experts of the Chu family had started to inherit the power of the True Realm. At the moment, only 3 of them had enough cultivation to inherit the power of the True Realm. Chu Tianming and the other elders of the Chu family who had just broken through weren't strong enough to withstand it. It was easy for their power to become chaotic and their foundation to be damaged. Chapter 80, Coercion. Once one's foundation was damaged, even if one broke through to the Truth Realm, there would be no way forward. The Chu family's complete inherited cultivation technique had finally appeared. It was a powerful cultivation technique that would allow one to cultivate to the Emperor Realm or even the Supreme Realm. Which cultivator did not have the ambition or dream of reaching the Emperor Realm? It was not easy to break through to the Emperor Realm though, talent and aptitude were very important. However, if one did not work hard, who knew what one could or could not achieve? Moreover, with Chu Yun's aid with refining pills, there was still hope for them even if their innate talent was insufficient. As the Chu family's foundation had finally been discovered, the Chu family members regained hope. They now believed that they could catch up to the other 3 families. As a result, the Chu family members all fell into a frenzied period of cultivation. Even the voices that scolded Chu Yuan became softer. Chu Tianming could no longer be heard roaring in the ancestral residence because of Chu Yuan's matter. 2 days after Chu Yun left the Chu family's ancient site, she came over to Chu Xian's small courtyard. 13th brother, I inherited the Chu family's Emperor-level weapon, she said in a mysterious and low voice. Your luck is indeed good. You're the person who carries the hope of the Chu family on your shoulders now. Chu Xian laughed. 13th brother, I want to give you this emperor-level weapon. I don't have any use for it and I feel that it's very dangerous for me to hold onto it. Chu Yun's face was solemn as she spoke. If others found out about the emperor-level weapon, her life would be in danger. Chu Xian laughed as he looked at her. The reason why Chu Yun spoke so seriously was because she was worried that he would not accept the emperor-level weapon. 13th brother, you must help me. I'll leave the emperor-level weapon with you. You can't tell anyone, Chu Yun said. All right. Chu Xian nodded. Chu Yun was elated. As expected, 13th brother was afraid that she would be in danger and chose to accept the emperor-level weapon. She immediately tried to take out the emperor-level weapon. However, the emperor-level weapon in her danshan refused to budge. She tried several methods but, in the end, she was unable to take it out. Her expression instantly took a turn for the worse. 13th brother, I can't take out the emperor-level weapon. This means that the emperor-level weapon has completely recognized you as its master. During critical moments, it will still protect you, so just keep it. Chu Xian patted her little head and smiled. The emperor-level weapon was also imbued with Chu Xian's power. Not only could it help Chu Yun in her cultivation, it would also save her life during critical moments. Given Chu Xian's first-level Supreme Realm cultivation, no one Emperor Realm cultivator could harm Chu Yun. In addition, Chu Xian had left a soul-chasing seal on the Emperor-level weapon. With this, he would be able to use the soul-chasing bow to kill any enemies close to Chu Yun. Alright. Since Chu Yun failed to take out the Emperor-level weapon, she returned to the ancestral residence with a disappointed expression. After returning to the ancestral residence, she tried her best to rack her brain for a solution. However, despite her best efforts, she was still unable to take out the Emperor-level weapon. As such, she had no choice but to give up. Just as the Chu family was about to focus on their cultivation and growth, a piece of news suddenly arrived which caused the family elders to be shaken. The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain, Song Yiming, had brought his son, Song Peng, to the Chu family to propose marriage. His son, Song Peng, wanted to marry Chu Yun. Not only that, he had come in threatening fashion. He did not use friendly methods to propose this marriage, he was directly threatening the Chu family into agreeing to the marriage. Had this occurred before the Chu family's foundation was unearthed, the family elders might have considered whether or not to curry favor with Nine Swords Mountain. However, after the Chu family's foundation was unearthed, the Emperor-level weapon had recognized Chu Yun as its master. How could they allow Chu Yun to marry the son of the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain? Furthermore, the other party came menacingly and directly threatened them. The Chu family was unable to accept the other party's behavior. Chu Yun was the hope for the rise of the Chu family. Given the current situation, even if Chu Yun had someone in her heart, the family elders would not agree to her marrying out. Her future partner could only marry into the Chu family. What should we do? The elders looked at Chu Tianming with serious expressions. We can only ask the Qin family for help. Chu Tianming said with a gloomy face. The elders were worried. Would the Qin family come to their aid? One had to know that the current relationship between the Great Qin dynasty and Nine Swords Mountain was not normal. Would they offend the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain for the sake of the Chu family? However, at this point, there was no other way out but to ask the Qin family for help. Chu Yun was concocting pills inside the Chu family's ancient site, so she was unaware of what was going on outside. Chu Xian had already learned from the intelligence reports of the Black Moon Tower that Song Yiming had brought his son to the Chu family's territory. The other party had neither been hurried nor slow. By traveling openly like that, they had exerted pressure on the Chu family. The accompanying Nine Swords Mountain disciples were currently taking control of one city after another in Chu County. Although they did not make any moves to hurt anyone, their intention was self-evident. They're finally here. With a single thought, Chu Xian covered the entirety of the Chu family's territory within his domain. He wanted to place a few more chess pieces in the southern region. He was very interested in the Azura ancient land. The opening of the Azura ancient land was related to the situation in the entire northern zone. Many powerful factions would participate in this matter. There might even be other factions from other zones interfering. It would be more exciting to stir up trouble on a field where many powerful factions were present. Moreover, his actions could trigger the system's rewards. Nine Sword Mountain's Sect Master was one of the chess pieces that Chu Xian wanted to obtain due to the matter regarding the Great Qin's emperor. Inside the Great Qin dynasty's imperial palace, Qin Qiun looked at the Chu family's request for help and did not give an answer. Qin Pingshan opened his mouth a few times, but soon closed it again each time. He could not guess what Qin Qiun was thinking. Whether or not the Qin family helped the Chu family was all down to Qin Qiun's decision. No one could control her. I have my own thoughts regarding this matter. Qin Qiun waved her hand, indicating for Qin Pingshan to leave. Qin Pingshan sighed. The emperor-level aura around Qin Qiun's body was getting stronger and stronger. She was probably going to break through to the emperor realm soon. After Qin Pingshan left, Qin Qiun spoke to someone hiding behind a screen in the room, inform Nine Swords Mountain. If Song Yiming dies, just replace the sect master and pretend that nothing happened. The person behind the screen was stunned. If Song Yiming died, should he not take revenge? How could he pretend that nothing happened? Moreover, did the Chu family even have the ability to kill Song Yiming? After a long while, he replied, yes. Chu County. Song Pang said impatiently, Father, let's go straight to the Chu family's ancestral residence. What if someone eats the black heart grass while we're dawdling here? Song Yiming replied, Panger, are you sure that girl is an alchemist? I'm sure, I'm absolutely sure. Furthermore, her talent in alchemy should be quite good. Song Pang hurriedly nodded and said. Although his talent was lacking, he was not a brainless descendant. In order to stabilize his position in Nine Swords Mountain, he had thought of many methods and made every effort to improve. He wanted to obtain the position of sect master, rather than the safe position of an elder. To achieve that, he had been working hard. Song Pang knew that he was somewhat crippled in terms of cultivation. If he wanted to secure his position, his first choice would be to marry an excellent Dao partner. What did Nine Swords Mountain lack the most? Alchemists. Due to this, he had traveled to Heavenly Cauldron Mountain more than once, hoping to hook up with a female disciple. However, his hopes were dashed EAC time. The female disciples of Heavenly Cauldron Mountain all looked at him as if he were a cripple. No matter how much he tried to sweet-talk them, he could not coax them into becoming his Dao partner. It was precisely because he spent too much time with the disciples of Heavenly Cauldron Mountain that, when he chanced upon Chu Yun, he sensed a familiar faint pill fragrance lingering around her body. He also found out that Chu Yun had once purchased spirit herbs, which further confirmed his guess that she was an alchemist. Therefore, the first thing he wanted to do was to marry Chu Yun. Since he could not marry a disciple of Heavenly Cauldron Mountain, he would take the easier route of marrying a daughter of the Chu family. With the black heart grass and the beauty in his hands, his father's position as the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain would only become more and more stable in the future. Later on, he would be able to vie for the position of sect master. In the end, his father actually took his time traveling to the Chu family's ancestral residence, which worried him to no end. Even if he married Chu Yun in the end, without the black heart grass, he would not be able to fix his limited talent and aptitude, and thus would not be able to vie for the position of sect master. Chapter 81, Save me, my father has gone mad. Song Yiming was not in a hurry, as he headed to the Chu family's territory at a leisurely pace. Every time he arrived at one of Chu County's cities, he would let one of the accompanying disciples take control of the city. He brought along as many 9 Swords Mountain disciples as there were cities in Chu County. Compared to Song Pang, who was drowning in anxiety, Song Yiming knew that rushing over was a waste of effort. Given that so many days had passed, the black heart grass had most likely already been used. He was not really thinking about Song Pang, his son. If Chu Yun really had outstanding talent in pill refinement, what he needed to think about now was how to nurture his grandson. At the same time, Song Yiming was waiting for the Qin family's reaction. If the Qin family did not express their stance before they arrived at the Chu family's territory, then this trip would go smoothly. If the Qin family made an appearance, they would face some setbacks. The Qin family had a close relationship with 9 Swords Mountain's great elder Hong Fei, and the great Qin dynasty seemed to have some sort of hidden connection with 9 Swords Mountain. Even he, as the sect master, did not know much about it. That was a matter directly controlled by a few old fogies of 9 Swords Mountain. He did not have the qualifications to interfere. Although he was the sect master, he was not the strongest expert of 9 Swords Mountain. In this world, strength spoke for itself. The Chu family had arrived, and no one from the Qin family had appeared. Song Yiming heaved a sigh of relief. This trip would go smoothly. Chu Tianming and the other elders stood in front of the family's territory and stared at Song Yiming and his son with unsightly expressions. The Qin family had not responded to their request for aid. It was obvious that they did not plan to help. Thinking back to the relationship between the great Qin dynasty and 9 Swords Mountain, Chu Tianming and the others felt dejected. The sect master of 9 Swords Mountain was an expert at the 9th level of the Truth Realm. How could the Chu family resist him? Thus far, the Chu family had yet to cultivate any Truth Realm experts. The Chu family's foundation had just been unearthed. Even the family elders who had received the power of the Truth Realm inheritance had yet to break through to the Truth Realm. Could they commission the Black Moon Tower to act? The price they would have to pay to deal with the sect master of 9 Swords Mountain was something that the entirety of the Chu family could not afford. Could they give the Chu family's foundation as payment to the Black Moon Tower? It was obviously impossible. Chu Yun also received the news and rushed over. She thought of asking that mysterious senior for help. Song Yiming ignored the people of the Chu family entirely. There was not even a single one among them who had cultivated to the Truth Realm. On what basis could they resist him? Moreover, he was the sect master of 9 Swords Mountain. It was a great fortune for the Chu family to become in-laws with him. Looking at things from that perspective, he did not understand why the Chu family was unwilling. However, once he gave this matter a second thought, his heart burned with passion. If the Chu family could not bear to let Chu Yun marry out, and even spurned the opportunity to befriend him, the sect master of the 9 Swords Mountain, then there could only be one reason. Chu Yun's talent in pill refinement was beyond imagination. Her existence was related to the rise of the Chu family. "Father, it's her." Song Pang saw Chu Yun rushing over. He pointed excitedly at Chu Yun, his eyes burning with passion. "Little beauty, you won't be able to escape from me." Song Pang was extremely excited. "Shut up! Pa!" Song Yiming suddenly shouted angrily and slapped Song Pang's face. Song Pang was completely stunned. He covered his swollen face and looked at his father in a daze. He did not understand why his father would suddenly hit him. The members of the Chu family were also stunned. At this moment, Song Yiming's heart was filled with terror. His entire body was trembling. He was so weak that he could not help but kneel on the ground. When others saw him like this, they thought that he was trembling with anger. "Father, why did you hit me?" Song Pang looked wronged. "Pa!" Another slap landed on Song Pang's face. Song Yiming said angrily, "Hit you? You are coveting Miss Chu." Song Yiming roared and slapped Song Pang again. "Why don't you piss off and look at yourself first? Are you worthy of Miss Chu?" Chu Tianming and the others were dumbfounded. What was going on with the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain? Why was he beating his own son? Look, his son's face was swollen. If he continued to hit him, the latter's face would look like a pig's head. Chu Yun was overjoyed when she saw this. It must be that mysterious senior who had warned the Nine Swords Mountain sect master. Even the Nine Swords Mountain sect master was forced to admit defeat. That mysterious senior was too powerful. He had to be at the Emperor realm. Song Peng's head was buzzing from the beating he was receiving. He was dumbfounded as he looked at his father. What was going on? Why was he being beaten? He had never been beaten like this since he was young. Dad, I'm your son, Song Peng cried. Slap! Song Yiming slapped him again. To those watching, it seemed like Song Yiming felt that he had not given his son a proper beating, as he kept hitting him. He cursed, "Why did I give birth to a B***** like you? Why are you so obsessed with marrying Miss Chu? You're a piece of sh**t. Miss Chu is such a precious flower. Do you deserve to be with her? Why did I give birth to a useless thing like you? Don't you have any sense of shame? Since you're a piece of sht, just behave like a good piece of sht. Why did you come out to stink up the place? Your presence taints Miss Chu's eyes. You're a piece of sh**t, yet you actually dared to covet Miss Chu. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Where's your conscience? Why did you turn out like this? Hey! Song Yiming shouted as he beat Song Peng up. Everyone in the Chu family was petrified. Nine Swords Mountain Sect Master, did you lose your mind? Why were you talking about your son like this? If your son was a piece of sht, were you not also a piece of sht? Moreover, you were an old piece of sh**t. Chu Yun's mouth was wide open and her face was filled with shock. Was the mysterious senior so powerful? Even the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain seemed terrified to the point of abandoning his dignity. The one who felt the most pain was Song Peng. He was completely dumbfounded. His head was buzzing, and tears and snot were continuously flowing out. His head was swollen, and his face was beyond recognition. What pained his heart even more was that the one who had done this to him and humiliated him was his own father. I'm definitely not his biological son. Doesn't your conscience hurt? You're a piece of sh**t, yet you actually wanted to defile a pure flower. Do you have any shame? Why are you so thick-skinned? Why don't you piss off? With your pathetic appearance, do you think you're worthy of her? Song Yiming's entire body was trembling as he continued to beat up Song Peng crazily. His attacks were getting more and more vicious and heavier. Song Peng's head had swelled to twice its original size. His face was so round that one could no longer even see his facial features. Help! Help! My father has gone crazy! Song Peng's muffled cries could be heard as he struggled to call for help. He was panicking. His father might have really gone crazy. If his father did not stop now, he felt that he might even die. No one noticed that cold sweat was breaking out on Song Yiming's forehead. A terrifying pressure covered his body and showed no signs of abating. Song Yiming did not dare to stop. He could only grit his teeth and hit his son harder and harder. The Chu family was terrifying. Soon after he stepped into the Chu family's territory, a mysterious and terrifying pressure descended on him. The meaning it implied was obvious. It was a warning. What shocked Song Yiming was that this pressure was 100, no, 1,000 times stronger than those old fogies from Nine Swords Mountain. He panicked. His only way out of this was to take action personally and teach his son a lesson. He was saving himself and his son as well. He thought of many things. It was no wonder the great Qin dynasty chose not to co-opt the Chu family's territory and make them their vassals. It was all because there was a terrifying existence hidden in the Chu family. Perhaps the Chu family was a trap set up by some mysterious powerful existence. Chapter 82, Loss of Morality or Distortion of a Father's Love. It was too tragic. Not only was Song Pang physically battered, but his soul was also in turmoil from his father's beating. Every time Song Yiming opened his mouth, Song Pang would be called a piece of sh*t, or asked to piss off or take a good look at himself. Chu Xian was speechless. Was there something wrong with the head of the Nine Swords Mountain sect master? I was just pressuring you and giving you a warning not to act impudently. Why did you beat up your own son crazily? He even humiliated him verbally. Chu Xian suspected that his son might not be his own. Everyone in the Chu family was dumbfounded. Chu Tianming and the others were originally extremely angry and disgusted with Song Pang's desire to marry Chu Yun. However, his current image and condition evoked feelings of pity from them. What a pitiful fellow! He was tortured to such an extent by his own father. Everyone seriously suspected that Song Pang was not his biological son. In fact, he might even have been picked up from a random rubbish heap somewhere. At this moment, his son was being used as a punching bag to vent the anger in his heart. Chu Yun could not bear to look at Song Pang's miserable appearance, especially when she heard Song Pang's muffled cries for help. Song Pang raised a hand with great difficulty. "Help! Help me!" Crack! The hand was broken. When the Chu family members heard the crack, their hands trembled. The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain had gone crazy. Should they stop him? What if he went crazy and attacked them? No one here could beat him. However, if he killed his son and woke up from his madness, would he blame them? Chu Tianming cursed in his heart. What was going on with Nine Swords Mountain? Why did they choose a crazy guy to become their sect master? Could it be that something had gone wrong with his cultivation recently? It was very possible. If you keep hitting him, he'll die, Chu Yun spoke up carefully. Song Yiming instantly shot her a grateful gaze, and the pressure around him finally dissipated. He kicked Song Pang. "Aren't you going to thank Miss Chu?" Thank you." Tears streamed down Song Pang's face. His facial features could no longer be seen clearly, and his whole body had swelled up into a round ball. His heart had suffered an immense amount of trauma. This day would be a nightmare that forever haunted him. Song Yiming said sincerely, "Miss Chu, don't worry. This piece of sh*t will never appear in front of you again. I will bring this b** back and discipline him properly." Although Song Pang looked very miserable, fortunately, his life was not in any danger. He could recover after spending some time recuperating. "Actually, you don't have to be so ruthless." Chu Yun looked a little apologetic. The deterrence of that mysterious senior was too terrifying. He had frightened the Nine Swords Mountain sect master to the point of insanity. Thank you." Song Pang was filled with tears of gratitude. Chu Yun's face flushed red. It was all because of her that he had ended up in such a miserable state. In addition, he even had to thank her for intervening, so she felt embarrassed. "Goodbye. I'll go back and discipline my son now." Song Yiming took his leave with Song Pang in tow. It was over. Song Pang's vision went black when he heard that. Discipline my son? Was he going to torture me to death? He immediately fainted. Song Yiming had arrived threateningly, but ended up carrying his deformed son back in a panicked state. He should have been angry at the person behind the scenes. Yet, despite being humiliated, and despite having his own son into a deformed state, Song Yiming did not harbor any grudges toward this person. On the contrary, he was filled with respect and reverence for the person behind the scenes. It must be because that senior showed mercy. That's why I feel grateful and have a good impression of him. That has to be it. Song Yiming felt somewhat puzzled, but he did not feel that it was out of place either. Chu Xian had planted a soul seal on Song Yiming without the latter's knowledge. Since Chu Xian did not exert his will upon the latter, therefore, the latter had no idea that he had been controlled by someone. As long as it did not directly contradict his thoughts, Song Yiming would not notice the presence of the soul seal. He only mistakenly believed that Chu Xian had shown mercy, which was why he had respect and a good impression of him. Chu Xian had made Song Yiming his chess piece. It was still unknown when or whether this chess piece would be activated. Before the soul seal was activated, Song Yiming would have no idea that the soul seal had been planted. His mind and actions would not change at all. The only change he would be able to sense was the increased respect and reverence for this mysterious senior. There was no way Song Yiming would doubt himself because of this minor emotional shift. This was the terrifying thing about the Soul Seed Seal. The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain had an esteemed status. With the stomp of his foot, many in the southern region would tremble. Although he was not the strongest expert of Nine Swords Mountain, his status and influence were significant. During a critical moment, he could still play a significant role. However, Chu Xian had casually made him a chess piece. He did not really care if it could be used or what role it could play. Song Yiming quickly left. The Nine Swords Mountain disciples who controlled the Chu County cities were all stunned when they saw the sect master carrying an object that did not look like a human. Looking at the object's attire, it seemed to be junior brother Song Peng. What was going on? Retreat, return to Nine Swords Mountain. Song Yiming ordered. The Chu family was terrifying. They could not afford to offend that person. Moreover, the other party kept such a low profile. It was obvious that they did not want to attract attention. Therefore, he had to keep it a secret. Song Yiming did not want that terrifying existence to be unhappy with him and come looking for him to kill him. Given that terrifying existence's strength, even the combined might of Nine Swords Mountain would be insufficient against him. If he was not careful, Nine Swords Mountain would be destroyed. Sect Master, what's going on? The Nine Swords Mountain's disciples looked at the deformed Song Peng and asked curiously. What do you mean what's going on? This little B***** is shameless. I have to teach him a good lesson. Song Yiming said angrily. The Nine Swords Mountain's disciples shut up. No matter how miserable Song Peng was, this was not a matter they could interfere with. Song Yiming recalled all of Nine Sword Mountain's disciples from Chu County, and the territory returned to the control of the Chu family. Great Qin Dynasty's Imperial Palace. Qin Qiun looked at the information in her hands in disbelief. Song Yiming did not die? His son might not look like a human now, but to cultivators, it was not a life-threatening injury. As long as the kid's foundation was not damaged, the injuries would be classified as superficial at most. Was that handsome 13th young master of the Chu family so kind and merciful? Qin Qiun's eyes lit up. Could she go and see him then? Since he was soft-hearted toward the Nine Swords Mountain sect master, surely he would not make things too difficult for her, right? However, what if? Thinking this, Qin Qiun could only sigh. She could not go to the Chu family, after all. What if he detained her and made her a servant girl? The fairy tale of the great Qin Empress running off to become a servant girl. She was not mentally ill, and she was not infatuated with him to such an extent. The elders of the Chu family felt like they were in a dream. They believed that the Chu family was in great danger, so they were pessimistic and prepared to accept the fact that Chu Yun would be forced to marry Song Peng. Who would have thought that it would end like this? The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain suddenly went crazy. He beat up and humiliated his own son like a madman, to the extent that he no longer even looked human. Was it the loss of morality or the distortion of fatherly love that caused this tragedy? Chapter 83, Hu Quan's Final Madness. Chu Tianming had a feeling that Song Yiming's sudden fit of madness might have had something to do with Chu Yun. How was that possible though? He had to ask her in private. Do you think it's possible that it was due to the Empress's deterrence? A family elder asked in a low voice. He had been brought back from the Great Jian dynasty by Qin Qiun, so he had personally witnessed the Great Qin Empress' power. That can't be. Even though the Great Qin Empress is powerful, the Nine Swords Mountain sect master wouldn't be so afraid of her to the point of doing something so crazy, right? Chu Tianming expressed his doubts. Furthermore, the relationship between the Great Qin dynasty and Nine Swords Mountain was extraordinary. Nine Swords Mountain was still the main force guarding the borders of the Great Qin dynasty. On the basis of this relationship, they would not treat the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain like this, regardless of the reason. It was even less likely that they would risk ruining their good relationship with Nine Swords Mountain on account of the Chu family. It's hard to say. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have been able to imagine the might of the Empress. That family elder's expression was extremely solemn. Hearing what he said, Chu Tianming and the others were suspicious. Could it really be that the Empress had really been secretly intimidating the other party? Was she still thinking about the old times? Was she still thinking about Chu Yuan? That bastard Chu Yuan! At the thought of Chu Yuan, Chu Tianming could not help but roar in anger. Chu Yun stuck out her tongue. Third brother was not around either. If he were to return one day, the situation would be very uncomfortable. The matter of the Nine Swords Mountain sect master forcefully seeking Chu Yun's hand in marriage for his son was like a farce. It did not cause too much of a stir, and any commotion about the matter quickly died down. Those who were well informed only knew that the Nine Swords Mountain sect master had come with great momentum, but had returned to Nine Swords Mountain with his deformed son. As for what exactly transpired, no one really knew. They only knew that Song Peng had been beaten to a pulp by his father. Many people guessed that it was probably because of the Great Qin's empress. Great Qin Dynasty, Purple Moon County. The former Purple Moon Kingdom was now just the Purple Moon County of the Great Qin Dynasty. The county governor was the former ruler of the Purple Moon Kingdom. This person was very tactful. After surrendering, he did not have any thoughts of rebelling or wanting to become independent. He listened attentively to Qin Qiun's orders and became a capable subordinate of the Great Qin Empress. Purple Moon County was also placed under his jurisdiction. Even though he was no longer the ruler of a kingdom, and was only a county governor, he was still the most powerful person in Purple Moon County. In a forest somewhere in Purple Moon County, a desolate figure walked into a damp, dark cave. His eyes were filled with hatred. There was a savage-looking scar on his face which stretched from left to right, covering his face. The wound that resulted in this scar would likely have been enough to kill him had he not been lucky. Hu Chuan. He had once been the leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult. Now, he was in dire straits. The heretic cult was still present in the Purple Moon County, but Hu Chuan was no longer the leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult. He was not one of the higher UPS. Instead, he was a marginal figure. Almost everyone had forgotten about him, the former leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult. After the Great Qin dynasty annexed the Purple Moon Kingdom, the heretic cult suffered a massive blow. He was despised by the evil imperial court, who felt that he was useless. As such, they excluded him when they started rebuilding the heretic cult. Hu Quan's backer had already abandoned him and chosen someone else. The new sect leader had taken over, and would first make an example out of the old sect leader. Hu Chuan had thought that even if he had not contributed much, he had still been a loyal servant. However, despite serving the evil imperial court for so long, his situation and status had greatly changed. He was no longer the sect leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult. He had wanted to go to the evil imperial court to cultivate and break through to the Unity realm as soon as possible, but he was expelled by his former backer upon arrival. His backer berated him for his uselessness and blamed him for the loss of his own personal reputation. He was then told that he did not deserve to stay in the evil imperial court. Among all of the former heretic cult sect leaders, Hu Chuan had the most miserable ending. After the other sect leaders left their positions, they would always head to the evil imperial court to cultivate and become a member of the evil imperial court, even if they just ended up as pawns. He was the only one who was expelled and abandoned. The root of all of this originated from the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult, which had almost been completely annihilated. As the sect leader, he had been extremely incompetent. This made the backer behind him become a joke among his peers. Hu Chuan was indignant and furious. He thought about taking revenge on his backer, but the other party was too powerful and had too many subordinates. How could a mere peak stage Void Realm expert like him take revenge on such a powerhouse? After thinking about it, he decided that the root of his downfall was all due to the Chu family. Thus, his hatred toward the Chu family grew stronger and stronger, to the point that he was now on the verge of losing his mind. He had even been robbed recently. As the sect leader of the heretic cult, who would have dared to rob him back then? Hu Chuan was injured, and he felt that his life had no future. He had also thought about going to the evil king's palace before dying and making a name for himself among the circle of heretic cultivators. His life would not have been in vain then. However, Hu Chuan did not dare to do so. He still respected the evil king, so he could not bring himself to do it. Therefore, he started making long-term plans again. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to make his name resound in the southern region. Taking out the blood spirit bead, Hu Quan's eyes shone with hatred. Chu family. He was going to go all out to take revenge on the Chu family. Through his unceasing efforts, he had already found a method by which he could activate the blood spirit bead. The materials were all prepared. Now all he needed to do was act. Looking in the direction of Chu County, Hu Chuan gnashed his teeth. If it had not been for the Chu family, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state? The root cause of everything was the Chu family. Hu Chuan thought that once he activated the blood spirit bead, the Chu family's territory would be contaminated, which would transform its residents into devils that would be hunted down and killed by the experts of the southern region. His fame and notoriety would then spread throughout the southern region. The Chu family, once one of the three great aristocratic families of the Qin kingdom, would have been destroyed by his hands after being transformed into devils. This would make him even more famous than those who barged into the evil king's palace. Even if he died, it would all be worth it. Hu Chuan examined his body's internal injuries. He did not have much time left. Even if he died, he would drag the Chu family down with him. Hu Chuan had made up his mind. After briefly recuperating, he then rushed to Chu County. He had to hide himself. He had to enter the Chu family's territory stealthily and secretly activate the blood spirit bead. The devilish blood energy would contaminate the Chu family's territory, causing its residents to transform into devils. Once that happened, all of the transformed devils would be killed. This was the ironclad law of the human race. No force was an exception to this. Even the evil imperial court would kill the devils as soon as they found them. Anyone who was contaminated by the devilish blood energy would become vassals and servants of the demon race. They did not belong to the human race anymore. Since they were not human beings, they would no longer be allowed to live in the human territory. Moreover, transformed devils were mostly cruel. Their personalities would change, and they had no humanity to speak of. As a person responsible for spreading the devilish blood energy, he would also be hunted down. In the human race, no force could tolerate scum like him. However, Hu Chuan did not care. He wanted to be the first person to spread the devilish blood energy in the southern region. Even if he was condemned for generations, so what? At least in the history of the cultivation world, his name, Hu Chuan, would be left behind. He would have taken his revenge and gained a reputation. What was there to be unsatisfied about? Hu Quan's eyes were filled with madness. He wanted everyone to know that even if he died, he would drag the culprit down with him. In order to avoid any accidents, Hu Chuan had been extremely careful along the way, specifically going out of his way to avoid the Black Moon Tower. He was afraid that news that he possessed the blood spirit pearl would be leaked. Finally, he arrived in Chu County. He looked in the direction of the Chu family's territory. He would take action tonight. This is my final madness. Chapter 84, Subduing the Devil's Soul with One Hand. After Song Yiming's visit, the Chu family once again realized the importance of strength in the cultivation world. Everyone began to put all of their effort into training, hoping to make the Chu family rise to prominence once again. The defenses around the family's territory returned to their normal state. A spirit realm guard captain led the other guards to patrol the family's territory. The heretic cult was no longer much of a threat. Since most external threats were basically eliminated, there was no need to be on high alert at all times. The defenses around the ancestral residence, on the other hand, became even tighter instead. At least one Unity Realm family elder would be patrolling the ancestral residence. After all, the Chu family's ancient site was of great importance, and they could not afford to lose anything inside it. The other family elders were all cultivating in seclusion inside the Chu family's ancient site. They took turns patrolling every 3 days. As Chu Yun continued refining medicinal pills, and more of the Chu family's foundation was unearthed, 3 more Unity Realm experts were added to the Chu family's forces. Everyone in the Chu family could envision the eventual rise of the Chu family to becoming a truly great aristocratic family. The fact that they were ostracized by the Qin family and had not become a vassal of the great Qin dynasty was perhaps a good thing. At the very least, Chu County was still under the control of the Chu family. The resources the family elders needed for cultivation could be obtained by selling pills. Chu Tianming had already selected a few of the more talented juniors of the Chu family to study pill refinement under Chu Yun. Chu Yun could not be the only one refining all the pills, after all. Someone to refine the lower-level pills and, hopefully, the Chu family would gradually form a pill refinement system and foundation that would herald the rise of the Chu family. Outside the Chu family grounds, a figure silently appeared. In his hand was a bead. At this moment, the bead seemed to be melting as it turned scarlet red. There seemed to be fresh blood flowing within it. If one looked carefully, one would discover that there was a faint figure within the dark brown blood. The blood spirit bead had already been activated. After 15 minutes, it would turn into devilish blood energy, contaminating the entirety of the Chu family's territory. Hu Quan's expression was malevolent, and his eyes were filled with madness. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him. Before Hu Quan could react, he felt his body being lifted up and, the very next moment, he found himself inside a small courtyard. Chu Xian frowned as he looked at Hu Quan. This guy had not made any movements for such a long time despite having long since obtained the fake map of the Chu family's territory that he had provided. He had almost forgotten about him. He had not expected the other party to suddenly appear. Moreover, something was very wrong. Looking at the demonic blood bead in Hu Quan's hand, he could feel a powerful and dirty aura from it, as well as a dense demonic aura. A blood bead condensed from the blood energy of the demon race? Moreover, it was not ordinary demon race blood. This guy wanted to give the Chu family a vicious blow without making a sound. You? Hu Quan was shocked. How did he come here? He had not been able to resist at all. What kind of strength did this person have? However, it was too late. The blood spirit bead had already been activated. The other party could not stop the tragedy from unfolding. Hu Quan was pleased with himself. Swallow them. Chu Xian waved his hand and instructed the spirit-devouring flower to swallow Hu Quan. As for the blood spirit bead, it was naturally swallowed as well. To the spirit-devouring flower, the demonic blood was a great tonic. It was not affected by the demonic blood energy's filth. The spirit-devouring flower's roots instantly spread out and swallowed Hu Quan. In an instant, Hu Quan disappeared from the world. Boom! The blood spirit bead suddenly erupted with powerful might. A figure with a short horn on its head and ears sticking up appeared with a ferocious expression on its face. It shook off the devouring spirit flower to the side. Chu Xian's expression changed slightly. It was the soul of a demon race expert. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-revolving universe array formation covered the small courtyard. Su Xianer and Ding Yu were startled by the powerful demonic might and opened their eyes to look. Devil Soul! Su Xian'er cried out in surprise. Kaka, this venerable self has finally emerged. Human Junior, kneel before me. The devil soul looked at Su Xian'er and its smile became even more evil. Human girl, you are too beautiful. Kneel down and let this venerable self vent his desires. If I am satisfied, I'll let you keep your consciousness. Boom! The devil soul's aura erupted and a powerful aura swept over the courtyard. It was infinitely close to the heaven realm. It was either a peak stage supreme realm, or the half-step heaven realm, devil soul. When the other party had been at his peak, he was probably a heaven realm demon race expert. However, he had been seriously injured, and even his devil soul's realm fell by a level. Su Xian'er's face was pale. Could Chu Xian deal with such a powerful devil soul? Kid, this venerable self needs a new body. Yours will do fine. The devil soul looked at Chu Xian and laughed. It pounced over, trying to seize Chu Xian's body. Humph, impudent! Chu Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to press down. Mysterious symbols spread out, forming a special domain. Heaven Sealing Forbidden Technique. If the other party had been a full-fledged heaven realm expert, Chu Xian would have been afraid and relied on the universe revolving formation to trap the other party before escaping. However, it was only a devil soul, so he did not take it seriously at all. With the many methods at his disposal, as well as the divine weapon and Dao weapon that the system had rewarded him with, it was not a problem for him to suppress a devil soul. Moreover, this devil soul had not even reached the heaven realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that, within the supreme realm, he feared no one. As soon as the heaven sealing forbidden technique was used, the devil soul instantly felt his own power being restricted. He could no longer use his domain power. What shocked him even more was that all of his power, including his secret techniques, were no longer working. He even felt that his devil soul was losing consciousness. How could this be? Who was he? How could he be so powerful? Was this place not the southern region within the northern zone? Mo Tuo was shocked. He could only watch his soul be compressed. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I escaped with my life during the invasion of the southern region, but I'm actually going to meet my end here. Why am I not in the southern region? Why? Who brought me out of the southern region? Mo Tuo roared in his heart. He wanted to struggle, but it was completely useless. Back then, when he invaded the southern region of the northern zone, he did not die in that shocking battle. He was lucky enough to escape with a strand of his devil soul. However, he had not expected to die so soon after finally re-emerging. Under the shocked gazes of Su Xian'er and Ding Yu, that powerful and boundless devil soul was actually suppressed by Chu Xian with a wave of his hand. It seemed so simple, almost like killing a mosquito. Su Xian'er and Ding Yu were deeply shocked. Chu Xian's strength was beyond their wildest imagination. Chu Xian looked at the compressed devil soul in his palm. He wondered whether the devil soul was related to the demons that had fought in the war in the Azura ancient land. A mere wisp of his soul was already so powerful. When he was at his peak, he probably was not considered a weakling among the heaven realm experts, right? Should he kill it directly? Chu Xian hesitated. It would be a pity to kill such a powerful devil soul just like that. However, to seal it, he had to suppress it personally. There seemed to be no Buddhism in this world. Otherwise, he would have converted this devil soul and turned it into his loyal servant. Given Chu Xian's current strength, the success rate of forcefully planting a soul seal on the devil soul was not high. After all, the devil soul's realm was much higher. Chu Xian frowned and thought about ways to deal with the devil soul. It was very likely that this was a devil race expert who had invaded the southern region back then. In that case, he probably knew many secrets about that ancient war with the demons. Especially about whether there were any traitors among the human race. Due to this, Chu Xian did not want to kill the devil soul. Chapter 85, 3 Lives Buddhist Scripture and the World Cleansing Glazed Pagoda. Just as Chu Xian was about to slice the devil soul into several pieces to weaken the devil soul's power so that he could control them one by one, a system notification rang out in his mind. The host suppressed the Heaven Realm Devil Soul with one hand and has been rewarded with the 3 Lives Buddhist Scripture and the World Cleansing Glazed Pagoda. Heaven Realm Devil Soul. Sure enough, the system had recognized it as a Heaven Realm Devil Soul. Based on this revelation, he knew that when this Devil Soul was at its peak, it was a Heaven Realm expert. Chu Xian examined the reward. The 3 Lives Buddhist Scripture was a Buddhist cultivation manual. There did not seem to be any Buddhist sects in this world, and Chu Xian had not heard or read about any records of Buddhist sects in the past either. At least up until now, there were none in the southern region, including the entire northern zone. Chu Xian was uncertain as to whether there were any in the other zones. The 3 Lives Buddhist Scripture is a Buddhist cultivation manual. It's divided into the past Burning Lamp Scripture, the present Tathagata Scripture, and the future Maitreya Scripture. The 3 scriptures contain many Buddhist divine abilities and cultivation techniques. After Chu Xian read the 3 Lives Buddhist Scriptures, he hesitated for a moment and decided to accept the indoctrination. Although he had mastered Buddhist techniques, he was not a real monk. He just decided to cultivate one additional path. After comprehending the 3 Lives Buddhist Scripture, Chu Xian's body emitted a vast amount of Buddhist light. When the Buddhist light shone on the devil soul, sizzling sounds could be heard. The devil soul was like snow melting under the rays of the scorching sun. Ding Yu and Su Xianer were stunned. At this moment, Chu Xian exuded a majestic and pure aura, as if he was cleansing one's mind and soul. That golden light seemed to contain some sort of mysterious power. Chu Xian retracted the Buddhist light. The 3 Lives Buddhist Scripture was exceptionally effective against the demon race. It had a powerful restraining effect on the devil soul. More importantly, the power of the Buddhist light would allow him to convert others. Chu Xian now had a way to deal with the devil soul. With a flip of his palm, a small 7-story pagoda appeared. The 7-story pagoda shone with lustrous light, and looked like it could purify and cleanse all the filth in the world. World Purifying Glazed Pagoda. A supreme treasure of the Buddhist path. It could purify the filth in the world, purify demonic qi, and turn it all into pure Buddhist power. It could also suppress all demons and monsters. The World Purifying Glazed Pagoda had a unique ability, which was to convert the suppressed demons into Buddhists. Chu Xian threw the devil soul into the first level of the World Purifying Glazed Pagoda and casually placed the glazed pagoda in a corner of the universe space. When the devil soul was converted, he would have one more loyal Buddhist disciple under him. It would even be one converted from the demon race. At this moment, Chu Xian could not help but wonder if he should impart Buddhist cultivation techniques. Buddhist cultivation techniques had a strong restraining effect on the demon race. Once it spread, the demon race would seek him out to retaliate, right? In fact, they would probably even wish they could swallow him alive. Chu Xian was not in a hurry to spread Buddhist cultivation techniques though. He would decide after he became stronger. Moreover, even if he wanted to spread Buddhist cultivation techniques, he had to deal with it properly. He could not create some hypocritical Baldi monks. If he spread the Buddhist cultivation techniques, would he not end up becoming the Buddha of this world? If he stayed in seclusion and spread Buddhism by becoming a sage-like ancestor, the rewards he would receive from the system for that would not be bad, right? Thinking this, Chu Xian was moved. However, in order to spread Buddhism, he needed a suitable candidate. At the very least, the candidate's innate talent could not be poor. As such, the task of spreading Buddhism could not be carried out for the time being. He could only wait for the right time. Chu Xian glanced at Su Xianer and Ding Yu, whose faces were still filled with shock. He waved his hand and said, "Don't make a big fuss about it. It's just a weak devil soul." Su Xianer took a deep breath. Sir's strength was beyond imagination. Even such a powerful devil soul was easily suppressed. His strength should have at least reached the heaven realm, right? Ding Yu was even more excited. Master is indeed powerful. I must work hard to cultivate and strive to break through the first stage of the way of the sword as soon as possible. He felt that he was about to break through the first stage of the way of the sword. The image of his childhood sweetheart in his heart had gradually faded away. Ding Yu believed that it would not be long before he could completely forget her. He would then be able to climb out off the sea of love and misery and focus solely on the way of the sword. The more he cultivated, the less he missed his sweetheart. Ding Yu found that his comprehension of the sword Dao became deeper and deeper, and he became more and more focused on cultivating the sword Dao. His master was right. Only by breaking through the 3 stages of the way of the sword would he be able to tread upon the path of the supreme sword. Ding Yu's gaze turned resolute. After suppressing the devil soul, Chu Xian's days returned to normal. Chu Xian listened to Su Xian'er's daily briefings about the happenings in the southern region. There were still heretics in the Great Qin dynasty causing trouble, but they were unable to cause any serious damage. The conflict between the Great Qin dynasty and the evil imperial court had already calmed down, and they were no longer fighting each other. For now, there were no signs of them joining forces to deal with the Great Qin dynasty. The conflict between the evil imperial court and the Great Qin dynasty was far too deep-seated. Unless they were faced with existential crises, it was virtually impossible for them to join forces. Moreover, the relationship between the Great Qin dynasty and Nine Swords Mountain was extraordinary. Unless they managed to rope in one of the remaining 2 sects, the combined forces of the evil imperial court and the Great Qin dynasty might not be able to win. Let me out! Damn it! Inside the first story of the world-cleansing glazed pagoda, Mo Tuo was trapped by golden chains. Buddhist light swirled around his body, continuously corroding and enlightening him. The rolling demonic qi around his devil soul was constantly being suppressed. Mo Tuo was shocked. He sensed a mysterious power continuously corroding him, and this power even had a strong restraining effect on his demonic power. He was a heaven realm devil soul, and his demonic power was powerful. Yet that vast golden light could actually suppress him. The restraining effect of any kind of power on another was usually not absolute and, in many cases, opposing powers often mutually restrained each other. There were definitely cultivation techniques among the human race which could restrain demonic power. However, the restraining effect of those cultivation techniques were not too strong. Moreover, the so-called restraining effect would only appear when there was not much difference in strength between the 2 parties. If one's strength was stronger than the others, the restraining effect would be greatly reduced. However, the restraining effect of this mysterious power was too strong. Mo Tuo felt that if he wanted to suppress this restraining effect, he needed to be at least 2 minor realms higher. When demons encountered this kind of power against an opponent of the same realm, they would be easily suppressed. They would have no chance of winning whatsoever. Mo Tuo was very shocked. When did such a powerful and mysterious power appear among the human race? Could this be a new cultivation method? If it had just been the golden light eroding his devil soul, Mo Tuo would still be able to hold out for a period of time. He would not feel so hopeless. What gave him a splitting headache was that he felt extremely uncomfortable. In his ears, in his consciousness, and in his soul, there were continuous murmurs. These murmurs were very strange. They actually interfered with his consciousness and thoughts. It was too terrifying. Mo Tuo was terrified. He was very worried that, if this continued, would he be tortured by the murmurs until he went crazy? In the midst of all the murmurs, there was only one sentence he understood: put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Arg! Let me out! Human brat! Do you want to start a war between our 2 races? Given the might of the demon race, once the war starts, even the combined forces of the 5 zones of the human race might not be able to face us. Mo Tuo kept shouting and threatening. In the end though, he was scared. Let me go. I'm begging you. I can't take it anymore. Stop that voice. I'm going to collapse. Master, can I call you master? Let me go. I'll acknowledge you as my master and be your servant, okay? Master, please let Mo Tuo go. In the end, Mo Tuo cried and called him master. Chapter 86, The World's First Buddha. Chu Xian looked at Mo Tuo, who was begging for mercy, unmoved. After this period of erosion, 1/3 of Mo Tuo's devil soul had been transformed into a Buddha soul. The Buddha soul exuded a dignified golden light. He looked like an eminent monk who had attained the Dao, converting a devil expert into a Buddhist. Just thinking about it gave him a sense of accomplishment. Looking at Mo Tuo, who was half demon and half Buddha, Chu Xian started having some new ideas. What if he turned the demon race into a Buddhist race? Just thinking about it made him excited. This was equivalent to directly controlling a powerful race, or even creating a new race altogether. From that point on, there would be no demon race in this world, only the Buddhist race? If he really accomplished this feat, the system's reward would definitely be beyond his wildest imagination. Still, he had to take things one step at a time. He could not rush things. After Mo Tuo was converted, he would be able to better understand the situation of the demon race before slowly making plans. Thinking that he would soon have a devout Buddhist disciple under him, Chu Xian became extremely excited. Once Mo Tuo was converted, he would no longer be called Mo Tuo but Buddha. The first Buddha in this world? If this world did not have a Buddha, Chu Xian would be the first Buddha and the true Buddha. The devil Buddha would then be the first Buddha to be converted. In truth, although Chu Xian was the Buddha, he was not really a Buddha, which was why the devil Buddha would be the true first Buddha. Chu Xian waited for Mo Tuo to become a Buddha. He took out the myriad heavenly mirror and connected it to Ren Changhe again. He wanted to find out if there was a Buddhist sect in the 9 zones and 50 regions. Of course, as an extremely powerful big shot in the myriad realms, everything in the 9 zones and 50 regions should be under his control. As such, Chu Xian did not ask directly. Instead, he simply recited a few Buddhist scriptures and revealed some information about Buddhism. Ren Changhe's face was filled with shock and astonishment. From his reaction, Chu Xian immediately understood that there were no Buddhas in the 9 zones and 50 regions. Otherwise, it was impossible for Ren Changhe not to recognize the scriptures. Buddhism was quite unique, after all. Back inside the world-cleansing glazed pagoda, Mo Tuo was still crying and begging for mercy. He felt that he was about to go crazy. The erosion of the golden light was definitely a problem, but the murmurs were far more terrifying. The murmurs were filled with a strange power. However, even if the strange power did not exist, no one could stand having murmurs ringing in one's ears all day long. Had they been ordinary murmurs, he might have been able to seal off his 5 senses to avoid hearing or sensing the murmurs. However, the murmurs seemed to be reciting scriptures straight into his soul. There was simply no way to block or eliminate them. It was simply terrifying. Chu Xian suspected that the enlightenment of Buddhism actually depended on the constant nagging and mumbling, which would make people break down before being enlightened. Who could stand it? There was a constant buzzing sound in Mo Tuo's ears. In addition, the murmurs directly spoke into his consciousness and soul. Mo Tuo's cries for mercy were useless. As such, he turned around and started cursing Chu Xian again, as if he was trying to anger Chu Xian and get him to kill him off directly. Those murmurs were too terrifying. Over time, for some reason, Mo Tuo would occasionally find himself reciting a Buddhist scripture. It was completely involuntary. He knew that his thoughts and consciousness were starting to be affected. Occasionally, he would find himself lowering his head and reciting the mantra, Amitabha. It was too terrifying. It had been more than a month since the 9 Swords Mountain sect master Song Yiming tried to force the Chu family to marry Chu Yun to his son. After hearing the news, most people threw it to the back of their minds and did not investigate the reason behind it. Most people thought that Song Yiming had returned empty-handed due to the Great Qin's Empress interference. Evil King Palace. The current evil king sat on his throne. His expression was dark and gloomy. Ever since he had been heavily injured by Qin Qiun, his temper had become much more irritable. The evil king, who was originally cold and scheming, had become irritable, impulsive, and easily angered after the trend of charging into the evil king's palace emerged. Then, after being defeated by Qin Qiun, his temperament took another turn for the worse. He sported a dark facial expression, looking as if he had been cuckolded by his sweetheart. The evil king's attendants were on edge every day. They did not even dare to take a deep breath, afraid that any movements or slight actions would trigger the evil king's unhappiness, which would get them killed immediately. They even had to consider whether they should lead with their left or right foot when entering the door. Not long ago, there was an unlucky guy who came to report to the evil king when he was in a bad mood. In the end, the evil king had said, "How dare you lead with your left foot into the door first? Die!" He was then slapped to death. It was terrible. Now, if the evil king was in a bad mood, the servants would not report anything to him for fear of being slapped to death for some made-up reason. It was all Kun Wu's fault. The charging into the evil king's palace trend that he had created had made the evil king so angry that his entire temperament had changed. Is Chu County really not under the jurisdiction of the Great Qin dynasty? Is it true that the Qin family has ostracized the Chu family? The evil king asked coldly. King, this matter is true. There is no trap or conspiracy. Standing below was Chang Jianfeng, one of the 108 evil warriors of the evil imperial court. Other than the evil king himself, the evil imperial court comprised the 10 evil commanders, 36 evil generals, and 108 evil warriors. They represented the top powerhouses of the evil imperial court. The evil commanders, evil generals, and evil warriors were all ranked based on their strength, and their positions were not fixed. If someone was stronger, then that person could replace the current title holder. Since the establishment of the evil imperial court, only the evil king's lineage had never been replaced, and his position had never been shaken. Regardless of whether it was the evil commanders, evil generals, or evil warriors, these had all changed over and over again. There had been heretic cultivators who had held back until they were powerful enough to display their might by defeating the evil warriors, thus replacing them. Of course, in order to consolidate their position, every evil commander would train their subordinates, and many of the 36 evil generals were formed factions under certain evil commanders. It was the same for the evil warriors. Those who were not from the evil commanders' factions all belonged to the evil king's faction. Anyone without a faction would often be targeted and killed by others. Only those who belonged to the evil king's faction did not face such a problem. Chang Jianfeng was born as a grassroots heretic cultivator. He had endured for many years before finally finding an opportunity to defeat an evil warrior and replacing him. Those who belonged to the evil king's faction would not be killed by those from the evil generals or the evil commanders' factions. Although the evil king's faction was powerful, there had to be a balance among the evil generals, evil commanders, and evil warriors. Therefore, they were very willing to accept and protect heretic cultivators who had no background and promote them to high positions. The system of the evil imperial court was rather straightforward and simple. How is your strength compared to Song Yiming? The evil king looked at Chang Jianfeng and asked. Slightly inferior, Chang Jianfeng answered truthfully. Song Yiming was the sect master of Nine Swords Mountain, after all. Although they were both at the 9th level of the Truth Realm, Chang Jianfeng would definitely lose in a real fight against the other party. The evil king nodded. He was not surprised to hear this. Chang Jianfeng was just an evil warrior after all. He was not even an evil general. Naturally, he would not be Song Yiming's match. Nine Swords Mountain had a very deep foundation. Moreover, the sect master was not the strongest expert in the sect. He was only good at managing the sect, developing the sect, and enforcing the sect's rules. Of course, as the sect master, his strength could not be that weak either. Song Yiming was very strong. Out of the 36 evil generals, there were less than 10 who could defeat him. You may leave. With a wave of his hand, he ordered Chang Jianfeng to leave. The evil king narrowed his eyes and started to think. Chu County occupied a very important place in the Great Qin dynasty. It was almost in the hinterlands of the Great Qin dynasty. The Chu family also had an extraordinary relationship with the Qin, Zhao, and He families. If he could control the Chu family, perhaps it would turn out to be more useful than the heretic cult. At the critical moment, he could use the Chu family to stab the Qin family in the back. If I personally make a move, even if your Chu family is a dragon's den or tiger's lair, you will still have to bow down to me. The evil king smiled coldly. Chapter 87, The Evil King's Attack. The evil king secretly left the evil king's palace and went to Chu County in the Great Qin dynasty's territory in person. With his strength, no one would notice him leaving. Moreover, the evil king had a bad temper and liked to kill people. If there was nothing to report, the servants preferred to hide far away and would not dare to trouble the evil king. Therefore, after the evil king told them that he did not want to be disturbed, the servants were overjoyed. During this period, even if there was an urgent matter, the servants would not dare to disturb the evil king. They would instead hand the matter over to the other higher UPS of the evil imperial court to handle. The higher UPS of the evil imperial court were aware of the evil king's bad temper. Therefore, they could understand the servants' behavior. Given the evil king's strength, as long as he did not encounter Qin Qiun, no one would be able to defeat him. Furthermore, in order to successfully complete his plan, and to prevent his plans for the Chu family from being uncovered, the evil king disguised himself and avoided crowded and public places. Furthermore, he only moved at night. The reason why he was being so cautious was so that he could avoid the detection of the Black Moon Tower's intelligence network. He knew very well that the Black Moon Tower was constantly paying attention to him. They wanted to sell information regarding his whereabouts and plans to others for a high price. Of course, the Black Moon Tower did not only pay attention to the evil king. Their list of high-priority tracking targets included the Great Qian dynasty's ruler, the Great Qin Empress, and many other characters of note. Everyone's priority was equal and balanced. With the Black Moon Tower's attention split, the evil king's heart was much more calm. The various faction leaders in the southern region and famous experts were all on the Black Moon Tower's watch list. Hence, the most important thing for anyone who wanted to do something secretly was to avoid the Black Moon Tower's spies. If they discovered the Black Moon Tower's spies, when necessary, they would kill them off immediately to avoid exposing their whereabouts. Although the Black Moon Tower was powerful, these were only spies. If the spies were discovered, they could kill them. This was within the rules of the cultivation world. The Black Moon Tower did not dare to offend the masses over the deaths of their spies. No matter how powerful the Black Moon Tower was, once they offended the masses, they would not be able to withstand the backlash. After all, the Black Moon Tower did play by the rules, so if their intelligence personnel were exposed and killed by the experts they were monitoring, they had no choice but to accept it. Although the Black Moon Tower's intelligence gathering capability was extremely powerful, it was not omnipotent. It was not capable of getting its hands on every piece of intelligence out there. If an expert truly wanted to hide their tracks, it would not be easy to investigate their movements. The evil king moved forward and soon arrived at the Purple Moon County. He was not far from Chu County now. He did not make any moves along the way to avoid any possible exposing himself. After arriving at Chu County, the evil king did not head to the Chu family's territory immediately. Instead, he collected information about the Chu family, especially investigating if there were hidden experts or if there was a possibility of an ambush. Even though the evil king was very confident in his own strength, he still needed to be cautious. He was not invincible in the southern region. The Great Qin Empress was not someone he could deal with. After a few days of investigation, he confirmed that there was no possibility of an ambush in Chu County, and that there were no hidden experts. There were not even any Unity Realm experts in the Chu family's territory. The Chu family seemed to have become withdrawn and had entered a dormant period, seemingly very low-key. Compared to their arrogance when they were annihilating the heretic cult, the current Chu family was unsettlingly quiet and seemed to be doing their best not to attract any attention. The evil king felt that it probably had something to do with the Chu family being excluded from the core of the Great Qin dynasty's affairs. Since the Great Qin dynasty has ostracized your Chu family, then you should come and join my evil imperial court. The evil king smiled coldly. As night fell, the evil king set off toward the Chu family's territory. He had personally come this time to secretly take control of the Chu family. Moving at night made it easier for him to conceal his actions. The Chu family was a very important piece. Once he successfully took control of them, it would be the same as planting a hidden piece in the Great Qin dynasty. If he was successful, he would be able to backstab the Great Qin dynasty at any time. Ding Yu and Su Xian'er were both cultivating diligently inside the universe space. Ding Yu's sword intent had grown especially strong, and the image of his childhood sweetheart in his heart had already become very blurry. It would not be long before he completely forgot his childhood sweetheart. He would no longer think about her and would no longer be distracted by her. He could wholeheartedly devote himself to the cultivation of the way of the sword. As the thoughts of missing his childhood sweetheart grew fainter and fainter, Ding Yu found that his focus on the way of the sword was also becoming stronger and stronger. He increasingly felt that his master's teachings were correct. If he wanted to cultivate the supreme sword, he had to truly forget about his sweetheart. While he was trying his best to break through the first stage of the way of the sword, Ding Yu had also made preparations to break through the second stage as well. He carved a wooden figure and placed it where Su Xian'er was cultivating. Every now and then, he would look over. When was the first person he paid attention to? Not Su Xian'er, but the wooden figure. It would mean that he had made progress in the second stage of the way of the sword. Su Xian'er's facial expression was dark the entire time. Ding Yu, this rascal, was determined to be a single dog. Was he using her to temper his state of mind to break through the second stage of the way of the sword? Since that was the case, then she could not be blamed for being ruthless. Su Xian'er held a long whip and flung it, wrapping Ding Yu up. She directly threw him high into the air and gave him a fierce beating. I'll give you a beating every day. I'd like to see if you'll end up staring warily at me first, or to look at the wooden figure first. Ding Yu sadly realized that, after getting beaten up, he had become wary of Su Xian'er and was angry at her at the same time. Every time he looked at Su Xian'er, he would subconsciously look at Su Xian'er. Only after that did he realize that he wanted to look at the wooden figure first. The second stage was too difficult. Every time he was distracted, he would be disturbed by external things. However, Ding Yu was not discouraged. Instead, he became even more determined. Every day, Chu Xian would use the myriad heavenly mirror to connect to a random place, occasionally deceiving the people he met. However, he did not encounter any experts, therefore his hopes of deceiving another expert fell through. When night fell, Chu Xian yawned and was about to go back to his room to sleep. With his strength, he actually did not need to sleep. However, he was already used to it. He would look at the spirit cultivating diagram to cultivate the power of his divine soul before slowly falling asleep. This was part of his daily life. Suddenly, a figure quietly appeared outside the Chu family's territory. A half-step Emperor Realm expert. It was a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse. Although the intruder was much weaker than Qin Qiun, he was much stronger than Song Yiming. He had almost touched the threshold of the Emperor Realm. If the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region were restored, the other party would have a chance of breaking through to the Emperor Realm. A half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse was already considered one of the foremost experts in the southern region. Why did this person come to the Chu family's territory? What did he want to do? Moreover, there was an evil power hidden inside the body of the person who came. He was undoubtedly a heretic cultivator. A heretic cultivator who was a half-step emperor realm expert. An absurd thought appeared in Chu Xian's mind. Could this guy be the evil king of the evil imperial court? Was he here to deal with the Chu family personally? However, from his current actions, it seemed that he did not intend to kick up a big fuss here. It seemed that he did not want to destroy the Chu family, but instead had other plans for them. Given the evil king's strength, even if he did kick up a big fuss here, he would still be able to safely escape back to the evil imperial court. After all, in the entirety of the great Qin dynasty, besides Qin Qian, no one was his match. In addition, Qin Qian was too far away from Chu County. By the time she received news of his presence here, he would have long fled. Therefore, seeing that the evil king was behaving so carefully and suspiciously, there had to be other motives behind his visit. The truth of the matter was, he wanted to secretly control the Chu family. Chapter 88, The Frightened Evil King. When the evil king entered the Chu family's territory and saw that the guards of the Chu family were all at the profound realm, he felt that he had been overly cautious. How could a mere Chu family stand up to an evil king like him? So what if there was an ambush? Who would be able to stop him? If Qin Qian, the empress, personally made a move, he would be no match for her. Still, if he wanted to escape, the other party would not be able to stop him. With this thought in mind, the evil king stopped hiding himself. Instead, he swaggered out. He headed in the straight toward the Chu family's ancestral residence. Although he was no longer overly cautious, the evil king did not want to be exposed in advance. After all, if others knew that the evil king had visited the Chu family, but the Chu family had emerged unharmed, people would know that there was something wrong with the Chu family. As such, even though the evil king was swaggering forward, the guards still did not notice him. There was a small courtyard in front of him. The evil king only took a brief glance at it before ignoring it. He planned to continue moving forward. However, his body moved, and the scene before his eyes changed. He suddenly appeared inside a small courtyard. There was a handsome young man in front of him who was sitting leisurely on a reclining chair. Beside the young man was a beautiful woman dressed as a servant who was elegantly making tea. Gulp! The evil king swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt his scalp go numb and his muscles instantly tensed up. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. Just a moment ago, he had been outside the courtyard preparing to go to the Chu family's ancestral residence to control the family head and thereby secretly control the entire Chu family. However, he had suddenly appeared inside this courtyard in the blink of an eye. The crux of the matter was that he did not even know how he ended up inside the courtyard. The Chu family was extremely terrifying. At this moment, cold sweat ran down the evil king's back and he felt extremely regretful. Why did he decide to take control of the Chu family? It was all that damn Kun Wu's fault. That's right, it was him who had messed up his mood and caused him to become impatient and irritable. That was why he hot-headedly ran over to the Chu family. Looking at the young man on the reclining chair, the evil king's body tensed up and he stood ramrod straight. Who was he? Was he Chu Kaioluo? The evil king remembered the name of the outstanding talent of the Chu family who had once dominated the Qin kingdom and became famous throughout the southern region. On second thought, the evil king felt that something was amiss. Chu Kaioluo was indeed talented, but how old was he? How could he be so powerful? No matter how monstrous he was, he would at best have reached the half-step emperor realm. Besides, did Chu Kaioluo and his wife not go missing? Were they not only at the peak of the Void Realm before they went missing? Given the Great Jian dynasty's way of doing things, Chu Kaioluo would have had to go to the Great Jian dynasty if he wanted to break through to the Unity Realm. Therefore, the person in front of him was definitely not Chu Kaioluo. He looked young, but was he actually an old monster? The evil king was a little flustered. Escape? He immediately dispelled this thought. The other party had silently moved him, a half-step emperor realm, into the courtyard. No matter what, he would not be able to escape from the other party's palm. Chu Xian yawned. He glanced at the frightened evil king and said, "Evil king." The evil king's body trembled. "What should I do? Should I beg for mercy? I'm the evil king. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing for him to beg for mercy?" Then again, it was not really embarrassing to beg for mercy from an old monster. In an instant, the evil king's thoughts changed rapidly. He bowed and said, "Yes, yes, I pay my respects to Senior. Why are you here?" "I'm here to pay a visit to the head of the Chu family," the evil king hurriedly lied. Chu Xian rolled his eyes. The great evil king of the evil imperial court secretly came to visit that old man Chu Tianming in the middle of the night? Who was he trying to fool? Humph! Chu Xian only coldly harumphed. The evil king was so frightened that his body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "This junior did not know his place and wanted to control the Chu family. Please spare my life, Senior." His dignity was important, but not as important as his life. After all, he had already been humiliated again and again, making him the most undignified of all the evil kings in history. As such, he did not mind losing a little bit more dignity. The evil king consoled himself. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while before asking, "Do you know about the great Qin emperor?" The evil imperial court had existed for a long time, perhaps even before the Great War with the demons. However, it had only truly risen to prominence after the Great War. Even the great Qian dynasty could not suppress its rise, and was instead suppressed by it. From this, one could tell how extraordinary the evil imperial court was. As the current evil king and one of the top experts in the southern region, he definitely knew a lot of secrets. The evil king was startled. He did not know why the other party asked this question. "I don't know much. Tell me what you know." "Yes, yes." The evil king nodded and sorted out his thoughts before saying, "I once read in an ancient book that the great Qin emperor unified the southern region and established the Great Qin Empire, which was the largest empire in the northern zone." Chu Xian was surprised. He had thought that the evil king would know more, but the other party did not seem to know much. The evil king only knew that the great Qin emperor had unified the southern region, and had founded the largest empire in the northern zone. After all, the other regions in the northern zone had not been unified yet, so now that the southern region had been unified, the Great Qin Empire naturally became the largest empire in the northern zone. Since he could not get too much information about the Great Qin Emperor, Chu Xian changed his focus. "How much do you know about the Azura ancient land?" "Not much." The evil king panicked. He did not know much about these ancient secrets. What if the other party felt that he was worthless and slapped him to death? "Speak." "Yes, yes." Cold sweat dripped down the evil king's forehead. He did not dare to raise his hand to wipe it away and maintained his bowed posture, not even daring to take a deep breath. Rumor has it that the Azura ancient land was the battlefield where the demon race invaded the southern region and started a war. Because those who participated in the war were all Heaven Realm experts, the battle became so intense that the ley lines of the southern region collapsed, thereby damaging the laws of heaven and earth. There is also news that the Azura ancient land will open in 20 to 30 years. After saying that, the evil king glanced at Chu Xian nervously. What other experts does the evil imperial court have? Chu Xian pondered. Which expert had founded the evil imperial court? Currently, the top forces in the southern region all had backers behind them. They either had the support of other forces, or they had prepared a scheme for the Azura ancient land. Some of them were the branches of major forces that had left the southern region to rebuild their factions. Apart from me, there's also my uncle. However, he's always in closed-door cultivation. The evil king hesitated for a moment but, in the end, he chose to answer honestly. Given the other party's terrifying strength, if he really wanted to destroy the evil imperial court, they would not be able to even mount a resistance. As such, he might as well answer honestly. Whether he lived or died depended completely on luck. Chu Xian understood. His uncle was the previous evil king, and the strongest expert of the evil imperial court. There were even rumors circulating in the outside world that he had successfully broken through to the emperor realm through some kind of secret technique. After asking all those questions, Chu Xian waved his hand, and a stream of energy entered the evil king's body. At the same time, he planted a soul seal on the evil king. Controlling the evil king of the evil imperial court could come in handy sometime. Go back and reorganize the evil imperial court. Chu Xian waved his hand. Yes, yes, my lord, the evil king said respectfully. He was panicking inside. Had he been controlled just like that? What was even sadder was that he had still retained his mental clarity and consciousness, but was unable to resist Chu Xian's will. Moreover, he was actually filled with respect and reverence toward this old monster before him. He was completely unable to muster even the slightest thought of opposing him. The evil king would much rather have lost his self-consciousness than have a clear mind. He was deeply aware that he was being controlled, yet was unable to resist. He was being constantly tormented by this contradiction. Chapter 89, Someone come quickly. The evil king has gone mad. The evil king left. Before that, Chu Xian threw him a communication jade talisman so that he could keep in contact. At the same time, he asked the evil king to tidy up the evil imperial court after he went back. As for how that would be done, the evil king naturally had his own ideas. Chu Xian had planted his own energy along with the soul seed seal inside the evil king's body. If the old evil king came out of seclusion, the energy would be immediately activated, which would suppress the old evil king and plant the seed soul seal inside the latter. He did not force the evil king to deceive the old evil king. There was no need for that. He would just leave it to fate. The evil king had not even reached the emperor realm, so he did not deserve Chu Xian's attention. He had just controlled the evil king on a whim. Perhaps this chess piece would become useful when the Azura ancient land opened. After the evil king left the Chu family's territory, he finally let out a sigh of relief. His life was saved. However, from now on, the evil king had become someone else's servant. It was all Chang Jianfeng's fault. Their intelligence gathering had failed miserably. He had gone to the Chu family's territory in person and almost lost his life. The evil imperial court was too weak, and all the heretic cultivator B***stards were angry at him. After he returned, he would definitely deal with them ruthlessly. The evil king then successfully returned to the evil imperial court. Upon returning to the evil imperial court, he saw that someone was barging into his palace again. He almost exploded with anger. If it had not been for these B***stards, who would always barge into his palace and ruthlessly challenge his dignity, causing him to become irritable, he would not have fallen into the hands of the tiny Chu family. With that thought in mind, the evil king looked at the surrounding heretic cultivators and felt that these people were extremely detestable. They deserved to be killed. The tidying up of the evil imperial court would start with these B***stards. At this moment, outside the evil king's palace, many heretic cultivators were watching. As the number of people barging into the evil king's palace increased, it no longer caused such a big commotion. The guards of the evil king's palace had also become numb to it. Now, when they saw someone barging into the evil king's palace, they only chased after them as a symbolic gesture. They did not have any intention of killing them. The people who barged into the evil king palace were also tactful. They exchanged a few blows with the guards and then left after barging past the gate and taking a turn. There was a tacit understanding between them. Barging into the evil king's palace was no longer a matter of certain death. Now, breaking into the evil king's palace had become a must-do activity for heretic cultivators who had just arrived at the capital of the evil imperial court. If they came to the capital and did not barge into the evil king's palace, they would be embarrassed to admit that they had gone to the capital. They would be ridiculed as cowards. As for the dignity and reputation of the evil king, not many people cared about it now. This was also the main reason why the evil king was angry. He was now known as the evil king with the least dignity of all the past evil kings. He had personally killed several heretic cultivators, but not only had he failed to intimidate the heretic cultivators, but the ones who had been killed had instead been regarded as glorious martyrs. It was as if barging into the evil king's palace and successfully attracting the evil king to personally attack was a glorious death. This was also the reason why the evil king had stopped attacking. At this moment, the evil king had returned to the capital from the outside. He looked at the heretic cultivators who were bravely barging into his palace, as well as at the crowd of onlookers. For the first time, he understood that the reason why there were so many people charging into the evil king's palace one after another was all because of the adulation of the onlookers. They all deserved to die. At this moment, the evil king's killing intent surged. The evil imperial court was in a mess. It was time to clean everything up. How could he make this like a proper empire? He had never thought that an empire formed by heretic cultivators would definitely not be a proper empire. Chu Xian had asked him to clean up the evil imperial court. This was an absolute command. The evil king watched the heretic cultivators barge into his palace and found where he would start his clean-up. Do you think the evil king will personally make a move this time? How is that possible? The ones who came to break into the evil king palace this time have only reached the void realm. How could they provoke the evil king into making a move? That's right. If the evil king makes a move now, it would be too undignified. Even if they die, it would have been worth it. After all, it is glorious for a mere void realm expert to die at the hands of the evil king. The onlookers discussed things among themselves. The evil king's anger kept rising. Dignified? How the f*ck would I still have dignity? I have to restore my dignity. Go to hell. The evil king looked at the guards who were pretending to fight against the intruders. He could no longer contain his anger. He had to start a massacre today. Boom! A blood-red palm suddenly reached out and grabbed both sides. The powerful aura scared all the heretic cultivators so much that their expressions drastically changed. The evil king made a move. What's going on? The evil king made a move. A small group of people in the crowd felt that something was wrong and quickly left quietly. The blood-red palm clenched and crushed both sides to death. The onlookers' expressions changed when they saw the evil king crushing the guards to death. However, they did not pay too much attention to it. After all, the guards had been too perfunctory in performing their duties, so it was normal for the evil king to be angry at them. The evil king's figure appeared at the entrance of the evil king's palace and scanned the crowd. Greetings to the evil king. The onlookers had no idea that a disaster was coming. Seeing the evil king appear, they all bowed and greeted him. After all, he was the evil king and the current leader of the evil imperial court. They had to give him the respect he deserved. However, they felt that this evil king was the most undignified one in history. Do you still see me as the evil king? The evil king sneered and suddenly roared, you all deserve to die. Boom! The aura of a half-step Emperor realm expert erupted. He raised his hand and slapped it toward the crowd. Boom! More than 10 heretic cultivators died in an instant. The others became terrified and tried to run away, but the evil king was so angry that there was no way that he would let them. His false domain was activated at this moment, and a blood-red long saber appeared in his hand. Whoosh! A blood-red saber light swept out and killed dozens of people in an instant. The false domain of the evil king was very weak in comparison to actual Emperor realm experts. It was also much weaker than Qin Qiun's false domain. However, it was very easy for him to use it to suppress those in the truth realm and below. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Everyone panicked. Have you finally realized that I'm your king now? The evil king's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The blood-colored saber slashed out again and again, killing the onlookers. Faced with a life and death crisis, no one would sit around and wait for death. Everyone started to fight back. The trend of barging into the evil king's palace had been ongoing for so long, so there were not many experts among the onlookers now. There were only a few Truth Realm experts present, and less than 10% of them had reached the Unity Realm. Most of them were Void Realm cultivators and below. Among them, those in the Profound Realm and the Spirit Realm were the most numerous. How could they resist the evil king's attacks? In just a short moment, 1/3 of them had been killed. The evil king's outburst naturally shook the capital. Many experts from various factions rushed over in a hurry. After all, there were some of their factions in the crowd, and there were even some direct descendants of the experts present there. "Your Majesty, please show mercy. Go to hell!" The evil king directly slashed out with his saber, killing that expert on the spot. The expressions of the other experts that had rushed over immediately changed. Had the evil king gone mad? Someone come quickly! The evil king has gone mad! Countless experts from large factions, including the evil commanders, evil generals, and evil warriors, rushed over in a hurry. They had to stop the evil king from continuing his massacre. One had to know that the heretic cultivators in the capital were all elites. If too many of them were killed, it would affect the overall strength of the evil imperial court. They might even end up being suppressed by the Great Jian dynasty. "Your Majesty, you can't continue killing." An evil commander rushed over to stop him. Chapter 90, Little Evil King, Old Evil King. Go to hell! The evil king directly slashed out with his blade. ****, there have been people who repeatedly challenged this king's dignity, but you didn't come out to kill them, yet you actively came out to persuade me when I did. This travesty must be properly rectified." The evil commander's expression changed drastically. ****CK. Had the evil king really gone crazy? He hurriedly blocked the attack. As an evil commander, his cultivation had to be at the peak of the Truth Realm. There was no way that he could become one of the top experts of the evil imperial court otherwise. Although the evil king was powerful, it was still impossible for him to kill the evil commander in one move. Boom! The battle became even more intense. "Your Majesty, please stop. We can't continue fighting like this." One after another, the evil commanders, the evil generals, and the evil warriors rushed over and joined hands to resist the evil king's crazy attacks. Everyone felt as if they had eaten a fly. Why did the evil king suddenly go crazy? Are you all rebelling? The evil king became more and more furious, and his attacks became more and more ferocious. The experts of the evil imperial court all turned pale and tried their best to resist the evil king's attacks. If this matter continued to develop, would the capital still be needed? More evil warriors rushed over from afar. Seeing this situation, they hurriedly ran into the evil king's palace and asked the experts from the evil king's lineage to persuade the evil king. If this battle continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. The death of an evil warrior, an evil general, or even an evil commander, or even if they were seriously injured, would affect the overall strength of the evil imperial court. The experts from the evil king's lineage also hurried over to persuade him. However, the evil king became even angrier. He felt that his dignity as the evil king had been completely decimated. These ****stards even dared to attack him. The experts' expressions turned ugly. They could only join hands to block the evil king's attacks and temporarily restrain him. The evil king was enraged. His half-step Emperor realm cultivation was displayed in its entirety. Everyone became very serious. He was too strong. If they were careless, even if there were so many experts joining hands, they could still be killed or injured. In the eastern courtyard of the evil king's palace, a pale-faced young man with a demonic aura was sitting in the pavilion, humming a tune. A figure flew over. "Your Highness, please go and persuade His Majesty." The little evil king glanced at the person. This was one of the evil warriors of the imperial court who belonged to the evil king's lineage. "Why are you looking for me? Go and find someone who can suppress my father." The evil warrior was helpless, so he could only join forces with the powerful warriors of the evil king's lineage to ask the old evil king to come out of seclusion. The little evil king sighed and looked at the battle taking place outside the palace. He muttered, "I told you. It's easy to have problems with your brain when you cultivate evil techniques. Look, there's a problem now. Fortunately, I don't cultivate evil techniques." The little evil king felt that it was fortunate that he had made the right decision back then. If he cultivated evil techniques too, he might have problems with his brain one day. "Someone, come here." A figure dressed in black appeared in front of him. "Your Highness. It's time to feed the fish." "Yes." Not long after, a woman of 16 or 17 years old appeared in the hands of the man dressed in black. The woman's face was pale and her entire body was trembling. The little evil king stood up and grabbed the woman by the neck, lifting her up. He walked over to the side of the pavilion and looked at the fish pond below. There were blood-red silhouettes swimming in the fish pond. Blood-red strange fish with fangs appeared on the surface of the water, revealing their snow-white teeth. "Rib!" The little evil king tore off one of the woman's arms. Fresh blood gushed out and splashed into the fish pond. The arm was also thrown into the water. Splash! The blood-red strange fish crazily snapped up the food. The woman who was held in his hand by the neck let out a mournful howl as she continuously twisted her body. The little evil king displayed an expression of enjoyment on his face as he tore the limbs off the woman and threw her flesh into the water to feed the fish. At the same time, he watched the battle taking place outside the palace. "Sigh, what kind of evil technique are you practicing? Your brain has already been damaged from practicing it. You keep going crazy every now and then." The black-clothed man's entire body tensed up. He had experienced the fish feeding scene countless times, but he still felt a chill in his heart every single time. After hearing the little evil king's words, he only had one thought in his mind. The little evil king's brain was truly broken. In terms of evilness, who could compare to the little evil king? In the evil imperial court, there was probably no one more ruthless, more evil, and more perverse than him. He had torn a living person into pieces and fed her to the fishes. Moreover, that person would not faint and would remain conscious the entire time. Their miserable howls were like beautiful melodies to the little evil king's ears. "I can't stay in the capital any longer." The little evil king threw the rest of the corpse into the pond and led the black-clothed person out of the palace. In the depths of the evil king's palace, a group of people were kneeling in front of an underground palace. The underground palace was where the old evil king was in seclusion. After a long while, an old and majestic voice could be heard from the underground palace. "What's the matter? The evil king has gone mad and is slaughtering experts." The old man in the front said helplessly. He was from the evil king's lineage and was the evil king's uncle. Boom! The underground palace's door opened. A tall and sturdy figure walked out. A fierce aura surged forth, frightening the kneeling people and forcing them to retreat. The old evil king had come out of seclusion. The old evil king raised his head to look at the battle outside the palace. "This is getting more and more outrageous." The old evil king was furious. He had devoted his life to cultivation, but the laws of heaven and earth were damaged in the southern region, so he could not break through to the Emperor realm. He wanted to leave the southern region, but he had been stopped, so he had no choice but to go into seclusion to try to break through with a secret technique. He had no children, so he passed the position of evil king to his nephew. He had not expected such a ridiculous thing to happen not long after he went into seclusion. He moved and appeared outside the palace. "Stop!" the old evil king shouted angrily. Everyone stopped. The evil king's expression changed drastically. He had not expected the old evil king to come out of seclusion. One had to know that there was a power hidden in his body that was meant to control the old evil king. Chu Xian did not ask him to control the old evil king, so the evil king naturally would not try to harm his uncle. However, he did not expect the old evil king to actually come out of seclusion. The evil king's body trembled, and a stream of power appeared, directly pressing down on the old evil king. This stream of power was silent and soundless. Other than the evil king himself, no one else noticed it. Even the old evil king only noticed it the moment the power descended. It was already too late for him to resist. Moreover, with his strength, there was no way he could resist. In an instant, a soul seed seal was planted into his soul. Chu Xian did not exert his will on this soul seed seal. The evil king looked at the old evil king, and the old evil king looked at the evil king. The uncle and nephew pair remained silent for a while. "Why did you kill the powerhouses of the evil imperial court?" the old evil king asked in a deep voice. "I want to clean up the evil imperial court," the evil king said with a solemn expression. The old evil king was silent for a while. He then moved and returned to the underground palace where he had been in seclusion. His voice could be heard from afar, "Then clean it up well. Thank you for your support, uncle." The evil king bowed and said. The evil commanders, evil generals, and evil warriors all had a bad feeling. He wanted to clean up the evil imperial court? How? Moreover, even the old evil king supported it. Who could stop the evil king now? The higher UPS of the evil imperial court looked at each other. They had a feeling that the days ahead would be difficult. Chapter 91, 5 Years. The evil king acted swiftly and decisively. He suppressed any dissatisfaction and reorganized the evil imperial court, finally regaining the dignity of an evil king. What made the countless heretic cultivators unhappy was that the evil king had actually introduced a series of laws that placed many restrictions on the heretic cultivators. There were too many rules and regulations, to the point that it was even stricter and more restrictive than the laws of the Great Jian dynasty. It was simply ridiculous. They were heretic cultivators, so why was there a need for so many laws? However, the old evil king also supported it, which caused many of the upper echelons of the evil imperial court to think that the old evil king and the evil king had both lost their minds. They wanted to look for the little evil king to persuade those two, but the little evil king had already left the evil imperial court. As such, they could only bear with it. Perhaps when the evil king's anger subsided, the laws and regulations would be repealed. If there were people who opposed the new law of the evil imperial court, there would also naturally be people who supported it. For example, those who were at the bottom rungs and weaker cultivators. Under the new laws, they would be able to obtain more protection and have more opportunities to cultivate and rise up. Chu Xian had only casually asked the evil king to reorganize the evil imperial court. As for how that objective was accomplished, he did not care. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, there were not many good laws. Most kingdoms only promulgated some simple rules, and those laws rarely protected or safeguarded the welfare of the weak. However, even if they did, there would always be experts who would disregard the rules and kill the weak anyway. The law enforcers would usually turn a blind eye and would not offend the strong for the sake of the weak. If even the Great Jian dynasty was like this, what more the evil imperial court? The evil imperial court's new laws made many factions wonder if there was something wrong with the evil king's head. He was an heretic cultivator, yet he had created such strict laws to protect the weak and even set up a law enforcement team. His sense of justice was even stronger than the righteous path. His benevolent and wise actions seemed unbecoming of an evil king. If these new laws were strictly implemented, the evil imperial court would not be evil anymore, it would be fair and just. Compared to them, the Great Jian dynasty now looked to be the evil ones. The southern region regained its peace, and there were no conflicts between the major factions. The only place that was not peaceful was the evil imperial court, which had pushed forward many new laws. Many heretic cultivators who were not used to the new laws felt the heat. Many of them were imprisoned, and they secretly wondered if they were in an evil kingdom or a just one. Chu Xian had originally thought that the Great Jian dynasty would send people to the Chu family to control the Chu family for their own use, turning them into a thorn in the Great Jian dynasty's side. In the end though, the Great Jian dynasty did not send anyone. Ever since Qin Qian had led the Great Qin dynasty to rise up, the southern region had undergone a massive power restructuring and, after a short period of turmoil, it returned to a peaceful state. Chu Xian knew that the various factions were all waiting for the Azura ancient land to open. As for the Great Qin dynasty, it was busy absorbing whatever resources it could find to rapidly develop its foundation and strength. The Chu family was also cultivating in a low-profile manner, and each and every one of them was trying their best to increase their strength, wanting to catch up to the other three families. Chu Xian raised his head. The light in his eyes gleamed as the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region continued to recover. As the laws were restored, the cultivation speed of the southern region's cultivators also gradually increased. Time flew by. Soon, the 5-year milestone had arrived. Chu Xian's cultivation had already risen to the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. The strength of his 2 pets had increased very quickly as well. The Heavenly Spirit Cat reached the 5th level of the Emperor Realm and the sky-shaking Golden Rock reached the 9th level Emperor Realm. After the spirit-devouring flower swallowed the devilish blood energy from the blood spirit pearl, it underwent a transformation, and its strength was now equivalent to the 6th level Emperor Realm cultivator. Ding Yu was indeed worthy of being the fated person of the current generation of the southern region. Moreover, his terrifying talent in the sword Dao was further complemented by his Heaven's Will sword pulse. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Void Realm. It had only taken him less than 2 years to advance from the 1st level of the Spirit Realm to the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Moreover, given the sword technique that Ding Yu cultivated, it was not a problem for him to cross realms and battle cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of the Void Realm. Presently, Ding Yu had already broken through the 1st stage of the Way of the Sword and forgotten all about his sweetheart. He no longer missed his childhood sweetheart. Anyone who thought ill of a person every day, blaming her for his predicament and heaping all sorts of insults on her, was bound to gradually loathe her, stop liking her, and then forget about her. He could now concentrate on the sword Dao. At this moment, when he started cultivating the sword Dao seriously, Ding Yu realized that pining for a woman truly distracted him from cultivating. He increasingly felt that what his master said was true. Ding Yu was currently trying to overcome the 2nd stage of the Way of the Sword, so that he would not be distracted by beautiful women and would only have the soul of the sword in his heart. However, even up till now, he was still unable to overcome this stage. When Chu Yun came to the small courtyard, he would take a few glances at her. He clearly did not have any other thoughts in his heart, but he would always subconsciously look at her. This was especially so when Su Xianer was with Chu Yun. He would subconsciously look over. This stage was too difficult. It was difficult to not be disturbed by external things. Ding Yu's gaze was resolute. He would definitely overcome this test. Apart from teaching Ding Yu the sword Dao, Chu Xian also taught him concealment techniques. Concealing one's cultivation was, after all, a necessary skill. He also taught the immovable mountain technique to Ding Yu. The sword manual he provided to Ding Yu also included cultivation techniques for one's soul. As such, Chu Xian did not teach him any other soul techniques. One should not bite off more than he could chew. Moreover, Ding Yu's terrifying talent was all focused on the Way of the Sword. In terms of his aptitude for other secret arts, his cultivation was much slower. Su Xianer's cultivation speed was also extremely fast. She had the Grand Moon mystic physique, so when she cultivated the Grand Moon immortal spell which was compatible with her physique, her strength would naturally increase by leaps and bounds. She was now already at the 8th level of the Unity Realm. Chu Yun's talent was not poor either, especially when it came to alchemy. She had already reached the 9th level of the Spirit Realm. Although she was a lot weaker than Ding Yu, in the entire southern region, there were not many who could compare to her. Moreover, her true talent was actually focused in the field of alchemy. Chu Yun had already left the Chu family's territory to temper herself. It had also been a long time since Chu Xian heard Chu Tianming's roars from the direction of the ancestral residence. The impending rise of the Chu family probably meant that they were less angry with Chu Yuan. There did not seem to be many people in the Chu family who still remembered him. Apart from Chu Yun, who came frequently, Chu Qing came to visit a few times, and seventh brother also came 3 times. Other than that, no one else came to visit him. Chu Xian was happy to live his life in peace. The 5-year milestone was about to arrive, and Chu Xian was looking forward to what rewards he would receive. Nowadays, the rewards that were randomly triggered for his achievements in seclusion were of a very high grade. Divine grade treasures rarely appeared. Most of them were treasures above the divine grade. With the support of Chu Xian's medicinal pills, Du Yuan's strength rose very quickly, and he was now at the peak of the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. It would not be long before he broke through to the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. After cultivating the purple flames burning heavens technique, Du Yuan's strength was almost invincible among those of the same level. Ren Changhe's comprehension of the yin-yang god combination divine seal had improved quite a bit, and his strength had already taken a step forward. Although he had not actually reached the divine realm, he was not far from it. He had now reached the half-step divine realm. He still remained inside the fallen god cave and chose not to leave for the time being. The aura of death in the fallen god cave was still prevalent around the area. However, the stone house where Ren Changhe was located was already showing signs of life. In fact, due to his increased mastery of the cycle of life and death, the originally lifeless plants around his stone house were exhibiting signs of life and had transformed into special treasures. These had the miraculous effect of reversing life and death. Chapter 92, 5-Year Reward, Pocket Dimension. Chu Xian was regretful that he had not managed to deceive another powerhouse. Moreover, it had been so long, yet there had not been any new individuals with great luck passing by his courtyard. What was more unexpected was that, under the evil king's reorganization, the evil imperial court had unexpectedly become prosperous. There were actually quite a few evil cultivation geniuses that had emerged, all rising from the bottom rungs among the heretic cultivators. These geniuses were extremely grateful to the evil king and were quickly taken in by him as his confidants. The evil king did not expect to obtain such an unexpected harvest, so he became even more determined to implement the new laws. Mo Tuo was still inside the world-cleansing glazed pagoda. 80% of his devil soul had lost its demonic qi. However, he had still been a heaven realm expert after all. It would still take some time for him to be fully converted. Now, Mo Tuo spent less time roaring and more time meditating. Buddhist light surged out of his soul and he would recite Buddhist scriptures. Chu Xian was not in a hurry. There was still some time before the Azura ancient land opened. No matter how many factions laid out their plans and how many experts used chess pieces, he would still flip the chessboard with his own plans and actions. Moreover, he was also laying out his plans. Rather than wanting to achieve anything specific, he just wanted to disrupt the chess game and make it impossible for the experts who carefully laid out their plans to do as they pleased. The 5-year milestone finally arrived. Chu Xian was extremely excited as he waited for the system's reward. It had been 5 years, so the reward would be very generous, right? You've stayed in seclusion for 5 years and enjoyed yourself while staying home. You've been rewarded with a pocket dimension. A pocket dimension? Chu Xian was stunned, and then ecstatic. A pocket dimension? This was not something the universe space could compare to. The universe space was just a space created by array formations. There were no plants, creatures, mountains, or rivers in it. The pocket dimension was different. Mountains, rivers, plants, and creatures all existed inside the pocket dimension. Would there also be humans? Since it was a pocket dimension that the system rewarded him with, there probably were not any humans inside. Chu Xian immediately received the reward. The pocket dimension was not considered big. It was slightly larger than the southern region. There were mountains, rivers, and plants and creatures everywhere. There were all kinds of cultivation resources, all kinds of rare treasures, medicines, and natural treasures inside. There was no end to these in sight. Chu Xian became extremely excited. An entrance to the pocket dimension, evolvable, can be opened or closed at any time. Its owner can adjust the time flow inside the pocket dimension to differ from that of the real world. Focusing his thoughts, Chu Xian immediately gained a clear view of the entire pocket dimension. This was a small world that could evolve. He checked the relevant information in the description. To evolve the pocket dimension, one needed a spirit vein or Dao verse. After reading that, Chu Xian could not help but sigh. He was still too poor. He had no problems raising pets, disciples, and servants, but it seemed like he still could not afford to raise a pocket dimension. To evolve the pocket dimension, he needed a lot of spirit veins. Even if he plundered all the resources of the entire southern region and used them to grow the pocket dimension, it would not be able to evolve much. It seemed that the evolution of this pocket dimension would still have to rely on the system's rewards. Apart from the fact that the pocket dimension could evolve, Chu Xian also noticed that he could adjust the time flow within the pocket dimension. To put it bluntly, he was able to change the flow of time in relation to the time in reality. For example, if he stayed inside the pocket dimension for a year, only a day would have passed in reality. However, the time flow difference in the pocket dimension was rather useless for Chu Xian. After all, even if he stayed inside it for a year, the system would calculate the rewards based on the flow of time in reality. Currently, the biggest time flow adjustment he could make between the pocket dimension and the real world was 1 year in the former equating to 1 day in the latter. Chu Xian's first thought was that, with the pocket dimension, he would be able to train strong people in a very short time. The spiritual power inside the pocket dimension was even richer than in the southern region. Of course, the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region had yet to be restored, which resulted in its relatively low amount of spiritual power. Moreover, cultivation resources were abundant everywhere inside the pocket dimension, and there were countless natural treasures. Chu Xian was very excited. Ding Yu and Su Xiener would be able to advance to the truth realm within a very short time. Also, to break through to the Emperor realm, one needed a long time to solidify one's foundation before breaking through. However, with the pocket, the time needed to do that could also be greatly shortened. Once Ding Yu and Su Xiener broke through, Chu Xian would receive a cultivation boost reward. According to the system's rules, he had to remain in seclusion at home. He would train his disciples or servants, and his cultivation would increase rapidly when one of them broke through to a major realm. He would receive a cultivation boost reward. When Ding Yu broke through to the void realm, the system rewarded him with 10 years' worth of cultivation. At this moment, Chu Xian wanted to take in a few more disciples. However, their levels of talent had to be monstrous enough. The cultivation boost reward the system gave him also mentioned the criteria for the disciple or servant's cultivation to increase rapidly. It could be seen that, in order to receive a cultivation boost reward, the disciple or servant's cultivation speed could not be slow. Chu Xian looked at the lucky mystic realms in the courtyard. It had been so long. Why had no one with great luck arrived yet? Should he activate a lucky mystic realm? Chu Xian decided to wait a little longer. After obtaining another lucky mystic realm, he would activate one. He would not activate one in the southern region. The current fated person of the southern region, Ding Yu, had already acknowledged him as his teacher. Even if there were other people in the southern region with great luck, they could not compare to Ding Yu. Chu Xian had yet to make up his mind on the exact location. He would make the decision after he obtained another lucky mystic realm. He waved his hand and a shimmering door appeared in a corner of the courtyard. It was the door connecting the pocket dimension to reality. When the heavenly spirit cat saw it, it looked at Chu Xian with its cute eyes and meowed. "Go in." Chu Xian waved his hand. The cat's figure flashed as it entered the pocket dimension. The moment it entered the pocket dimension, its body transformed into a huge fierce tiger. Roar! With a roar, the power of the white tiger spread out. The countless demonic beasts and spiritual birds in the pocket dimension instantly trembled in fear. The cat was very satisfied. Crash! The sky-shaking golden rock also entered the pocket dimension. It spread its wings so wide that they almost seemed to cover the sky. It swooped down and instantly grabbed a Truth Realm demonic beast and tore it into pieces. The spirit-devouring flower also entered the pocket dimension. In an instant, an enormous strange-looking tree stood in between the heavens and the earth. The incomparably dazzling flower swayed, causing the surrounding creatures to be hypnotized, after which they all ran up voluntarily to the flower to be devoured. Roar! On a large mountain in the pocket dimension, a 100-meter-tall giant ape hammered its chest and roared. The giant ape was an apex predator in the pocket dimension. It was at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Its bloodline was not simple either. There were only 7 Emperor realm creatures in the entire pocket dimension. Although the pocket dimension was only slightly bigger than the southern region, one had to know that the southern region itself was very vast. During the ancient war with the demons, the ley lines collapsed and countless places disappeared into different spaces and dimensions. The current southern region was almost 1,000,000 miles measured from the south to the north. Many places were in a desolate state. There was an enormous tree in the pocket dimension, which was located at the highest peak inside this world. The enormous tree looked very ordinary. It did not look like a spirit plant or a precious tree at all. Its name was the ordinary tree. However, this tree was the most precious treasure inside the pocket dimension. There was only one unique thing about this tree, which was that it could not be destroyed. Whether it was an emperor-level weapon, a heavenly weapon, or even a divine weapon or Deo artifact, none of them could destroy this tree. In fact, not even the bark of the tree could be damaged. However, the name of this tree was the ordinary tree. Like its name, it looked utterly ordinary. Chapter 93, Complete Collection of Delicacies. Apart from being indestructible and unable to be damaged, the ordinary tree did not seem to be of much use. Although it was sharp, it was unable to damage Deo artifacts, so the ordinary tree could not be used as a weapon. However, it was still a very rare treasure. Chu Xian was actually very concerned about this tree. After all, it was the most precious treasure in his pocket dimension. In fact, if it was used properly, the ordinary wood was still very powerful. Although this tree was thousands of meters tall, it was still a sapling and had not fully grown. Even though it was just a sapling, it had already awakened the characteristic of being unable to be damaged. However, for Chu Xian, it would not be difficult for him to break its branches. It grew inside the pocket dimension, and Chu Xian was the master of the pocket dimension, so he had full control over it. The ordinary tree was part of the reward given by the system in the pocket dimension, so none of its characteristics were effective against Chu Xian. Calm down a little. Stop causing trouble, and work hard to increase your strength. Chu Xian remonstrated the heavenly spirit cat, the sky-shaking golden rock, and the spirit-devouring flower. The cat, bird, and tree all stopped fighting. They did not fight with the giant ape, but instead each found a mountain to occupy. The pocket dimension was rich in resources, and housed countless natural treasures. The spiritual power here was even denser than that of the southern region, so the speed of one's cultivation here would be faster. Chu Xian summoned Su Xianer and Ding Yu out of the universe space. This place is a pocket dimension. Go inside and cultivate. Su Xianer and Ding Yu were shocked. Looking at the glittering door, they widened their eyes. There was a pocket dimension inside? Where did this pocket dimension come from? Master, this is... You're making a big fuss over nothing. How can you cultivate the supreme sword like this? It's just a pocket dimension, and you've already lost your composure. What would you do if a peerless beauty from the ancient or modern times appeared in front of you? The state of mind of young people nowadays is really bad. Cultivate the way of the sword well and strive to break through the 3 stages as soon as possible. Chu Xian reprimanded him. Ding Yu instantly felt extremely ashamed. In the end, his mental state had still been too immature. He had lost his composure so easily. Master, You're right. Chu Xian was in a good mood. He also derived pleasure from training his disciple. Go in then. A year inside is a day outside. Strive to break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. Ding Yu lost his composure again. A year in the pocket dimension is equivalent to a day in reality. He was so excited that his face turned red. The pocket dimension was definitely a sacred land for cultivation. You lost your composure again. Chu Xian reprimanded him again. Hehe, master is right to lecture me. Ding Yu chuckled and quickly entered the pocket dimension. Su Xianer's mouth was wide open, and her face was filled with shock. She came from the prosperous central region, and she was also a descendant of a large family. She was far more knowledgeable than Ding Yu. It was rumored that there was a type of secret realm in the world where people cultivated for 100 years, but, outside in reality, only a year passed. There was once a famous expert who had quickly rose to prominence thanks to one of these peerless secret realms. It was rumored that this type of time secret realms had been left behind by supreme experts. They were extremely rare and hard to come by. They usually also contained those experts' inheritances. After someone entered and activated it, the secret realm would disappear once the time was up. However, this pocket dimension would not disappear. What was more shocking was that this was not a secret realm, but a pocket dimension. Exactly how powerful was this senior? Su Xianer had a premonition that she would soon break through to the Emperor realm, or even the Supreme realm. When that time came, she would return to the central region and suppress the Su family, slapping those B** stars on the face. Those who had mocked her, looked down on her, and humiliated her would all be killed. When that time came, those B** stars who secretly coveted her beauty and had evil intentions about her would all be killed. That detestable sister of hers had actually married her to that disgusting fellow. After she returned, she would marry her sister to a beggar. Then she would force that disgusting fellow who wanted to marry her back then to marry an ugly freak. Thinking back to that time, she felt so disgusted. The more Su Xianer thought about it, the more excited she became. She could not wait to return to the central region to take revenge. The corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched. What was this girl doing? Was she dreaming of rising up and killing everyone? Stop daydreaming. Go inside and roast a sheep for me. Su Xianer blushed and said coquettishly, Sir, I still need to cultivate. Can you roast the sheep later? Chu Xian ignored her coquettish remark. I think you'd better return to the universe space and stay there. I'll roast it right away. Su Xianer looked at Chu Xian with a bitter expression. Senior did not show any mercy at all. She hurriedly entered the pocket dimension and saw that, not far away, a sheep was eating grass. She lashed out with her whip. Baa! The sheep lowered its head. Its horns shot out 2 bolts of lightning towards her long whip. Su Xianer was shocked. A random grass-eating sheep actually had the strength of a Unity Realm cultivator. After exerting quite a bit of effort, the sheep was finally slaughtered and roasted. It was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The fragrance assailed her nostrils. Su Xianer could not help but tear off a piece of mutton, stuffing it into her mouth. Hiss! It was too delicious. It was much more delicious than the demonic beast meat of the southern region. Moreover, the spiritual power contained within was even more dense and pure. She took the roasted sheep out of the pocket dimension and placed it on the table in front of her before moving to return to the pocket dimension. Due to the time flow difference, only a short time had passed since Su Xianer entered, caught the sheep, and roasted it. Have you forgotten your duties? Chu Xian glanced at her. How can you comprehend the great Dao if you are so impatient? One state of mind is the foundation of comprehending the great Dao. Sit down and slice the meat. Su Xianer took a few deep breaths to calm herself down and then sat down beside Chu Xian. Sir, you are right. She took out a small knife and cut off a small piece of meat. Her tender white fingers pinched the piece of meat and fed it to Chu Xian's mouth. This is what life should be all about. Chu Xian swallowed the meat Su Xianer handed to him and sighed. You are enjoying the comfortable time at home. You can also enjoy the luxuries of home after comprehending it. You have been rewarded with the complete collection of delicacies and the time illusion technique. A random reward from the system was triggered. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. He swallowed the mutton that Su Xianer handed him and waved her off. Su Xianer ran into the pocket dimension excitedly. He first examined the complete collection of delicacies. Inside the complete collection of delicacies were all sorts of materials and recipes for the delicacies of this world, as well as the methods of cooking them. These delicacies were made with top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures. One had to know that many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were very delicious. Even the rare delicacies in the world were also rare treasures. In the complete collection of delicacies, aside from the materials and recipes, there were also seeds that could be cultivated. Chu Xian called Su Xianer out. Sir. Su Xianer had a wronged expression on her face. Why did he call her for everything? Ding Yu was his disciple, so it was only right for him to serve Sir. Plant all of these in the pocket dimension. Also, learn how to cook these recipes. Chu Xian handed all the items in the complete collection of delicacies to Su Xianer. As a servant, she would be unqualified if she did not know how to cook. Okay. Su Xianer took the complete collection of delicacies and entered the pocket dimension once more. When she opened it, she was stunned. There were countless rare and legendary treasures inside. There were also countless rare and precious treasures that she did not know about or had never heard of. She looked at the matching recipes and was stunned. These recipes were not simple. They recorded everything from the processing of the materials to the matching of all kinds of rare treasures with each other, as well as how to fully bring out their effects and flavors. If she stewed a pot of these rare dishes every day, she would break through to the truth realm in no time at all. Chapter 94, Powerful Time Illusion Technique. Su Xianer immediately began to prepare a pot of rare and precious delicacies. She pulled Ding Yu over to do the hard work. There were many recipes, so Su Xianer chose the simplest one to start with. Moreover, many of the rare and precious treasures inside were too high level and could not be eaten yet given her low cultivation level. Therefore, she had to specially choose the rare and precious treasures that were of a level that her cultivation level could withstand to cook. The seeds inside were distributed to be planted. Moreover, she had the sky-shaking golden rock and the spirit-devouring flower watch over them. As for the heavenly spirit cat, it would act cute. Su Xianer loved it more, so she did not ask it to do any hard work. In fact, there was no need to watch over the seeds planted in the pocket dimension. The local creatures in the pocket dimension would not destroy the rare seeds. After all, they were Chu Xian's belongings. Without his permission, those creatures would not dare to destroy them. After Chu Xian finished examining the complete collection of delicacies and sent Su Xianer away with it, he could not wait to examine the time illusion technique. The time illusion technique is derived from the Great Dao of Time. The user can stay in the Great Dao of Time, leaving an illusion in reality, and can also use the illusion to communicate with reality. After reading through the information about the time illusion technique, Chu Xian took a deep breath. It was too powerful. What did it mean to live in the Great Dao of Time and use the illusion to communicate with reality? It meant that no one could hurt him, unless one could slash through time itself. He would be able to live in the past, present, or future. For example, his body could exist in time 3 seconds ago and leave an illusion in the present. No attack would be able to reach Chu Xian. This would be because Chu Xian's body existed in the past, so no matter how powerful the attack was, it would not be able to touch him. It was impossible for the attack to reach the past. Since he was not in the present, he naturally would not be affected by the attack. It could be said that Chu Xian would truly be undefeatable after mastering the time illusion technique. Unless of course the other party could slash into the future or the past. However, this was not something that a heaven realm expert could do. Even a divine realm expert could not do it. The time illusion technique was derived from the great Dao of time. Chu Xian's heart began beating violently. This time, the system reward that he had accidentally triggered was too surprising. As expected, the rewards that he had accidentally triggered did not follow the rules. Given Chu Xian's current strength, he should not be able to obtain a high-level reward such as a great Dao technique. Only by accidentally triggering it would he be able to obtain such high-level rewards. He then chose to receive the reward. A hazy light enveloped Chu Xian, causing him to fall into a mysterious state. His body swayed, as if he had already left the present, leaving only an illusion in reality. It was called an illusion, but in reality, it was no different from a real person. A day soon passed. During this time, Su Xianer came out and saw that Chu Xian was resting with his eyes closed. He did not seem to want her to brief him about the happenings in the southern region, so she happily went back to the pocket dimension to cultivate. She naturally did not notice that Chu Xian was in a state of enlightenment. While in the state of enlightenment, Chu Xian would not be disturbed by external things, so he remained under the protection of the system. It was not the first time Su Xianer saw Chu Xian resting with his eyes closed like this, so the moment she saw Chu Xian in this state, she happily went back to the pocket dimension to cultivate. 3 days had passed before Chu Xian woke up from the state of enlightenment. This was the longest period of enlightenment he had ever undergone due to the instigation of the system. From this, one could tell just how profound and powerful the time illusion technique was. Chu Xian's thoughts were stirred, and his body instantly entered the great Dao of time, leaving behind an illusion in the present. The illusion was no different from his actual self in real life. He could also come into contact with everything in reality through the illusion, and the illusion could even act in his place in reality. However, after performing the time illusion technique for 1 or 2 seconds, Chu Xian felt as if his entire body was about to collapse. His divine soul felt exhausted. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it to recover. The time illusion technique was indeed powerful, but the spiritual power consumption was also extremely high. The burden the technique placed on the user's divine soul was especially terrifying. With Chu Xian's cultivation at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, and the strength of his divine soul which had far surpassed the Supreme Realm, he could only sustain it for 1 or 2 seconds. At the moment, the time illusion technique could not make Chu Xian invincible. He could only use it to avoid life-threatening attacks at critical moments. If he used the time illusion technique to deal with a strong enemy, it would only drag him down. After all, he could only maintain it for a short time, and it would drain nearly all of his spiritual power and will. I need to at least be in the heaven realm to be able to turn defeat into victory and surprise a strong enemy with this technique. It's still too difficult to use the time illusion technique in the Supreme Realm. Chu Xian was very clear that the power of the time illusion technique was not something that a Supreme Realm could use. As it was a reward from the system, he had completely mastered the technique with the system's aid. This was why it was possible to use it even though he had not reached the heaven realm. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even divine realm cultivators would not be able to use it. Chu Xian had comprehended the time illusion technique, a great Dao technique. Although he could not use it properly now, he could still try to create a low-level version of the technique. For example, how to make his attacks faster within his domain, or how to slow down the enemy's attacks, and so on. Chu Xian decided to give it a try. Creating a low-level version of the time-related secret technique should not be too big of a problem. For example, he could create a heaven and earth minor technique. Chu Xian did it as soon as he thought of it. He began to think about how he could make slight changes in time within his domain. For example, he could speed up his attacks, slow down the enemy's attacks, and even freeze the enemy for an instant. The power of the domain was based on the laws, and the process of improving one's domain involved constantly perfecting these laws. He could view the domain as a miniature world that he had constructed, and he was the ruler of this miniature world. Within one's own domain, it did not seem difficult to disrupt the flow of time for a brief instant. In battles between experts at the Emperor realm and above, the collision of domains was extremely crucial. Whoever's domain overpowered the other parties would obtain the final victory. In addition, the types of domains and ways people used them were different. What Chu Xian needed to do was to slow down the opponent's attacks while simultaneously speeding his own attacks. In fact, he could even disrupt the time inside his opponent's domain, which would throw them off their rhythm. Creating such a powerful secret art was much more difficult than creating a normal minor art of heaven and earth. Chu Xian gave Su Xian'er a few days off so that she would not disturb him. This was the first time Chu Xian had truly devoted himself to researching a secret art. For the first time, he frowned and thought hard about it, and he kept trying. Occasionally, there would be a wave of profound fluctuations undulating around Chu Xian's body. After a few days of hard thinking, he had finally gained some insights. However, he still needed to test things out. Therefore, he called out the heavenly spirit cat and the sky-shaking golden rock. He instructed the two pets to use their domain powers to fight against him. Chu Xian suppressed his cultivation to the Emperor realm. The heaven spirit cat's domain revolved around the concepts of lightness and agility. It mainly contained a type of space attribute which gave it the ability to travel at an extremely fast speed. The sky-shaking golden rock's domain was majestic and heavy, yet it also had the ability to travel at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 95, Time Vessel. After a few days of trial and error, Chu Xian finally figured out how to use the time technique to influence the enemy within his domain. The heavenly spirit cat's domain was activated, and it pounced forward at an extremely fast speed. With a wave of its small claw, one could already see a barrage of claw marks. The sky-shaking golden rock spread its wings, and sharp golden light flew out like a blade, piercing through heaven and earth to attack Chu Xian. This battle took place within the universe space. If it was in a small courtyard, the entirety of the Chu family's territory would have disappeared from the attacks. Chu Xian's eyes flashed, and a mysterious light appeared around his body as he flashed over to the heavenly spirit cat. The cat, which was originally pouncing over at high speed, seemed to have been affected by some kind of law of time. Its body actually paused for a moment, and its attack also likewise paused. Within that brief moment, Chu Xian's hand wrapped itself around the cat's neck. A mysterious light once again appeared, flashing past the golden blade that the sky-shaking golden rock had shot forth. The blade, which originally seemed to be cutting through heaven and earth, paused for a moment. By this time, Chu Xian had already dodged the attack. The mysterious light once again appeared, flashing as it shot itself into the sky-shaking golden rock's body, causing it to also pause for a moment. At this moment, the victor was decided. The heavenly spirit cat and the sky-shaking golden rock stared at Chu Xian in shock. One had to know that Chu Xian had suppressed his cultivation to the first level of the Emperor realm, yet he had easily captured them. The mysterious light was especially strange. It seemed to be able to affect time. This was not a power that could be used by an Emperor realm cultivator. Haha, I'm indeed the most talented person in the world. Chu Xian was extremely excited. He originally wanted to create a minor technique, but in the end he created the foundation of what would be a grand technique. Once his cultivation increased, this grand technique would be no weaker than the time illusion technique. Currently, although it was only a minor technique and could only be used inside his own domain, it formed the foundation of the time-based grand technique, so it had a lot of room for growth. Time theft. Chu Xian named it the time theft technique, as it stole the enemy's time. You have created and comprehended the foundation of a time-based grand technique. You have proven the wisdom and intelligence of a homebound otaku, and have been rewarded with the time vessel. What a pleasant surprise, the system had actually come out to reward him again. Moreover, the system had also recognized his creation as the foundation of a time-based grand technique. From this, it could be seen that this secret art that he had created possessed endless potential and could directly lead its user toward the great Dao of time. He then examined the time vessel that the system had rewarded him with. It was a small crystal clear and gorgeous boat that did not seem to exist in reality. It looked ethereal and exuded a hallucinatory vibe. The time vessel is a time-based treasure. It can wander in the long river of time unaffected by the erosion of time. Hiss! This was a super awesome treasure. Chu Xian was excited. A treasure that could wander in the long river of time probably did not exist in the 9 zones and 50 regions. However, to Chu Xian, the time vessel was not of much use at the moment. He could not go to the river of time either. His cultivation realm was far too low. Visiting the river of time required an extremely high cultivation realm. Even though he had mastered the time illusion technique and created the time theft technique, he still could not comprehend the river of time. Still, a treasure like the time vessel would eventually come in handy one day. Chu Xian was fascinated by the thought of one day sailing on an ethereal boat and wandering the river of time. That was the image of a true immortal in his heart, and the goal that he pursued. After creating the time-based secret technique, Chu Xian returned to his previous state. The heavenly spirit cat and the sky-shaking golden rock returned to the pocket dimension to continue their cultivation. Su Xianer also went back to her normal routine. Every day, she would organize the information sent over by the Black Moon Tower and would brief Chu Xian on whatever she found relevant or interesting. Ding Yu was cultivating in seclusion in the pocket dimension. He was trying his best to break through the second stage of the Way of the Sword while comprehending the heaven-reaching sword technique. He would only leave the pocket dimension to ask Chu Xian questions about parts of the cultivation technique that he did not understand. Su Xianer, on the other hand, needed to find enough time to organize the information from the Black Moon Tower for Chu Xian and brief him, but also cook delicacies. Looking at Su Xianer, Chu Xian made an exception and allowed her to enter a period of closed-door cultivation to break through. He was looking forward to the cultivation boost reward that the system would provide after she broke through. Ding Yu was also about to break through to the Unity realm. After all, he had been cultivating inside the pocket dimension for several years. The pocket dimension was like a cheat code when it came to training disciples. 100-year Emperor Realm expert would be born in only 100 days. Of course, despite spending 100 years in a pocket dimension, it was actually impossible to break through to the Emperor Realm so quickly. It would take a longer time for them to comprehend and consolidate their foundations. Chu Xian was eager to take in a few more talented disciples to help him improve his strength quickly. However, the matter of taking in disciples could not be rushed. If one was not a peerless heavens blessed, Chu Xian would not even bother to take a look. The cultivation speed of ordinary disciples was too slow. Not only would he not obtain the cultivation boost reward from the system, but he would also have to waste resources training them. Great Yan County, Great Qin Dynasty. Chu Yun had arrived at the territory of Great Yan County, and was searching for spirit herbs on a huge mountain. Suddenly, 2 figures walked over from afar. One of them was dressed in black, whose body exuded an evil aura. He was a heretic cultivator. She immediately became vigilant. However, she was not afraid. She had the secret protection of an expert of the truth realm behind her. The Chu family originally wanted to send out a Unity Realm family elder to protect her, but after learning that Chu Yun had the secret protection of an expert of the truth realm, they did not arrange for an expert to follow her around. The little evil king waved the folding fan in his hand in a very flirtatious manner. His slightly pale face exuded a demonic charm. The ruthless little evil king had always been known for being cruel and abnormal. In the evil imperial court, he was an exception. He was also the only evil king candidate in the line of evil kings who did not practice evil techniques. If he successfully became the next evil king, then he would become the only evil king in the history of the evil imperial court who did not practice evil techniques. Although the little evil king was not an evil cultivator, in terms of ruthlessness, cruelty, and perversion, countless evil cultivators could not hold a candle to him. Seeing Chu Yun picking spirit herbs from afar, the protector of the little evil king, Wang Hang, could not help but feel pity for this little girl Chu Yun. Meeting the little evil king was bad luck. The little evil king's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. "Greetings, little girl." He cupped his hands and bowed in a scholarly manner. Wang Hang was stunned. What was going on? When did the little evil king become so easy to talk to and accommodating? Could it be that he was trying out a new trick? Chu Yun frowned. The little evil king did not give off good vibes. Although he did not cultivate evil techniques, he was still evil. He had a bewitching smile on his face. Even though he tried his best to pretend to be gentle, he still could not change his bewitching temperament. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Chu Yun put the spiritual medicine into her storage bag and turned around to leave. She did not have the slightest intention of interacting with the little evil king. Wang Hang gave Chu Yun a pitying look. If she ignored the little evil king like that, she would definitely end up in a miserable state. The little evil king's figure flashed, and he blocked Chu Yun's path. He tidied up his clothes and put a devilish smile on his face. He bowed again in a scholarly manner and said, "Miss, I am being very polite. There must be something wrong with this person's brain. Move aside, I don't have time to deal with you." Chu Yun glared at him. "Miss, please." The little evil king moved aside and made a pleasant gesture. Wang Hang was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did the little evil king change his ways? Chapter 96, My name is Wang Luo and I am an alchemist. From today onward, I want to be a pure and kind person. The little evil king looked at Chu Yun's retreating back and said with a serious face. Wang Hang? The vicious and merciless little evil king actually wanted to be a kind person. Wang Hang wondered if his ears had stopped working. Let's go. The little evil king followed behind Chu Yun. Every time Chu Yun was about to pick spirit herbs, he would rush up immediately to court her. Wang Hang felt that the world had changed. The little evil king was actually trying to court a woman. Your Highness, what are you doing? My heart was moved. The moment I saw her, my heart was moved. The little evil king said with a sigh. Wang Hang felt that there was something wrong with the little evil king's brain. How could this savage fellow fall in love with a woman? One had to know that he had torn up countless beautiful women and scattered their flesh and blood into his courtyard pond to feed the fishes. A pervert who had a vicious hobby and had killed countless women suddenly said that he had fallen in love with a certain woman. He had fallen in love with a certain woman. Other than there being a problem with his brain, there was no other possible explanation. Wang Hang sighed. The little evil king, who was always saying that cultivating evil techniques would easily cause problems with one's brain, had ended up with a problem with his brain instead. Miss, I'm really a good person. You have to believe me. Miss, you're an alchemist, right? I have spirit herbs here, I'll give them all to you. Watching the little evil king running around Chu Yun, Wang Hang decided that he should not follow him openly. If one day, the little evil king felt that he was an eyesore, it would not be easy for him to escape punishment. Chu Xian looked at the intelligence report in his hands. His mind was filled with question marks. Was the little evil king not rumored to be an extremely savage and perverted fellow? How could a person who tore delicate ladies apart little by little to feed the fishes be normal? Why was he like a puppy seeking attention next to Chu Yun? Was there something wrong with his brain? Should he get someone to expel him from Chu Yun's side? Chu Yun would not fall for such a guy. Was she afraid that he had ill intentions? On second thought, so what if the little evil king had ill intentions? He had not even reached the Emperor realm, so what could he accomplish? The Emperor-level weapon in Chu Yun's body contained a strand of his power. Moreover, the Emperor-level weapon had a certain degree of spirituality and would automatically protect her. Chu Xian asked the Black Moon Tower to reveal the little evil king's identity to Chu Yun and he did not interfere further. Chu Yun was no longer a child, and she would have her own ways of dealing with things. Outside Chu County, the figure of a dejected youth could be seen slowly walking. His face was dirty and downcast. There were still some traces of blood on his tattered clothes. Dejected and disheveled aptly described his appearance. He was only 15 or 16 years old, but his eyes were filled with a determined and unyielding expression. His strength was nothing worth shouting about. He had only reached the 6th level of the Profound Realm. Given his age, cultivating to the 6th level of the Profound Realm was not considered bad in the southern region. This is Chu County, the territory of the Chu family, and its position in the state of Qin is rather special, the youth muttered to himself. What I lack now are spiritual medicines and pill refinement resources. If I can think of a way to join the Chu family, I should be able to gain their attention. The southern region is barren, and the only pill refining sect, the Heavenly Cauldron Mountain, has a rather complicated background. It's not suitable for me. The Chu family controls Chu County, so they don't lack resources. If I join the Chu family, I will definitely be able to earn their attention. With my pill refinement capabilities, they will be able to raise their strength quickly, and they will also be able to rely on these pills to obtain more resources. Furthermore, they will be able to raise their level of influence in the Great Qin dynasty. The young man made his decision. He headed towards a city in Chu County and went straight to the city lord's manor. My name is Wang Luo, and I am an alchemist. I wish to meet the city lord. The city lords of every city in Chu County were all members of the Chu clan. The guards of the city lord's manor frowned when they saw this dirty and down-and-out young man. He called himself an alchemist? They did not believe him at all. If he really was an alchemist, why would he be in such a state? Moreover, the Chu family already had a genius alchemist, Miss Chu Yun. They did not need any external alchemists. The Chu family itself was also nurturing alchemists. They had already nurtured quite a number of alchemists who had become proficient in basic alchemy. Because of that, the number of pills in the Chu family had increased, and the treatment of the guards of the Chu family had also become better. Although the guards looked down on Wang Luo in their hearts, they did not directly expel him. They were just guards, so they could not bear the responsibility of expelling an alchemist. Therefore, the first thing they did was to report this to the steward of the city lord's manor. Wait a moment. When the steward of the city lord's manor heard this, he walked out and immediately frowned. You are an alchemist. Yes, I can refine spirit pills. The refining success rate of my spirit pills is around 15%, Wang Luo said proudly. To the Wang family of the northern region, he was a good-for-nothing, an abandoned child who had been banished. In a barren land like the southern region, however, especially to a small family like the Chu family, he would definitely be seen as a pill-refining genius. He was only 16 years old this year. The steward's face was full of disbelief, even though he felt that no one would dare to deceive the Chu family. Just seeing Wang Luo's dirty appearance greatly reduced his impression of him. He did not have a good first impression of this youth. If things had been the same as they had been in the past, regardless of whether the matter was true or not, he would have reported it to the city lord immediately and verified the authenticity of the youth's claims. However, the current Chu family did not need to any more. With the pill-refining genius Miss Chu Yun around, the Chu family did not need to pay too much attention to external alchemists anymore. In fact, they might even have to guard against the other party stealing the pill-refining techniques and pill formulas of the Chu family. Currently, under Miss Chu Yun's guidance, there were as many as 3 members of the Chu family who were able to refine spirit pills. Furthermore, the success rate of refining ordinary pills was 60%, while the success rate for refining high-quality ones was 30%. The rest of the people who mastered basic alchemy skills numbered more than 30 people. They were able to easily refine profound pills, and their success rate of refining spirit pills was between 10% to 20%. The nephew of one of his old brothers was recruited into the Chu family's pill refining division because he had the talent to refine pills. Moreover, his relationship with a young miss of the Chu family's extended family was also recognized. It could be said that his future was now boundless. Seeing that you're quite down and out, take these few spirit crystals. Hopefully they will help you get by. Young man, you should leave. After saying that, the steward threw a few crystals to Wang Luo and waved his hand. You. Wang Luo was stunned, and then became furious. He took a deep breath and did not pick up the crystals on the ground. Instead, he turned around and left for the next city. Just like that, Wang Luo went to a few cities in a row, but was refused every single time. He did not even get the chance to show off. The Chu family looks down on others. Wang Luo felt extremely humiliated. However, when he thought about how he had not even met a single person in charge of the Chu family, he felt a sense of unwillingness. Other than the Chu family, he could not think of any other faction that was more suitable for him to join. Gritting his teeth, Wang Luo headed straight for the Chu family's territory. He had already thought it through. After meeting the person in charge, he would refine a cauldron of medicinal pills on the spot, shocking the Chu family bumpkins. Wang Luo could not help but imagine the expressions of Chu family members who would see him refine those medicinal pills. Their faces would be filled with shock and joy as they welcomed him in, treating him as a distinguished guest. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was born in the Wang family of the northern region's alchemy aristocratic family. Although he was regarded as a good-for-nothing and banished, his origins were not something that a small family from the southern region could look down upon. Chapter 97, Mental State Collapse. Wang Luo rushed to the Chu family's territory without stopping. My name is Wang Luo and I am an alchemist. I am seeking refuge with the Chu family. Please inform them, Wang Luo spoke with a hint of arrogance. The guard looked at the dirty and downtrodden youth in front of him and was incomparably astonished. This person was actually an alchemist? Moreover, he had come to seek refuge with the Chu family? His eyes were filled with doubt. Chu Yun's status as a genius alchemist was no longer a secret among the Chu family members. She had even nurtured the Chu family's pill refining division. The Chu family was relying on pill refining to raise their status in the Great Qin dynasty, squeezing out the He clan, which had always been skilled in pill refinement. In order to become the Great Qin dynasty's pill refining pillar, this matter was extremely important. An external alchemist was now seeking refuge with them? Could this person be a swindler? Logically speaking, no one would dare to deceive the Chu family like this. After all, their pill refinement skill would be evident after a single experiment. However, in this world, anything could happen. No matter how inconceivable it was, no matter how brainless the matter seemed, it was possible for it to happen. After all, there were too many people in this world, and there would always be some nutcases out there. Wang Luo saw the doubt in the guard's eyes and sneered in his heart. I'll give you a big surprise later. He deliberately did not change his appearance and still looked down and out. It was all for the sake of successfully refining the pill that would shock the Chu family. He took out the pill furnace and took out a few stalks of spirit herbs. A trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. These were the last few spirit herbs he had. His spiritual power stimulated the fire crystal stone, and flames gushed out. With a focused expression, he began to refine the medicinal pills. He wanted to refine a bottle of spirit pills. A guard hurriedly left to report. Not long after, Chu Tianming and the higher UPS of the Chu family arrived. This group included a few people from the Chu family's pill refining division. The Chu family's pill refining division had searched the entire Chu county before selecting people with pill refining talent. Including the direct descendants of the Chu family, there were only about 30 people in total in the division. From this, it could be seen just how scarce people with pill refining talent were. Under Chu Yun's guidance and training, they had already grasped basic pill refining techniques and were able to refine profound pills and spirit pills. If they wanted to advance further, they would need to accumulate experience. It was impossible to do so in a short period of time. Even so, by relying on the pill formulas left behind by Chu Yun, the Chu family's pill refining division had managed to refine enough profound pills and spirit pills to raise the overall strength of their guards by one level. Furthermore, by selling these pills, they had been able to obtain even more resources. The Chu family's rise was inevitable. When they heard that there was a young man who claimed to be an alchemist seeking refuge with the Chu family, Chu Tianming and the others were curious and came over to spectate. When Wang Luo saw so many people spectating, the corners of his mouth curled up. It was finally time for him to perform. They were all here to be shocked. He envisioned the Chu family's upper echelons treating him as a distinguished guest and welcoming him into the ancestral residence. He was already thinking about what conditions he should bring up. First of all, a steady supply of pill refinement materials was indispensable. The Chu family would have to gather the required materials for him. Once the materials were gathered and his body's flaws were resolved, he would soar into the heavens. The Wang family of the northern region was waiting to be trampled under his feet. Wang Luo was in a good mood, but his expression remained very focused as he began to refine the pill. At the beginning, it proceeded very smoothly. However, when it came to the final stages of pill refinement, Wang Luo's chest started feeling stuffy, and his meridians started throbbing in pain. His spiritual energy was not circulating smoothly. His body seemed to be missing something, and he could not continue refining the pill according to his expectations. Damn it! It's happening again. His face was flushed red, and beads of sweat kept dripping down. Wang Luo gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. At the same time, he adjusted his pill refinement technique. He moved from the more advanced pill refinement technique to a more ordinary pill refinement technique. Huff, huff. He could not help but start to pant. Hold it in. I must not fail. Wang Luo gritted his teeth and persevered, ignoring the intense pain in his body. It was precisely because of these unknown flaws in his body that Wang Luo's success rate in refining pills was not high. Furthermore, he was unable to use any brilliant pill refinement techniques. His understanding of the Dao of alchemy was clearly comparable to that of a master, and he had even figured out a pill refinement path that belonged solely to him. However, due to the unknown flaws in his body, all these kinds of brilliant pill refinement techniques were unable to be used. Furthermore, his pill refinement process could not be extended past a certain length. In the Wang family, he had always been regarded as trash. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a pawn in a pill battle and humiliated by the members of the Wang family. His original marriage engagement was also cancelled. He was regarded as a disgrace by the Wang family and was directly expelled. Must hold on. Wang Luo's eyes were red. He endured the burning pain in his body and methodically used his alchemy techniques. This batch of spirit pills would definitely succeed. He had persevered until now with his strong will. There was no problem with the completion of the pill. Moreover, there might be one or two high-quality pills. Right at this moment, among the surrounding Chu family members, a direct descendant of the Chu family in the pill refining division shook his head and said, "His alchemy ability is rubbish. It's just a batch of spirit pills. Is there a need to work so hard? Look at him. His face and eyes are red. He's clearly reaching his limit. He's forcing himself. Right. If it were me, even if I didn't succeed, my face wouldn't be so red and I wouldn't be panting like an ox. This won't do. His endurance is too poor," another member of the pill refining division chimed in. "Yet, his endurance isn't good. His alchemy path has actually reached its peak. There's no value in cultivating him." The remaining members of the pill refining division echoed their sentiments. Chu Tianming seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "So you're saying that he's a pill refining trash?" "Yes, that's right. Although he's young, from the amount of potential talent he's exhibiting, I can tell that he's already reached his peak. It's impossible for him to advance any further. There's no doubt that he's a piece of trash." He probably thinks that the Chu family is gullible. He even came here to show off his half-baked skills. Pang! The pill furnace exploded. Pu! Wang Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. His state of mind had collapsed. The sound of people around him shaking their heads and sighing, mocking, and poking fun at him pierced into his heart like a bayonet. In the Wang family of the northern region, he was regarded as a good-for-nothing piece of trash. He had originally thought that he would be able to show off his might once he came to the small Chu family in the barren southern region. In the end, he was still ridiculed as a good-for-nothing piece of trash. He had been about to successfully refine the spirit pills, but his disordered mental state threw his spiritual power into disorder. The pill furnace instantly exploded. The pill refining was ruined. Bang! Wang Luo collapsed to the ground. His eyes stared at the sky lifelessly. At this moment, he wanted to cry. Why did the heavens have to torture him like this? He had top-notch talent when it came to pill refining, but also a body with unknown flaws, which resulted in his inability to display his talent. Too pitiful. The members of the Chu family's pill refining division shook their heads and sighed. The branch family members of the Chu family, who had a 30% success rate when it came to refining spirit pills, walked out, took out the pill furnace, and poured in some spirit herbs. Kid, look. The pill refinement process should be done this way. Your technique is too bad. Your process isn't stable, and your endurance isn't good either. He could finally teach others, so he took this chance to show off. When he was faced with Chu Yun, he felt that he was a wastrel. However, in front of Wang Luo, he instantly felt that he was a genius. An hour later, a batch of spirit pills was produced. Did you see that? That's how the pills are refined. Pu! Wang Luo spat out another mouthful of blood. Looking at the smooth process of refining pills, he realized that what he had done just now was akin to clowning around. Chapter 98, Innate Pill Meridians. Wang Luo's face was ashen as he lay on the ground. He felt that his life no longer held any meaning. Even a small family in such a barren land like the southern region could step on him and rub his face on the ground. He even felt that he was truly a good-for-nothing piece of trash. Although the Wang family of the northern region was an aristocratic clan with a long history of studying the Dao of alchemy, they did not know how to solve the inexplicable defects in his body. He was destined to be reduced to a poor abandoned child, a small pawn among the common people. Wang Luo was confused. He did not know where he should go or how he could resolve the inexplicable defects in his body. Even a small family like the Chu family did not value his talent or potential. He did not have the qualifications to seek refuge with a bigger family, or even an alchemy sect. Sigh, it looks like life has not been easy for you. I'll give you these 10,000 crystals. Looking at the desolate young man who was lying on the ground with a hopeless expression, Chu Tianming sighed. Life was not easy for this young man. He had only learned some half-baked skills, yet he had tried to come here to cheat others out of a living. If he had appeared a few years earlier while Chu Yun was still secretly studying alchemy, the Chu family might have really valued him and given him preferential treatment. Looking at Wang Luo's downtrodden appearance, Chu Tianming shook his head. He did not plan to pursue the matter of him coming here to cheat them. He instead gave him some money. If he were to rise up one day, he would at least remember the good deeds of the Chu family. 10,000 crystals was but a pittance to the current Chu family. The storage bag containing 10,000 crystals was placed next to Wang Luo's body, and Chu Tianming and the others left. Wang Luo lay on the ground, tears of sorrow flowing down from his reddened eyes. I'm a good-for-nothing piece of trash. So I'm really a good-for-nothing piece of trash. Even if he was expelled by the Wang family and had his marriage engagement broken off by a small family, his arrogance and pride had not diminished in the slightest. He firmly believed that he could rise up. He wanted to become a world-renowned expert in the Dao of alchemy. He wanted to make the Wang family regret their actions. He wanted to make the people who broke off the marriage engagement feel endless regret. In the end, Wang Luo discovered that he was really a good-for-nothing piece of trash. His dreams of ascension were nothing more than self-deception. Seeing Wang Luo lying on the ground with a deathly pale expression and not moving at all, a nearby guard felt speechless. "Get up! Compared to the chosen ones of the Chu family, you might be a good-for-nothing piece of trash, but there are many more out there who are in worse situations. If your talent in pill refinement isn't good enough, then don't refine pills. How old are you? You're already at the 6th level of the profound realm at your age. Your talent is much higher than mine, so what's there to be upset about?" Wang Luo felt even more bitterness in his heart when he heard this. How could a mere guard understand his ambitions? He staggered to his feet and looked at the bag of spirit crystals. After hesitating for a moment, he took the bag. Had it been his previous self, he would not have accepted it. His pride made it impossible for him to accept the charity of others. However, now that he had realized that he was just a good-for-nothing piece of trash, what was the point of being prideful? He was practically penniless. This was not the time to be arrogant. Wang Luo staggered away. His eyes were lifeless and aimless. When the guard saw Wang Luo leaving, he opened his mouth to remind him, but he eventually shook his head and stayed silent instead. A mere 6th-level profound stage martial artist would not be able to stir up any waves in the Chu family's territory. Moreover, he was not headed toward the core area of the Chu family's territory, but the outskirts. Naturally, what happened in the Chu family's territory did not escape Chu Xian's attention. The kid had been slapped in the face instead of succeeding in a cool fashion. After such a long time had passed, a person with great luck had finally arrived. Chu Xian calmly waited as he watched Wang Luo stumble over to the small courtyard. His second disciple was here. The Heaven Secret's origin probing technique was used, revealing Wang Luo's origins. Chu Xian was speechless. Why were all the fated persons abandoned by their families? On second thought, perhaps it was due to their status as fated persons. The family he belonged to did not have enough resources and could not bear his fate, resulting in him becoming an abandoned child who was expelled. Wang Luo is the fated person of the current generation of the northern region and the illegitimate son of the Wang family, an aristocratic family specializing in the Dao of alchemy. He was born with pill meridians, and has extremely high talent in the Dao of alchemy. When he was young, he was attacked by an evil person, and his pill meridians were accidentally severed. Wang Luo was born with pill meridians, and his talent in the Dao of alchemy was outstanding. Unfortunately, when he was young, he had been attacked by an evil person, and his pill meridians were accidentally severed. Although he had excellent talent, thanks to his severed pill meridians, he was unable to use it. Pill meridians were like Ding Yu's Heaven's Will Sword Pulse. They were considered a special talent and also a special type of constitution that was rarely seen in the world. Therefore, even the Wang family, an aristocratic family that focused on studying the Dao of alchemy, did not discover Wang Luo's natural pill meridians. Otherwise, they would have done everything possible to reconnect his pill meridians. Although he was an illegitimate, as long as Wang Luo's father was not a retard, he would not abandon such an outstanding son. Wang Luo had been attacked when he was young. This matter seemed somewhat special. It seemed that it had not been done by someone from the Wang family, but was rather related to his mother. 3 years ago, Wang Luo's mother had left home to find a way to solve his body's flaws. Since then, there had been no trace of her. Wang Luo's situation took a turn for the worse as well. The people who had schemed against him back then actually did not know that he had natural pill meridians. However, because they had severely injured Wang Luo back then, his pill meridians had unexpectedly been severed. What a tragic fellow! Moreover, Chu Xian could also see that Wang Luo had been crushed in a pill battle with someone else, causing the Wang family to believe that he had completely disgraced the Wang family's pill Dao. Expelling him was in itself a plot against him. His fiancée had someone else she fancied, so she planned this debacle to find an excuse to break off her marriage engagement with Wang Luo. As expected of a fated person, he had unexpectedly come to the southern region and even ran over to the Chu family's territory. Wang Luo was walking in a daze when he spotted a small courtyard. His footsteps paused, and he hesitated in his heart as to whether or not he should stay in the small courtyard. If he used the excuse of rewarding the Chu family for their spirit crystals and refined some medicinal pills for the Chu family, he would be able to stay in the Chu family. He would then have a place to stay and slowly search for a solution to his body's defects. At this moment, a voice entered his ears. "Young man, do you feel that your future is uncertain? Do you feel that you have lost your direction in life? Are you willing to remain downtrodden, exiled, abandoned, and reduced to being a piece of trash? Do you ever think of rising up? To make those who once looked down on you feel regret?" Wang Luo's body trembled as he looked towards the small courtyard. "Senior, who are you?" "I am known as the beacon of hope for lost souls, the savior of all the trash in the universe." "Young man, as long as you are trash, if you study under me, you will make those who once abandoned you feel regret." Wang Luo's face was filled with shock. He had a feeling that this senior was not being very serious. He swallowed his saliva, and his heart pounded rapidly. "Senior, I became trash because of a flaw in my body. No matter what the reason is, as long as you're trash, you are worthy of being saved by me. You can be reborn." Chu Xian's voice was ethereal, as if it had emerged from ancient times. He had used a small time-based technique. Of course, he had used it inside his domain. To him, fooling Wang Luo, a mere profound realm cultivator, was a piece of cake. Wang Luo was shocked and excited. Had he encountered an unimaginable expert? A great opportunity. Wang Luo hurriedly entered the small courtyard. Junior Wang Luo greets senior. As soon as he entered the small courtyard, he wanted to bow. "Kneel down and kowtow. Acknowledge me as your master." Wang Luo slightly raised his gaze and saw seven-colored divine light flashing around. A figure that exuded heaven-shaking power sat upright on the chair. Plop! Wang Luo was so shocked that he directly knelt down. Chapter 99, Heavenly Void Fire. Wang Luo knew that the turning point of his life had arrived. This was his great opportunity. Disciple Wang Luo pays respect to master. Dong! 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 Wang Luo fiercely kowtowed 3 times until his forehead became red and swollen. These kowtows made Chu Xian very satisfied. He even heard the dong, dong, dong sounds from his very sincere kowtows. "You stayed in seclusion, yet a fated person from the northern region has come knocking on your door after traveling through the mountains and rivers. The reward is the Heavenly Void Fire and the Heavenly Void Fire technique." As expected, the system's reward arrived when he accepted Wang Luo as his disciple. Moreover, the reward was the cultivation technique that suited Wang Luo the most. "Get up!" Wang Luo raised his head and got up. He saw Chu Xian lazily sitting on the chair. There was no 7-colored divine light, and there was no figure with heaven-shaking might around him anymore. The scene just now almost seemed to have been an illusion. However, Wang Luo knew that it could not have been an illusion. His master looked young, but might be an old monster. "From today onward, you're my second disciple." Chu Xian called Ding Yu and Su Xianer out from the pocket dimension. "This is your senior brother, Ding Yu." He introduced them to Wang Luo and vice versa. Su Xianer was surprised. He took in a disciple again? Ding Yu sized up Wang Luo. Wang Luo was only at the 6th level of the profound realm, and he looked very down and out. Yet Ding Yu did not look down on him in the slightest. He must have had extraordinary talent if he managed to catch his master's eye. Su Xianer had already broken through to the 1st level of the truth realm, and Ding Yu had also broken through to the unity realm. With the help of the pocket dimension, the two of them cultivated extremely fast. Chu Xian looked at Wang Luo and said, "Your innate pill meridians were injured when you were young, causing them to be severed. This restricted your alchemy cultivation. Wang Luo's body trembled. He clenched his fists tightly and muttered, I see, I see. He finally understood that the flaws in his body were due to this matter. When he thought about the scene of him being attacked when he was young, he was filled with hatred. This had to be avenged. I have a pill that can reconnect your severed pill meridians. I also have a treasure that can reconnect your severed pill meridians. I can even personally help you reconnect your severed pill meridians. However, using these methods, the reconnected pill meridians will no longer be innate pill meridians. Your innate pill meridians will instead become postnatal pill meridians. Although your talent will improve, it still cannot be compared to your innate pill meridians. Wang Luo's eyes were bloodshot. He became even more resentful toward the mysterious attacker who had secretly injured him. He originally had innate pill meridians. After reconnecting it, it would only become postnatal pill meridians. How could he be satisfied with that? Chu Xian continued, I have the heavenly void fire, which can allow you to reconnect your severed meridians. Not only will it preserve the quality of your innate pill meridians, it can even improve its potential further. However, reconnecting the meridians with the heavenly void fire is like burning your own body with fire and torturing yourself with it. To complete the reconnection process, you will have to suffer for 49 days, after which you can refine the heavenly void fire for your own use. If your will is not firm enough to withstand the pain of the heavenly void fire burning your body, your will collapse and you will die. Of course, if you can endure the torture of having your body burnt and refine the heavenly fire, the benefits are endless. You can choose. Wang Luo's gaze was resolute as he said, Master, I choose to use the heavenly void fire to reconnect my pill meridians. Have you thought it through? Although the void heaven flame can reconnect your meridians and retain their innate potential, if you can't pass its trial by fire, you will die and your Dao will disappear. Wang Luo took a deep breath and said, Master, I, Wang Luo, will either soar into the heavens and become unrivaled in the world, or I will disappear from the world soundlessly. I am not willing to live a mediocre life. Good. Junior brother, I support you. Ding Yu clapped his hands and cheered. Chu Xian nodded and said, In that case, I will teach you the heavenly void fire technique. He raised his hand and pointed his finger, and the first chapter of the heavenly void fire technique was passed to Wang Luo. After the latter reached the heaven realm, he would pass on the rest of the cultivation technique. Given his current cultivation realm, there was no way Wang Luo could digest the entire cultivation technique. Wang Luo's eyes were slightly closed as he comprehended the cultivation technique in his mind. He was extremely shocked. It was too powerful. What level of cultivation technique was this? Wang Luo was extremely excited. His choice had not been wrong. This was indeed a great opportunity for him. After Wang Luo had comprehended the initial steps of the cultivation technique and grasped how to reconnect the pill meridians, he started cultivating the heavenly void fire technique. A floating flame appeared atop Chu Xian's hand. The flame did not seem to be particularly hot, but somehow one could sense the terrifying power contained inside the flame. When one's will touched the flame, it felt like it would be instantly incinerated. Looking at Wang Luo, Chu Xian spoke again, You can still choose something else. This flame is extraordinary. Ding Yu and Su Xian'er's expressions turned solemn. The heavenly void fire was too terrifying. Just a strand of its aura was enough to burn their probing will. Wang Luo was only at the 6th level of the profound realm. How could he refine it? How could he endure the trial by fire? The heavenly void fire in Chu Xian's hand was not complete. It was only a strand separated from the main flame. The heavenly void fire was not something that Wang Luo could refine in its entirety. Not to mention connecting pill meridians, even if he touched a strand of the main flame's aura, there would not even be ash left of his body. This strand of the heavenly void fire had been processed by Chu Xian. If Wang Luo's willpower was firm enough, he could refine it. Although it was just a strand of the main flame, once it was refined and reconnected Wang Luo's pill meridians, it would be able to grow with him as his strength increased. This strand of heavenly void fire was enough for Wang Luo to reach the peak of his current major realm. Furthermore, with the heavenly void fire, he would be able to easily refine pills, which would be helpful to his alchemy cultivation. Wang Luo's gaze was resolute as he said, "Master, I choose to refine the heavenly void fire." One look was enough to tell that the heavenly void fire was extraordinary. If he missed out on such a divine flame, how could he rise up? How could he take revenge? How could he stomp on the Wang family of the northern region in the future? How could he let off the woman who humiliated him and broke off the marriage engagement? Okay, then you can use this flame to reconnect your pill meridians. Chu Xian waved his hand and sent Wang Luo into the pocket dimension. You can refine the heavenly void fire in this pocket dimension. Wang Luo was extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, he appeared inside a pocket dimension. Everywhere he looked, the land was filled with spiritual medicines. Don't lose yourself in a daze. Focus and prepare. Reconnect the pill meridians. Chu Xian's voice entered his ears and Wang Luo came back to his senses. He took a few deep breaths and sat cross-legged on the ground. Ding Yu and Su Xianer also entered the pocket dimension and quietly looked at Wang Luo. Chu Xian waved his hand and the strand of the heavenly void fire flew out and landed on Wang Luo's body. Ah! Wang Luo screamed in pain and was instantly engulfed by the flames. He was in so much pain that his face contorted. However, he still maintained his will and circulated the heavenly void fire technique, continuously refining and trying to tame the strand of the heavenly void fire. He tried to absorb them into his body to reconnect his pill meridians. The flames gradually contracted and entered Wang Luo's body. Su Xianer turned around and left, not daring to continue watching. That fellow's clothes were all gone and, now that the flames were inside his body instead of outside, his naked body would definitely be exposed. Wang Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. No flames could be seen on his body, but his entire body appeared like red-hot iron. A scorching aura spread out in all directions. His face was distorted, and his entire body was trembling. However, he still did not fall. He crazily circulated the heavenly void fire technique, slowly reconnecting the broken pill meridians while subduing and refining the strand of the heavenly void fire. Wang Luo felt that he was in an endless purgatory. There were several times when he felt that he could not hold on any longer. However, when he recalled the humiliation he had suffered, his hatred made him grit his teeth and persevere. I, Wang Luo, must make those who once looked down on me, laughed at me, abandoned me, and humiliated me look up to me in awe and endless regret. With this belief driving him forward, Wang Luo persisted unwaveringly. Chapter 100, No Woman in My Heart, Alchemy is My God. Chu Xian paid close attention to Wang Luo's situation. As the fated person of an entire region, he should be able to endure this tiny bit of hardship, right? Whether or not he could obtain the system's cultivation boost reward depended on whether Wang Luo could subdue and refine the heavenly void fire. Once he subdued and refined the heavenly void fire, Wang Luo's strength would soar, and it was likely that his cultivation would directly break through to the next major realm. He might even break through from the 6th level of the profound realm to the 6th level of the spirit realm. If he broke through so quickly and refined the heavenly void fire, the system's reward should be quite generous, right? Chu Xian's thoughts were occupied by the potential reward momentarily, after which he glanced at Ding Yu and muttered in his heart, should I get a peerless fierce sword and let him try and subdue it? However, Ding Yu had already contributed quite a bit to his cultivation boost reward, so even if he subdued the peerless fierce sword, the system probably would not give him another reward. Chu Xian could only give up on this idea. He had decided that, in the future, he would have to give his new disciples some hardships when he took them in. Wang Luo had been in the pocket dimension for 49 days, and not much time had passed in the outside world. Chu Xian watched for a while, and noticed that the scorching aura on Wang Luo's body had already begun converging. His distorted face gradually turned calm. His cultivation aura began to rise. His pill meridians had already been reconnected. As expected of a fated person, he had successfully subdued and refined the heavenly void fire. Ding Yu saw that Wang Luo had already passed the crisis stage, so he went back to continue his closed-door cultivation session, striving to break through to the truth realm as soon as possible. It was rumored that one could not reach the Emperor realm in the southern region. Ding Yu was confident that, as long as he broke through to the peak of the truth realm, he would definitely be the top master in the southern region. He could kill the top genius of Nine Swords Mountain with one sword strike. The days where he would be able to hold his head high were not far away. Moreover, with his master's methods, it would not be impossible for him to break through to the Emperor realm. The fire around Wang Luo's body erupted. Scorching hot flames enveloped him, turning his entire body into a ball of fire. His realm also broke through to the spirit realm. Under your guidance, your disciple has broken through realms quickly. With great perseverance, he subdued and refined the heavenly void fire. You have been rewarded with 100 years worth of cultivation and the completed 100 tempering divine technique. The system's reward had arrived. 100 years worth of cultivation. As expected, as long as he accepted the fated person and that person quickly broke through to the next realm, he would receive the system's reward. Chu Xian then chose to receive the 100 years worth of cultivation. He started to break through to the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. The reward of 100 years worth of cultivation was enough for Chu Xian to break through to the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. The completed 100 tempering divine technique was an extremely powerful divine soul technique, eternal and immortal. The divine soul that was cultivated using the completed 100 tempering divine technique could live forever, and rise again and recover even if only a wisp of one's divine soul remained. Chu Xian was currently only at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, but the power of his divine soul was no weaker than a 9th level Supreme Realm cultivator. In fact, in terms of the tenacity of his divine soul, it was already comparable to the divine soul of a heaven realm expert. From this, it could be seen how powerful the 100 tempering divine technique was. After Chu Xian received the complete 100 tempering divine technique, he discovered that this divine soul technique was a combination of offense and defense, and the way it used the divine soul was extremely mysterious. Among the divine soul secret techniques provided were the soul clone technique, the soul substitution technique, and so on. Chu Xian could not use most of the divine soul secret techniques. For example, he could not use the soul clone technique. He could not leave the small courtyard. The soul substitution technique, on the other hand, was nothing more than a technique to use part of one's soul to die in place of his divine soul. The original divine soul would be hidden from the enemy's perception. Wang Luo broke through to the 6th level of the spirit realm in one breath, after which he stopped. After consolidating his cultivation for a few days, he excitedly returned to the small courtyard. He respectfully knelt in front of Chu Xian and kowtowed 3 times. Your disciple thanks Master for this immense favor. Without Chu Xian, Wang Luo would not be where he was today. Chu Xian was a god in his heart. You possess great perseverance. I didn't misjudge you. Chu Xian was very gratified. After all, Wang Luo had contributed 100 years worth of cultivation to him and was a good disciple. Wang Luo was expelled by the Wang family, and he was also forced to break off his marriage engagement. He had been humiliated and had been holding back the anger in his heart and the desire to take revenge. As a budding alchemist, he was bound to be very popular. With Wang Luo's newfound talent, it was only a matter of time before he was able to concoct a divine-grade pill. At that time, there would be countless people who would seek his help, as well as plenty of beautiful women. While the possibility of Wang Luo becoming a simp was not high, Chu Xian felt that it was necessary to give him some advice and instill the correct values in him. Whether it was his male disciples, or his female disciples in the future, none of them could be simps. Thinking that, Chu Xian said, the path of alchemy is full of endless bewitchment, flattery, and the temptation of rare treasures. Among them, beauty is the most difficult to guard against. Wang Luo listened respectfully. This was his master speaking to him, after all. You must remember that there should be no woman in your heart. Alchemy is your god. You must remember that you are not to be bewitched by beauty, not to be moved by beauty, and not to be moved by love. If you are moved by beauty or moved by love, your heart will no longer be focused on the path of alchemy, and then your path of alchemy will come to an end. Since ancient times, those who have been obsessed with beauty and those who have been infatuated with love will eventually die for love. They will die for love, and then they will perish from the world. You must remember this. Wang Luo's heart trembled. He said solemnly, I will always remember the teachings of my master. I will always remember that there should be no woman in my heart. Alchemy will naturally become my god. I will never be bewitched by beauty. You are a promising young man. Chu Xian was greatly gratified. The more Wang Luo understood this, the further he would go on the path of alchemy. When there was no woman in his heart, and once alchemy was his god, he would naturally become a god-like alchemy master. You walk the path of alchemy. After refining the heavenly void fire, you will naturally become proficient in alchemy and won't be too weak in battle. As my disciple, your strength can't be weak. As Chu Xian spoke, he took out an alchemy furnace and a cattail leaf fan. Since you managed to refine the heavenly void fire, you will naturally be able to get this furnace and cattail leaf fan to recognize you as their master. I will bestow them upon you. Regardless of whether it was the pill cauldron or the fan, they were both divine artifacts. Wang Luo's strength was naturally insufficient to use divine artifacts. However, he was an alchemist and the pill cauldron was meant for alchemists. It was not a divine artifact used for battle. As long as he could get the cauldron to recognize him as its master, he would be able to use it to refine pills without any problems. Furthermore, Wang Luo possessed the heavenly void fire. This flame was extraordinary and was capable of fueling the divine pill cauldron. The cattail leaf fan was compatible with the pill furnace. It did have some offensive power, and could be used to create wind and spread fire. Divine artifacts were also divided into different types and grades. Some divine artifacts could be used by those at the profound realm, but could not be fully unleashed. Still, armed with such a divine artifact, one could almost certainly sweep away those at the same level. Thank you, Master. Wang Luo was extremely excited. A divine-grade pill furnace. The Wang family's guardian pill furnace was only a semi-divine artifact. Yet this semi-divine artifact had allowed the Wang family to stand tall in the northern region and become one of its largest clans. Chu Xian threw out 2 more manuals and said, this is the Myriad Elixir Scripture and the Myriad Spirit Scripture. The manuals were a copy of the Myriad Elixir Scripture and the Myriad Spirit Scripture. Wang Luo opened the manual and took a look at the words and pictures inside it. After just a cursory glance, he was shocked by the alchemy techniques and pill formulas inside. Moreover, the manual itself was a supreme treasure. How much content was recorded in such a small manual? Unless one had great means, it was impossible to have written out such a supreme resource for alchemists.